We'll call the meeting to order. We have the roll call.
Councilmember Brand.
Testing.
Councilmember Brandow.
Here.
Councilmember Capriolio. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. Council President Baines.
Present. We'll now have the invocation by Reverend Sam Morgan of Westside Church of God. If we can all stand and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please bow your heads. Gracious and Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for this opportunity to come before you. We realize and recognize that we can do nothing without you. So it's with our heads bowed low that we come humbly, asking for your presence in this very place today, Lord. Not just these four walls, but we ask for your spirit to be in our minds and in our hearts. Now, Lord, I lift up this city council. I pray, Lord, that you would bless them collectively and individually. I pray, God, that they would want for nothing in their personal lives, Lord, and I pray, God, that it would flow out into how they bless this city, Lord, with their decisions, Lord God, and the programs that they develop to benefit each and every citizen. Now, Father, we just pray, God, for our mayor. We ask that you would touch her, give her your wisdom and your insight, for without it, Lord, she can do nothing, and she depends on you to guide and to direct her. Father, I lift up our city council president. I pray that his decisions would be based on you, his convictions, and that he would also facilitate bringing out the best in his city council members as well that support him and that work together with him, that they would be able to assist in making the decisions that will be best suited to benefit this city. Now bless everyone and bless this meeting today. We ask this in Jesus' name. Let everyone say amen.
Please face the flag. Ready, salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good morning. Well, we have a very full agenda today. We're going to begin with our ceremonial presentations. The very first ceremonial presentation of the day will be a presentation of a resolution in honor of the life of William Bill Music. If I can have the family come down and our mayor. Well, good morning. Our very first ceremonial presentation of the day is going to be for really one of our city treasures for sure, Coach William Bill Music, and we have here today his family and one of his former wrestlers. A lot of us, had an opportunity to meet Coach Music years ago. I met him very briefly, didn't know him very well, but I'll tell you that I know the impact that his career left on wrestling in our city, our state, and our nation. So when we learned of his passing just a couple of weeks ago, it saddened an entire community. We felt, Madam Mayor, if you want to stand up here with us. We have the mayor here this morning. I'm sorry, I forgot to invite you up. We have our mayor here with us this morning, too. We were all really saddened at the loss of such a treasure to the city. We felt it was appropriate that we, if nothing else, we did a resolution honoring his life. And this morning I have his wife and his family here, and I'd like to have you say a couple words.
Thank you all for taking the time coming and sharing this special moment. It was an honor to be married to Bill. He was a wonderful man. He had a huge impact on so many men's lives, and they are who they are today because of him. And he's going to be greatly missed by each and every one of us. And his dear friend Alfonso's here would like to say a few words.
Sure. Thank you. First of all, on behalf of Music Family, thank you for allowing me to speak today. Briefly, has anyone ever heard of the phrase, "it takes a village"? Yeah. Now, the reason why I say that is because Bill Music was a strong part of that village, city of Fresno. I grew up in Fresno. I'm a product of Fresno. But more importantly, I'm a product of all the positive energy that Bu Music, the wrestling community, Fresno City College, Fresno State, all compiled into one. I'm standing here today simply because of people like yourself who contribute to the energy of this village, Fresno. Bu Music, one man, but his touch, so powerful. Literally, thousands of men and women like myself are in this position to more or less progress in life simply because of the energy Bill Music gave me, has given them. I'm completely astonished by his commitment to not only himself, his family, persons like me. He did not have to give, but he did. And he did it for years, since the 70s. So briefly stating, Bu Music was a part of this community that I view as the village that actually raised me. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, now, since our illustrious mayor is up here, I'm going to ask her to say a few words.
Thank you. Well, on behalf of the residents of the city of Fresno, please accept our deepest condolences for your loss. We stand with you as you shoulder the grief and manage through the process, but we all know that we lost one of Fresno's greats, and we are so grateful for his contribution to our community. We'd like to have the clerk read the resolution into the record now.
Whereas it is with great sorrow that we learned of the passing of William Bill Music on April 15, 2015. Known as Coach Music to many, William Music was a former football and wrestling coach at Fresno City College, leading both teams to many accolades over his tenure. His dedication to his charges led to many revere him as a father figure, a steady mentor who cared about the whole person, not just the athletic prowess. And whereas a Madeira High graduate and Central Section wrestling champion in 1955, William Music served in the Army for 2 years. He attended Bakersfield College under Homer Beatty and was an All-American offensive lineman and played in the 1959 Junior Rose Bowl. And whereas William Music came to Fresno City College in the fall of 1965, and after serving as an assistant coach at Fresno High School for the 1963 and 64 seasons, William Music was an assistant football coach for 15 years before becoming head coach in 1979. He coached the football team through the 1987, posting a 20-30 conference record and a 41-47-1 record. William Music was honored for his successful career with his inductions into the Fresno City Football Wall of Fame in 1992 and the Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame in 2001. And whereas after reviving Fresno City's Doormat Wrestling Team in 1988, William Music coached the wrestling team for 22 seasons, leading his teams to a 247-49-5 overall record. During his tenure, the Rams captured 19 conference titles, 12 NorCal titles, and 4 team championships, and 4 dual California state titles. The 1994 state team was inducted into the Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame in 2012. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor, and the members of the City Council do hereby extend our deepest sympathy to the Music family and encourage all Fresnans to help commemorate the extraordinary life and spirit of William Music by remembering his lasting contributions.
All right. Our next ceremonial presentation of the morning will be the proclamation of Peace Officers Memorial Day. No, I'm sorry. We have the acknowledgement of Detective Edgar Valle Sandoval. That's next. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today I come before you with a very heavy heart, but with a lot of pride to tell you the story of Detective Edgar Valle Sandoval, and a story that the entire public should know. And we're gonna talk about that for sure. But I want to introduce first Ronnie, Edgar's wife, and Sophia, the beautiful daughter who keeps that smile going for days and days and days. So. Edgar passed away on April 12th, about 37 days after, to me, it was an amazing event here in Fresno. I knew it as Shave for the Brave, and that's Edgar, the bravest person I think I've ever met. And to show support for Edgar on that date, they had an event where people would come forward and show their support for this victim of pancreatic cancer, that they love him and respect him and support him totally. So I showed up and I thought, there'll be 20, 30 people maybe. And thinking to myself that if I were in that position, I probably would get no one to show up, or one or two. And that would be it. Instead, for Edgar, over 100 law enforcement people showed up, including my good friend Tim Galliston from the DA's office, to friends and family, to the staff. Everybody showed up. It was well over 100 people at one time shaved their heads one afternoon in support of this wonderful man and great husband and a wonderful father. There's so much to say here, but I probably should keep it pretty short. I just want to read one thing to you as part of the memoriam that we're going to present to the family today. Whereas it is with great sorrow that we say farewell to one of California's beloved sons, our friend, and distinguished Detective Edgar Valle Sandoval, who will long be remembered for his exceptional leadership, friendliness, sharp wit, phenomenal dedication to supporting causes in our communities about which he had great passion. Edgar will be sorely missed by countless people whose lives he enriched. So we're at his funeral, and it was an amazing experience for me, and I'll have Chief explain a little bit more about what happened there. But I've never heard so many people say so many kind words about an individual in my entire life. It was a moving moment for me. And I looked at Edgar when we had a nice chat on the Shave for the Brave Day, and I categorize people, your cup is either half full or half empty. And hopefully it's half full. With Edgar, his cup was totally full at all times, and he never winced, he never blinked, he never complained. All he cared about was his family, his brothers and sisters in blue, and the community of Fresno. And it's just, I just couldn't say enough about him. But so we want to honor him today with the memoriam, and I'd like to have Chief Dyer say a few words as well.
Thank you. First, let me thank Councilmember Capriolio for doing this, as well as the mayor. Having this day is very, very special to us in the police department and also the family. And Edgar was all of that and a lot more. I had the privilege of providing the eulogy at his funeral. And when you know Edgar and what he stood for in our organization and the bravery that Edgar stood for, you came to love him. And the truth is, Edgar was more than just a Fresno police officer. He was one of our companion officers. That means whenever a police officer or a department member was going through a difficult time in their life, whether they had been involved in a critical incident or they were in the hospital, Edgar was the one that was there providing counsel to them and their family, and also by their bedside. Even when Edgar was diagnosed with the life-threatening illness of pancreatic cancer, he was still calling and checking on employees that were going through difficult times, whether it was a dispatcher or an officer. That's the type of person he was. And his wife, Ronnie, and Edgar and Ronnie met. They were both working on cruise ships, and they met on the Love Boat, and which is fitting, and that is true. And they have traveled the world, and it's amazing. Proposed to her, I believe, in Venice, and they got married in Las Vegas, and incredible storybook life that they've led. And unfortunately, Edgar and Ronnie also lost their daughter, Natalia, several years ago. And the bravery that both Ronnie and Edgar and Sophia was shown to all of us is incredible. And they have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful daughter, Sophia, which they call Pia, and she is always smiling and always hugging people, and she is a sweetheart. So thank you guys for recognizing Edgar today. God bless you.
I just wanted to add one more comment. And with Edgar's personality and this $1 million smile, if he were here, and I know he and Natalia are looking down on us right this moment with the biggest smiles on their face, he would want to share the moment. He would not want the moment. He would want to share that. So on behalf of Edgar, I'd like to ask all people in public safety, would you please stand up? I see people, firefighters, police officers, please stand up. And they keep our community safe and us safe. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you guys and girls. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I didn't see all my probation officer friends stand up in that department, so you guys are included. Now a few words from the mayor.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Capriolio, and to the family. There really are no words, and I know that words are insufficient at a time like this, but it's really all we have. And the best we can do is to let you know, along with your family here, how grateful we are for Edgar to have known him, to have had his service in our community. Is truly he's made such an impact. And I never had the chance to meet him. I feel like I know him, though, just based on the expression of support that has been so overwhelming from people throughout this organization and throughout the community. So we are blessed to have had him in our lives, and we'll keep you guys close in our prayers, and obviously whatever we can do to support you and your family, we're committed to you guys. So God bless you, and please know that we're here for you. Thanks.
Madam Clerk, if you'd be so kind as to read our memoriam.
Whereas Detective Valier Sandoval began his law enforcement career in June 2004 with the City of Fresno Police Department as a police cadet. He was assigned to the Southwest District Suppression Team in 2013, where he served the community of Fresno, receiving numerous commendations for his service and professionalism, including achieving the rank of detective in the Domestic Violence Unit in 2013. And whereas Edgar was an exceptional individual who possessed the highest level of integrity, a strong work ethic, and an enthusiastic attitude towards life. And whereas on March 4th, 2015, shaved to show support for Edgar as his battle for pancreatic cancer came to fruition, and through his idea started small with 10 to 20 of his closest friends shaving their heads to show the love and support. The word spread, and nearly 100 officers, families, and friends shaved their heads to show their support of Edgar and bring awareness to pancreatic cancer. And whereas though he and his foundation of support fought valiantly, the battle with pancreatic cancer took over Edgar on April 12, 2015. And whereas in addition to his great success, Detective Valier Sandoval was a devoted husband of Ronnie Curtis Valier. He met his beautiful wife while working on board the Pacific Princess, the original Love Boat, and he was the proud father of Natalia, who was lost at an early age to cancer, and to Sophia, their pride and joy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby extend our deepest sympathy to the family and the many friends of this dynamic and greatly admired man. And we encourage all Californians to join us in mourning his passing and remembering his unwavering commitment to keeping our great community of Fresno safe. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the members of the Fresno City Council do hereby acknowledge Detective Edgar Valier Sandoval in the city of Fresno.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you so much.
Our next ceremonial presentation of the day will be the announcement of the Honorary Fresno Poet Laureate.
Okay, wow. There's been already a tremendous amount of emotion expressed this morning just in our council meeting, and I think this next honor is frankly very fitting that it would follow the emotional moments that we've just had. Today, I'm very pleased to announce the most recent designee of our Poet Laureate in the city of Fresno. We established in partnership with the Fresno Arts Council a few years ago that we should, as a community, have a Poet Laureate, and James Tyner served as our first Poet Laureate for the last 2 years, and this is a designation that we've said every 2 years we would name a new Poet Laureate. I have to tell you, as mayor, one of the things I've learned is just how important the arts are to our community. The performing arts, the written arts, all forms of expression really come together to communicate who we are as a people. And without the arts, we seem to sometimes lose our way. So it is very fitting that we would honor our new Poet Laureate, and he is Lee Herrick. I'm going to ask him to come and join me at the front, and I'll tell you a little bit about Mr. Herrick. So he has been a vital and inspiring part of the Fresno poetry scene, and if you didn't know there is a Fresno poetry scene, this is evidence that in fact there is. And frankly, Fresno's poetry scene is known around the nation and around the world, and it is something we are truly proud of. Mr. Herrick was born in Korea. He was adopted and raised by an American family, and today is a professor of English, composition, creative writing, and Asian American literature at Fresno City College. His connection to Fresno and his influence on other writers in the community. Well, in his capacity as English professor and creative writer at Fresno City College, he's had a great influence on many students at the college, some of whom are now established and published poets. His ability to demonstrate his appreciation for Fresno in regards to the cultural diversity that we experience here. He himself is cultured. This is what your colleagues have to say about you, Mr. Herrick. Cultured, graceful, kind, and generous to everyone. He has respect for diverse cultures. That is one of his essential traits, and he encourages all people to find their own voices. We are so pleased and honored to nominate you as the Fresno Poet Laureate, Mr. Herrick, and I'd like to invite you to share with us some of your poetry. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. This is a great honor. Before I get going and just say a few brief thank yous and read a poem, I'd like to give you a little something. It's a copy of my latest book and the poem I'm going to read in a bit. Thank you, Mayor Swearingen. This is an incredible honor, and this morning has made it extra special, and if I can, I'd like to just convey my support and condolences for the families of the two men who were honored this morning. I should thank Lilia Chavez first and foremost, and everybody at the Fresno Arts Council for your support and for the good work you do. I'd like to thank everybody on the nominating committee, the stellar poets and writers in the community, the entire City Council for your support of the arts, and a special thank you to you. On a personal note, I'd briefly like to just thank and acknowledge my daughter, who is in school now, and my beautiful wife, Lisa, who's here. They are my two favorite poems. I came of age here in Fresno when I moved here in the mid-'90s as a poet. There's no place I'd rather be in the country than Fresno to be a poet. I've read in Harvard Square and New York City and great cities like this, Chicago. And everywhere you go, they'll ask you, what's it like to be a poet in Fresno? And I've loved sharing those stories. I look forward to the next 2 years as Fresno Poet Laureate. And again, thank you. I was asked to write a poem on this occasion, and I've titled it Truths, and it has an epigraph from the late, great poet Philip Levine, which reads, "Some things you know all your life. They are so simple and true, they must be said without elegance. Truths. I will say it like this. I watched my daughter bite into a peach, and although she did not have the language for it yet, I imagined her thinking, that taste, that perfect taste, is heavenly. There was a certain light in Fresno that day, like today, where we work, dream, and play. Mayor and mothers, farmers and fathers, laborers and blue collars and donors for the red wave. One city of multiple truths straight down the 99, dreaming about the perfect peach, the perfect pitch. One city in the shape of an immigrant's beautiful accent. One city of taco, gyro, pan dulce, and strawberries so good you'd swear they came straight from the hand of God. One city in my dream where there are no gunshots tonight or the next 100 starlit nights. One simple truth called the fig tree, the ash tree. One poet's testimony stripped of its elegance for the city to consider. In which of our 90 languages should I say that I love you? Which of our 250 different crops would you like to taste, to imagine its perfect juice? My truths involve dreams, stars, hard work and good pay for the ice worker, the tractor driver, the backyard gardener, the students and the teachers, the nurses and the preachers. The fog on a country road, that is the truth. Our menacing heat in July, truth. My city is your city. A bead of sweat and the will to work, the want for clean air, for water, for love. This is how I dream about you, Fresno. This is what I know to be true. Thank you.
Official. All right.
Next up, we will have the presentation of the 2015 Mayoral Historic Preservation Awards and proclamation for Historic Preservation Week.
Thank you. And I'm going to show a short PowerPoint of all the winners, and then we will call them up one by one, and the mayor is here to hand those out. Very quickly, a lot going on today, and what an honor it is to follow these presentations with awards for history and architecture and cultural arts. These awards started in 2005. They honor individuals and community groups who've demonstrated excellence in the restoration of historic building, leadership in preservation planning, cultural heritage, or neighborhood revitalization. We have 12 separate awards this year. Actually, they're given every other year, so this is kind of a big deal. And we have 4, just coincidentally, that are associated with Fresno's very rich Armenian heritage. The first award goes to the rehabilitation of a residential property, to the successor agency, to the redevelopment agency for the Armenian Town Project, M and Santa Clara Streets, District 3. Marlene Murphy, Executive Director, Michelle Randall, Architect, Davis Moreno, Construction. Not only was this a long process where they completely faithfully restored the buildings. They also worked very kindly with the Armenian community about landscaping, paint colors, etc., and we're very grateful to them. Outstanding rehabilitation of a non-residential building to Scott Oliver for Shams Rio Grande Service Station down in Armenian Town. It's a historic building that burned not once, but twice. And Mr. Oliver, who owns a building across the street, saw it, he bought it, he fixed it up, and faithfully restored it. This is a guy's heaven over there. It's really great with all these old cars, etc. Sustainability Award to City of Fresno Airports, Kevin Michael and staff. They deconstructed the Hammerfield Barracks that was on the airport property that was filled with mold and asbestos and rot. But they very graciously worked with us to take out some of the windows that were donated to the Veterans Memorial Museum and to Habitat for Humanity. There's an exhibit now for Hammerfield at the museum built out of these windows. They also recycled all kinds of other materials, and we're grateful to them. Public art in historic properties, kind of a new award this year. Fresno Housing Authority and Kyle Schmidt for the public art project at the Droge building. The Droge building itself had a lot of history. The building itself was being held up by poles. It was just too far gone to save, but to commemorate the various historic events that happened there, Kyle and the Housing Authority worked with 3 local artists for these panels that are now affixed to the south elevation. This is also, of course, in District 3. Preservation Business Award in District 7, my district, to RPM Planing Mill, Mike Bushell and staff. This is an amazing place that's been in business since at least 1948. And they, through using the old techniques, completely hand mill all of the wood sash windows, doors, new furniture and old for historic buildings or even for new buildings. And they're particularly proud of the reclamation of sinker wood. Those are those 100-year-old logs that sink to the bottom of Shaver Lake, and they pull them up and they make new doors and furniture out of them. So congratulations. Community awards, there are 5 awards to individuals or groups this year. First to Mike Harris, who is the volunteer deputy director of the Veterans Memorial Museum. In addition to his dedication to preserving and telling the stories of our local servicemen and women, he is also an amazing steward of this National Register building, the Veterans Memorial Building. When the ceiling tiles were falling off the foyer, he figured out a way to get them fixed. We worked with him to find funding. He's just an amazing, amazing person. Larry Cusick, PhD, is the head of the math department at Fresno State, but somehow, twice a week for the last 10 years, he has put together sessions that bring young and old together to learn and continue to learn and play traditional music. And so this is one of 2 awards this year where we recognize a trend in the American preservation movement to understand that preservation isn't just about buildings. It's also about preserving our community's cultural heritage. John and Barbara Chakusian, well known to many of you for 35 years. They've been presenting and therefore preserving the Armenian music of their heritage. They have performed locally at schools and churches and throughout the United States and in Armenia. Alan Yurian Gendian is a deacon of the Armenian Church and active participant in local affairs. He is honored today for his years of volunteer service documenting the history of the local Armenian community through publications, oral histories, and walking tours. Huntington Boulevard homeowners, what an amazingly beautiful street, called out as one of the most beautiful streets in the world by a Berkeley professor, so it must be true. And these homeowners have over all the years, I went to Berkeley, as you probably guessed, over all these years have taken care of their property, and it is enjoyed not just by them, but by every morning if you're out there, there's walkers and bikers and people with strollers. So thank you, homeowners, for taking care of this beautiful street and your homes. Horizon Award is an award that's given to an individual or group who's made significant contributions to Fresno's history and heritage over the last few years. This year is John Roop. He's a model maker extraordinaire. That middle image is not actual buildings. Those are models of late 19th century buildings in Fresno. He's also been doing a lot of research. He helped lead to the discovery of the Expositor building, Fresno's first newspaper, which is now on the local register, and the building's being restored. So thank you, John. And very important, the Russell and Pat Fye Memorial Preservationist of the Year Award this year goes to Scott Vincent, architect. The award is named for two people who were significant and advocates in Fresno's history and architecture, and I'm very delighted that their son and daughter are here today. Both Russ and Pat have left us, if you will, many years ago. Scott Vincent, this year's winner, has over 30 years of experience as an architect in designing commercial and multifamily housing. As an architect and volunteer, both paid and as a volunteer, he has served numerous projects, including past chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. His local preservation work includes the restoration of the Helm Home, the Chandler Airport Terminal, the Thomas House, the Basque Hotel, on and on and on, continuing to work with the zoo. He's generous in providing consultations on numerous projects. He is a go-to person. If I have a question, I can call him, he'll answer me, he's not sending me a bill because he cares. He's an expert on the California Historical Building Code, and that really can save folks money, and that's great. So congratulations to Scott Vincent, Preservationist of the Year, and to all of the award winners. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call out their names, and if you're going to take a picture, do it quickly. There's so much going on today. So first of all, to the outstanding rehabilitation of a residential property, to the successor agency, to the redevelopment agency, Marlene Murphy. And the next one will be right there, too, will be Michelle Randall, architect, and Davis Moreno Construction. Why don't you all come down? Just go ahead and stand up here and get everybody in the picture. And wild applause is in order. Get your move over and get your picture. Yeah. If there's anyone taking pictures, if not, okay, that sounds like a great plan. Outstanding rehabilitation of, you do what she says, she's the boss. Outstanding rehabilitation of a non-residential building, Scott Oliver. He is not here today. He had an emergency family. He was called away last night. So, but congratulations, Scott. Sustainability Award, City of Fresno Airports, Kevin Michael and staff for the Hammer Field. You guys rock. Kevin Michael has just got to be one of the best people, and not only because he's an architect, but he really cares about old things and trying to make it all work. Thank you. Public Art and Historic Properties, Fresno Housing Authority, and Kyle Schmidt. Here comes Kyle. Fresno Housing Authority, come on down. Thank you so much for the Droge Building. Preservation Business Award, and I don't know if District 7, if Clinton wanted to come down here, for RPM Planing Mill. Mr. Bouchel. You know, the RPM Planing Mill is just up the street, and this is amazing jewel. It's just amazing. Individual awards, Mike Harris for the Veterans Memorial Museum. Larry Cusick for Traditional Arts and Fresno State University. John and Barbara Chakusian, Traditional Cultural Artists. Alan Gendian. Representing Huntington Boulevard, we could get all 121 properties up here, but come on down, Tony, the president and vice president for the homeowners. Make sure it's the right one, because I think I put them in order. For Horizon Award for John Roop. John Roop. His models, I think, are still on display at Peeves Public House. So, and very special, our biennial mayoral historic preservation for a lifetime achievement to Scott Vincent. And if you all want to scoot in as much as possible, and we'll get a group shot. I'm tall, I can be in the back. Really, yes, really get in close. I promise I won't make any rabbit's ears on anyone's. Yeah, Barbara, get in front. Quick, 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 quick. Go over here. No? Can you see us? Thank you all. And we do have a proclamation that is for Historic Preservation Week. And if you, Ms. Spence, would you want to read that now? We are just kicking off our Historic Preservation Week. We do have flyers up here. Saturday there's an event at the Discovery Center and a whole week of activities to celebrate our history and heritage.
Whereas the month of May is National Historic Preservation Month, an annual celebration sponsored by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. And whereas cities throughout the United States are planning activities during National Historic Preservation Month to promote education, pride, and tourism. And whereas the Fresno City Council adopted a historic preservation ordinance in 1979 and found that the city of Fresno has played an important role in the development of California, and that this history is shown today through archaeological sites and through buildings, structures, objects, sites, and districts representing the commercial, industrial, social, economic, political, and architectural development of the city. And whereas the city of Fresno is collaborating with several nonprofit organizations and businesses on a series of events for the first full week of May to promote awareness and appreciation for the region's history and heritage. And whereas the following groups have worked collaboratively with the city to plan these events: the Discovery Center, the Fresno Historical Society, Fresno's Past Facebook Group, Fresno State University Humanics Program, Heritage Fresno, Million Vineyards, Fresno Brewing Company, Fresno Tent and Awning, and the Tigua Sequoia Brewery. And whereas the theme for this year's celebration is Fresno is Every Building Has a Story. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, do hereby proclaim May 2nd to 9th, 2015 to be Historic Preservation Week in the city of Fresno, and I congratulate all the organizations who have joined together to promote our history and culture.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to just get this. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we will have a resolution of commendation congratulating the Fleet Management Division of the Transportation Department for earning the ASC Blue Seal of Excellence recognition for the 15th consecutive year. If I can have the Department of Public Transportation. All right, no problem. Ask him, does he want me to do somebody else first? Ask him if he wants me to do somebody else first. Me, and then you or the rest of them, because you have 5.
Oh, I get it.
He has 5. Oh, I'm not mad, but it won't happen again.
Is it on?
That's a total of 5. It's a record. It's not right.
How many years? Where's Joseph?
Good morning. We're here. We've got a bunch of our technicians up here from Fleet Management today. This has become an annual event, it seems. I think we're on the 15th or 16th year. I hope I got that right. What we're celebrating here is the annual recertification for American Service Excellence Awards, which means we have to have 75% of our technicians who are certified through the Automotive Service Excellence organization, and that requires them to pass some pretty rigorous tests. I was hoping to bring a question as an example, but I didn't quite make that. These gentlemen have all contributed to that. They are very dedicated people. They each year, or each 4 years, they have to renew those certifications so that they keep up with industry. And they've done that successfully for, as I said, 15 years. So it's quite a rigorous process. I'm very proud of these guys. And that's why we're here. Would you like to add anything? Wasn't as prepared as I would like to be, but I would want to honor each person that contributed. Many of these people, all of these people have at least have passed 2 certification tests. I've looked at those questions, and I don't really want to take those tests, and I'm a pretty good test taker. Some of them are masters, which it means they've had to take at least 6 tests and pass them. We have a few that are actual multiple masters, meaning that they are experts in, for instance, light equipment repairs, heavy truck repairs, multiple certifications, which I'm very proud of. The first person, Robert Asensio. Next, Ramon, I always get this wrong, Caraveo. Juan Castellanos. Congratulations. Greg Dare. Notice their shirts are often dirty. That means they're actually fixing our vehicles. Shane Dredden. Mark Felice. Mark is most likely holding down the fort. Richie Goulart. David Johnson. Dale Kidder. Melvin Knowlton. No Melvin today. Nick Maresca. Mark Maddox. Randy Nason. Mike Peterson. Ken Phillips. He's not the personnel Ken Phillips. Dan Reese. Gus Sadante. Daniel C.
Thank you, Daniel.
Good to see you back. Jeff Singh. Uh-oh, a new name. Manup Sirikul. Did I get it right?
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Juan Torres.
Thank you, Juan.
Alex Velasquez. Not here. William Warnke. Probably back up. And last but not least, Jack Wong. So once again, I want to congratulate all of these gentlemen. They do a wonderful job with our fleet of about 2,000 vehicles. They, what I saw here, a lot of new faces, and many of those faces are now getting their ASEs, which provides the ability for us to provide our service in a very professional and highly technical field. That's all I got to say about that.
Thank you.
Come together. Anybody wants to do a picture, kind of squeeze in? I know you guys don't like to be close, but that's all right. I got close.
All right. Next up, we will have the recognition of Boy Scout Eagle Christopher Forestier from City Council Member Brandow.
All right. Good morning, everybody. We've got a lot on the agenda today. Come on a little bit closer over here. Yeah, I'm not going to bite, although some would disagree. During the general plan conversation, I had the pleasure to get to meet the Forestier family. And we had to do some special protections and things for the Forestier Gardens that are right adjacent to District 2 and District 1, right in the middle between Esmeralda Soria and myself. And so I learned a little bit more about this family and all the great things they're doing for our community. And in that process, I found out that they had an Eagle Scout, and that is Christopher right here. And so Christopher has completed his Eagle Scout program, and I'm going to have him tell us a little bit about that program. But I just wanted to recognize Christopher and all of his hard work. And just to say that I just am grateful when young men and young women do very positive things in our community and with their lives. So with that, let's give Christopher a round of applause. And then, good job, Christopher. And this is Matthew, right? Right on, Matthew. So, Matthew, how old are you? 13. Are you going to be an Eagle Scout also? Oh, fantastic. Just for the record, I made it through Cub Scouts. All right. And so, Christopher, when you're doing an Eagle Scout, it's like a lot of things. You have a big final project, right? And tell us about your project and what you accomplished.
I don't need a microphone.
Okay.
I'm a loud guy. So what I decided to do is out at the Forestier Underground Gardens, we don't really have a place for if we have school groups to come out and have lunch, we usually tell them, sorry, we don't have a place. So what I did is along a 140-foot arbor that we had, I and a bunch of my scouts from my troop went out and put about 5 or 6 benches out there so that whenever we have school groups or anyone visiting who needs a place to sit down and have a lunch, they can go out there, have a nice place to sit.
Oh, all right. So fantastic. That's great. So you came up with the idea, but then you supervised a lot of other. That's kind of like our council president supervising this crowd. That's a good job to have. Well, that sounds fantastic. So you basically provided a lot of seating because you have school groups that come out and go through the gardens and understand and get the history and all that good stuff. And so now they have a place to sit down and take a break and do a lunch. So that's fantastic. So thank you for everything that you're doing. So tell us about, in your scouting endeavors, what was your favorite thing that you did over the years?
I'm curveballs here.
Yeah, you didn't expect that.
You know, a few years ago I got a chance to lead my troop. We have a pretty large troop here out of St. Anthony's. We have roughly 90 boys right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a chance, they elected me their leader. The title is Senior Patrol Leader. And I got a chance to serve and to lead the boys for 6 months, plan out our weekly meetings, our monthly campouts, all of our service projects. And it was a daunting task and it was very scary. And I don't know how I made it out alive, but it was very fulfilling. And I got a chance to lead the guys, and that was big.
Yeah, cool. And so really that's what Scout is all about, pushing yourself to the limit and beyond what you thought you were capable of, and then finding out, hey, I could do it.
Absolutely.
Right on, Christopher. I'm going to read a little presentation award that I have for you. It simply says, presented to Christopher Forestier. It is my pleasure to congratulate you on attaining the rank of Eagle Scout for your participation in Troop 223 Sequoia Council. This honor recognizes your academic excellence, dedication to community service, and efforts to live the Scout Oath. Congratulations, and I wish you great success. Thanks, Christopher. Let me hand that to you. Good job. Let's all tighten up here. Maybe take a picture here. Put this down. All right. Hey, thanks, Christopher. Great to have you at council today. Matthew, follow that guy, okay?
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Brandow. Next, we have a proclamation of Peace Officers Memorial Day. All right, good morning. Good morning again. Stand over here. The chief. So today we're going to recognize Peace Officers Memorial Week. And listen, this is always a very somber presentation for a number of reasons. I was a former police officer with Fresno Police Department for just about 12 years, and I can tell you that I'm very honored to be able to present this proclamation this morning. A lot of folks forget, and especially with things that are going on in the news right now, but a lot of folks forget about the very good officers that we have right here in the city of Fresno, that every day they put on the uniform, they put their lives at risk and in danger for us, to protect us. And sometimes they even forget about it because it's a part of their makeup, it's a part of their DNA, and they just do it. But sometimes we need to take a moment, we need to stop, and we need to pause and reflect on what it really means to be a police officer, what it really means to put your life on the line for an entire population every single day that you wear a uniform. And this week, this month in May, rather, we get an opportunity to just pause and reflect and hold that for a moment. So with that, I want to turn it over to our chief and allow the chief to give us a few moments of reflection.
Thank you, Council President. I want to first thank members of our Honor Guard here today. These are the individuals that represent us at many of the peace officer funerals that occur throughout the state and throughout the nation. They do so in a very, very professional manner. I want to just say thank you to members of our Honor Guard. Also, these are very challenging times in law enforcement today. You turn on the news and you see some of the civil unrest that's occurring across our nation, and the growing anti-law enforcement sentiments that are out there. And it's unfortunate that it sometimes takes a police officer killed in the line of duty to gain the support of the community. And we are very, very different in Fresno. Fortunately, we have an incredible community that supports law enforcement, there for us all the time. And that's not the case throughout the nation. But what we do know is it has become a very difficult job, a very dangerous job. Peace officers killed in the line of duty is on the rise across this nation. And it is my responsibility as a police chief to make sure that our officers are provided the very best training and equipment, supervision, and staffing levels so that we do not have a officer killed in the line of duty, which is the number one goal that I have as a police chief. And we've been very, very fortunate toward that. So I just want to thank all of you for supporting our officers. They need it more today than ever in our history, because if they don't feel that they have the support of our community, they're not as able or willing to do the job that they need to do out there to keep our citizens safe. So thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Chief. Madam Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Mm-hmm. Whereas the mayor and the City Council of Fresno acknowledge the sacrifices made by the men and women of law enforcement in Fresno County who lost their lives to service to its citizens, and to the ceremony in their honor celebrated at 12 noon Thursday, May 7, 2015 in Fresno County Courthouse Park. And whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police department, and that the members of the Fresno Police Department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, and by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of the Fresno Police Department unceasingly provide a vital public service, and now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Council of the City of Fresno, do hereby call upon the citizens of Fresno and upon all patriotic, civic, educational organizations to observe the week of Sunday, May 10th through Saturday, May 16th as National Police Week, with appropriate ceremonies and observances in which all our people may join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who, by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibility, have rendered a dedicated service to their community, and in doing so have established for themselves an invaluable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Be it further resolved that we call upon the citizens of Fresno to observe Thursday, May 7, 2015, as Peace Officers Memorial Day in Fresno, in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice and service to their community, or has become disabled in their performance of duty. And let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of those fallen heroes.
I believe we have a presentation by our Honor Guard. No? Okay. My apologies. All right, we have now come to the time in our ceremonial presentations that we call the Capriolio Show. So first we will have a proclamation of Crime Victims Week by Councilmember Capriolio.
First and foremost, we'll disregard that comment by Council President. And I'm the council, I'll be Council President next year, so those sort of comments will not happen. Please pay attention. Again, good morning, everyone. This is Crime Victims' Rights Week in the nation. And we'd like to honor that particular situation, and I'd like to call Rick Chavez come up. He's our Chief Probation Officer for the County of Fresno and a dear friend of mine. And welcome, Rick. And I just, you know, I was a prosecutor back in the day, and I always thought that if I got a conviction, that would be enough for the victim and the victim's family to feel some form of satisfaction. And I think they did, but at that time we didn't realize the true impact of the crime on the victim and the victim's family and extended family. And so now, with Crime Victim Rights Week, we have a voice, a face, an acknowledgement of the seriousness of the impact of criminal activity on our families, our friends, our relatives, and Rick and his people, which I'd like to have them come up and join us, please. They are true advocates, true voices, and they help those people that are, for no reason, really, the victims of crime in Fresno. So would you please say a few words, Rick?
Yes. Well, first off, I'd like, I'm sorry.
No.
Are they all there?
Get everybody. Come on.
Come on down this way.
Come over here. Steve's a little different, but I'm okay.
Actually, first thing I'd like to do is thank Council Member Capriolio and Council President Baines and the rest of the council members for honoring us here at this point in the day. As Chief Probation Officer, we have a lot of duties that we administer day in and day out. I can tell you that I take no greater pride than to be able to come before you today and talk about the wonderful things all of our crime victim advocates do here at the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. You probably didn't know that last year they served 5,200 victims of crime in the county, many of those violent crime. They helped bring in over $1 million to victims in state compensation funds through their work. I think there is no greater person in the department with more empathy, more dedication, more compassion than the folks you see here today, and I'm proud to be able to say that the work they do day in and day out is just amazing. As I've said here before, and when I go to the Board of Supervisors and I talk to them about what we do, I always say I hope and pray that none of us ever fall victim to the senselessness of violent crime. But if we ever do and we ever need the services, I'm comforted to know that these folks standing beside me are the ones that would stand beside you or me as we go through the whole grieving process, the whole court process, and the whole healing process as we work through all of the issues that you have to deal with when you've lost a loved one to a senseless, violent act. And as I said at the quilt unveiling last week, and as I say every year, after we see what happens in those and just the great level of emotion that goes on when you see the loved ones honoring their loved ones that they've lost, I always go home and hug my family and kiss them because you never know when something like that might befall you. And I'm thankful that I always have that opportunity. I know all of you would as well. I think what's important to note also is that Fresno County has always led the way in victim rights, and I know a lot of us sort of take victim rights for granted now, but there wasn't a time too long ago where victims did not have a voice in the criminal justice process. In 1976, then Chief Probation Officer James Rowland, who our Crime Victim Assistance Center is named for, developed the Victim Impact Statement that gave victims a voice in sentencing proceedings. Prior to that, they had no voice. And in some states, they probably still don't have the great input that they have in the state of California. Through his actions, in 1982, the state constitution was amended to address the issues of victims, and it's been amended since then to give them their Bill of Rights. In 1994, Fresno County was the first county in the state and in the nation to have the quilt unveiling ceremony, which I would hope many of you would want to come to next year. It just happened last week. It's such a powerful, powerful moment. So we continue to lead the way. All of these advocates here continue to lead the way. And I'm very proud to be able to stand up here today and have them recognized. So I want to thank everyone very much. Thank you.
A nice round of applause. Madam Clerk, would you be so kind as to read for us?
Whereas the citizens of Fresno continue to be confronted by violent crime, and victims of crime deserve respect, resources, restoration, rehabilitation, and justice. And whereas when any citizen in this city or throughout the state is harmed by crime, then all Americans are touched by the devastating results. And crime victims and witnesses have too often been overlooked by the criminal justice system in its effort to apprehend and prosecute the criminal offenders. And whereas the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center continues to provide greatly needed service for victims and witnesses of crime throughout the county of Fresno, including the great city of Fresno. And whereas, under guidance and direction of the Fresno County Probation Department's James Rowland Crime Victims Assistance Center, more than 5,200 crime victims were served last year. And as a result, historically, over $1 million in state compensation funds are received annually by crime victims in Fresno. And whereas, during the week of April 19th through April 25th, 2015, and throughout the year, our city joins with others throughout the nation to observe Crime Victims' Rights Week for every American. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the City Council members do hereby reaffirm our commitment to respect and endorse the crime victims' right and address their needs during National Crime Victims' Right Week and throughout the year. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby commend the James Rowland Crime Victims Assistance Center for their unwavering service and acknowledge the week of April 19th through 25th, 2015 to be Crime Victims' Right Week.
Thank you. We'd like to introduce each one of these advocates. They do such a superior job, and we only get to do this once a year, so this is their moment to shine. So if you'd please introduce each one of our advocates, that'd be great.
And this is Nancy Dominguez. She's the manager of the Crime Victim Assistance Center. And Rosalinda Acosta is right over here. She's the division director at the end who really runs the operation for us. So Nancy, I'm going to turn this over to you if you'd introduce everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. You introduced Rosalinda Acosta, and next to her we have Deborah Gorham, Tony Viella, Shirley Parvanian, who has been a long-term volunteer with our office, and we love her dearly, Isabel Bolaños, and Jeanette Miller, Yana Nebushinets, Victoria Gregorian, and Gwen Post. We have a few that had to stay back because they are, as I heard someone else say, holding down the fort, so working in court and having to cover and assist. So thank you all for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You guys want a group? We'll get a group photo. Step on in. You're welcome. We'll close our ranks, and Rick and I will get close. Thanks again for your advocacy. Really appreciate it. Thank you. You're welcome. My pleasure.
Next, we have the proclamation of Associated Students Incorporated Day of Fresno State by Councilmember Caprielio.
Thank you, Council President. Listen, one of the reasons that my district, District 4, shines is because of I call it the crown jewel of my area, which is the University of California at Fresno. We commonly call it, when I was there and graduated from Fresno State, it was Fresno State. So if I could have Abigail Hudson come up, please. And the rest of the team, would y'all like to come up? I know there's several of you here. And Dr. Lamas, our recent addition, he's from Texas. He saw the light and came to Fresno. And the other students here. We're here actually to commemorate an important event, and I want to read this so I can get it correct. Tara, how are you doing? Come over here, please. She's so shy. She's a behind-the-scenes girl that does so much for the university. But listen, Fresno State's Associated Students, Inc., they were recognized in New Orleans on a national level last month as one of the recipients for the Student Affairs Professional and Higher Education, commonly called the NASPA, 2015 Excellence Awards. And today we want to recognize their hard work and all the good things they've done for our city and my district in particular and all the area around Fresno State. These people are incredible. This partnership, not only with the university and the students, but with the people who live around Fresno State, as well as our entire city, it's amazing how the number and strength and unity that these people bring together and promote our community in such a wonderful way. I see another student, a former president, right? Come on up. Yeah. When I first took office, he was the president, and Moses Menchaca is the current president. He's in Washington, D.C. I mean, these people, there's a national group and national recognition that they work so hard, and they deserve it so much. Also, I just wanted to say a special thank you to Ashley Rocker. This individual is so vital to District 4, the university. I teasingly told Dr. Lamas that if I could, I would hire her not only for my city hall duties, but for my lawyer duties as well. She's phenomenal, and we thank you so much, and I personally want to thank you. In fact, we were meeting in the back. She's already got me lined out for about 4 more things this week that we need to do, and she's on top of it, follows through. Not a person of words, but a person of action. So I want to thank you. And Abigail, would you like to say a few words? This is the current vice president, and she will be the president, as I will be, next year. So we're going to work well together. Here you are, Abigail.
Thank you so much. What an honor to represent Fresno State in this capacity. So many different groups contributed to the great success of this program. We'd like to thank the community as well as Councilmember Capriolio for their continued support. This wouldn't be possible without all of the dedicated Fresno State students who have put their time and effort into volunteering in the community and building relationships with members of the community, especially in El Dorado Park. This is a great landmark for our journey in community revitalization, but there's still a lot of work to do. And so we appreciate the recognition from the city of Fresno, and we look forward to continuing our work in the community surrounding Fresno State.
We have a round of applause, please. It's a wonderful group. And Madam Clerk, would you do the honors, please?
Whereas the award was presented in recognition of civic learning, democratic engagement, service learning, and community service gold award, and community revitalization efforts were highlighted as a student movement promoting safety through service. And whereas the student movement started in June 19, 2011, when 3 students were non-fatally shot by community gang member after admission to a Greek house was denied. Students became outraged by the amount of violence in the community surrounding the campus and began to hold meetings, strategizing efforts to make change. And whereas NASPA is the leading association for the advancement, health, and sustainability of student affairs profession. Each year, NASPA recognizes the outstanding contribution of members who are transforming higher education through exceptional programs, innovative services, and effective administration. And whereas selection criteria was based upon positive impact on students' learning, demonstrating success in addressing students' needs and/or critical campus issues in collaborations with the academics. And whereas the university's elected student leadership, ASI, became involved in the community organizing and network with the university groups to establish ways to collaborate and address community issues. And whereas this award reflects Fresno State students' passion for their campus community, consistent hard work toward positive change, and belief that collaboration is key to social change in urban areas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the members of the Fresno City Council do hereby applaud the many outstanding achievements of Fresno State's Associated Students, Inc., and we encourage all Californians to join us in congratulating them and thanking them for their continued commitment to improving Fresno communities. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the members of the Fresno City Council do hereby declare April 30th, 2015 to be Associated Students, Inc. Day at Fresno State in the city of Fresno.
Eddie Dominguez, would you come down? You're part of this team. Come on down. He's our Greek representative, and the Greeks at Fresno State are super active in community, and I thank you for your leadership. And Abigail, I'd like to present this to you, and we'll all get together for some photo opportunities. Come on. We have so many people in this community that care so much about District 4 in our city. We're just so blessed. And another round of applause, please. We have a media room that's around the corner, and so there's coffee and treats for those that would like to participate in it.
Next, we have a proclamation in remembrance of the...
I kept your award.
Next, we have a proclamation in remembrance of
Dr.
the Armenian Genocide presented to the Armenian Genocide Centennial Fresno Committee. Councilmember Capriolio and Councilmember Soria.
Good morning. Would like to call up and recognize Sergio Laporta. He is president of the Armenian Genocide Centennial Fresno Committee. Do we have any other of your committee members that you may want to call up? Okay. So we're here this morning, and I have the pleasure, along with my council colleague, Capriolio, to recognize and acknowledge what was April 14th, which marked the 100th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide. So we're here this morning really to remember this tragedy, but also to really celebrate the contributions of the Armenian people to the city of Fresno. I was fortunate enough, along with a number of my colleagues, to attend several of the events that took place over the last week. We had the raising of the Armenian flag here in front of our city hall. We had the naming of the Armenia Street, which was very exciting, and the unveiling of the Armenian Genocide Monument at our very own Fresno State, which is first of its kind in any American university here in the United States. So very exciting. If you guys didn't get a chance to go to the unveiling, we encourage you guys to visit this monument, because like I said, it's a first of a kind. So we're here this morning really to recognize this tragedy, but also celebrate the tremendous contributions that the Armenian people have made to our community.
Thank you, Council Member. Just a couple of words. You pretty well summed it up, but I just want to let you know that I'm wearing this pin today because it's 100 years since 1.5 million people were annihilated. It's unbelievable. It's the first genocide of the 20th century, and unfortunately it's gone farther and farther, but for some reason this event is not recognized, and we're urging the federal government as well as Governor Brown and others acknowledge this and treat it with the respect that it's due. So my button here, it's a forget-me-not flower, and that with blue and purple, and that's to honor those that have passed away and those that continue to advocate for our recognition of this horrible event. So with this forget-me-not, we must never forget, and we must continue the struggle to receive the recognition that the Armenian community deserves so much. A few words.
Thank you. On behalf of the Armenian Genocide Centennial Committee of Fresno, I'd like to thank the city and the council for the recognition of this tragic event and its commemoration 100 years later. We hope that not only does this commemoration help us never forget, but that it never happens again. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Ken, would you read our proclamation, please?
Whereas every year on April 24th, we remember the victims of the Armenian Genocide and celebrate with resiliency of the Armenian people. On this day in 1915, thousands of Armenian community leaders and intellectuals were exiled from their native land and executed. Whereas following the tragic events of the Armenian Genocide, a diaspora of Armenians escaped their homeland for the east coast of the United States, eventually making their trek to west to our Central Valley and to take advantage of our many agriculture and business opportunities available to them. Whereas Fresno can trace its first Armenian roots back to the 19th century when a small group of Armenian immigrant families first settled in the region and helped create a thriving Armenian community in downtown Fresno area known as Little Armenia, eventually becoming the highest minority population in Fresno County during the first quarter of the 20th century. Whereas the cultural fabric of our city and region has made stronger by the Armenian community and their contributions, such as literary work of the great William Saroyan, the Distinguished Armenian Studies Program at Fresno State University, as well as the newly dedicated Armenian Genocide Memorial, the David of Sassoon Monument in downtown Fresno, donated by the Armenian people in 1970, the myriad of other athletic, business, political, and cultural contributions. Whereas today the Armenian community is valued and honored by the city of Fresno, and the city has made significant efforts to recognize the lasting contribution of the Armenian people with the dedication of a large-scale historical preservation project known as Old Armenian Town and the redirection of Santa Clara Street in downtown Fresno as Armenia Street. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the city of Fresno does pay homage to the Armenian community for all the many contributions to our city and does hereby recognize the 100th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide.
Next, we have a proclamation declaring April as National Autism Awareness Month. Councilmembers Soria and Capriolio.
Thank you very much. We're the executive director of the Autism Center from Fresno State. How are you? Good to see you, Tim. Autism is a seldom talked about, perhaps not recognized to the extent it should be, that affects our community and our nation. In fact, autism affects nearly 1% of the children in the United States of America. So that's about 3.5 million kids that are affected by autism. And we're so fortunate and so blessed to have the Autism Center at Fresno State in our community. They provide services for, I think right now there's at least 80 children that are participating throughout your program. So we're so fortunate to have that and to have the enthusiasm, again, of Fresno State contributing to the community and helping children that really need that kind of help. And I know there's some personal stories, and Councilmember Soria will address that.
I'm happy to be here joining Councilmember Capriolio in recognizing April as Autism Awareness Month. For me personally, this is a very personal issue because my family is actually impacted by autism. I have 3 cousins that have autism from my mom's side of the family. So the importance of being aware, having education about the issue, and also access to resources to help the children are key to ensuring that these young people are able to live as a normal life as possible. And so I'm here also just excited to be able to provide the awareness for our community and support the work that you guys do at Fresno State.
And I'd like to add a couple things. They have just joined a partnership with Valley Children's Hospital, another wonderful institution here in our community. And Tim, would you like to say a few more words?
I want to thank you guys for this awareness you're bringing. The Central Valley is facing some interesting times with respect to autism. In 2002, 1 out of every 150 children were diagnosed with autism. Right now, it's 1 out of every 68 children are diagnosed with autism, and that's 1 out of every 44 boys. And in 2011, the Central Valley was identified as an autism cluster, which means that there's significantly higher rates of autism than those national rates. And here at Fresno State, we're providing services, as you mentioned, to children with autism, as well as adults with autism, while training, the next generation of practitioners in this space. And at Fresno State, we really want to be a resource moving forward to the community. Services and access to services is really critical. And we have a strong community within the metro area, but our rural communities still need greater access to early intervention services. And awareness like this and other events in April are important because early identification of autism is necessary. We start providing services at 18 months to children with autism, and our partnership with Valley Children's hopefully will start to look at identifying children at an earlier age. And so we thank you for this honor, and we look forward to working with the community.
Thank you for all you do. And another reason why Fresno State is such a jewel in my district and our community. And Madam Clerk, would you be so kind?
Whereas the month of April is National Autism Awareness Month, and whereas National Autism Awareness Month is an excellent opportunity to provide autism awareness, educate, and draw attention to tens of thousands facing autism diagnosis each year, and whereas the Autism Center at California State University of Fresno opened July 2007 and continues to provide much-needed behavior therapy services to children 18 months to 6 years of age with a diagnosis of autism or related disability throughout the great city of Fresno. And whereas most children receiving behavior therapy services improve their skills and abilities across many domains, including language, motor skills, self-help skills, social skills, pre-academic skills, and general learning skills. And whereas under the direction of the California State University of Fresno's Autism Center, there are about 40 active clients at any given time, and as a result, more than 80 children have been served. And whereas new partnerships such as the one with the Valley Children's Hospital is being formed in order to provide service, education, and public and provide hands-on experience that prepare the next generation of healthcare leaders while improving the quality of life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council members encourage all citizens to join us in learning more about autism education and encourage more detailed research. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby commend the Autism Center at California State University of Fresno for their unwavering services and acknowledge the month of April to be National Autism Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Let's have a round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
All right. Next, we'll have the presentation of the Pride Team Certificates for the Spring Quarter 2015. Madam Clerk.
So good morning. As the clerk's getting ready, it's the Employee of the Quarter is something that probably started about 10, 15 years ago, and I am happy to say that over the last couple of years, it's taken on additional meaning, and I appreciate the increased participation and attendance, and even to the point where family members are joining us in celebrating. What is, I believe, defines the culture of this organization. And the other day, the mayor and I were meeting with a number of young students from elementary school where they asked, what is the city of Fresno? And what does the city of Fresno do, and more importantly, what do you do? And a quick response was, well, I do whatever she tells me to do. But the reality is, as we start talking about this organization, we touch the lives of this community every day. When there is an emergency, our men and women of public safety are the first ones there to respond. But in addition, when you get up in the morning and turn on the water or flush the water, we're there. When we get in our cars to come to work, we drive on the streets that our public works departments maintain. We rely on those street lights to make sure that when we come into the intersection, everyone knows what they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it. On the weekends, we go to our city parks. Our children participate in programs provided by our parks department. So while we tend to focus on things that happen here a lot, we don't take enough time, I think, during the course of the year to express our gratitude to each and every one of you who are here today, who have demonstrated that on more than one occasion you have gone above and beyond what is expected of you, and not necessarily for this organization, but I know in my heart for the community that you serve. So it is with great pride and honor today to be standing with the clerk and with the council president to take a little time to express our appreciation for making sure that when we want to brush our teeth, when we want to go to work, When there's an emergency, there's someone there to respond. And when we want to enjoy time with our family or our community, that you have taken the time out of your day to make sure that those services and those amenities are there for the rest of the community to enjoy. It defines who we are as a community, and without your support and without your work, we couldn't do that. So, thank you. Council President, any words?
I'm not exactly sure I can follow that, Bruce. That quite honestly, that may have been the most eloquent, comprehensive description of, no, really, what our organization provides to this community. And I'm at a loss. I think you covered it. We appreciate the service that all of you give this community so very much, and this is only but a token of our appreciation to you, and we get a few moments to show that today. So, Bruce, thank you for putting this organization in this city in perspective. Well, I appreciate that.
So, Yvonne, you did, so you got your...
I'm ready.
Okay.
So let's get started. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start off with the City Attorney's Office, and we would like to honor Mary Rederman Deutsch. Okay, Mary Rederman Deutsch was selected by her peers in the City Attorney's Office to receive this honor. Mary joined the office fresh out of law school in 2013. She hit the ground running and immediately demonstrated her proficiency and maturity and that of a much more seasoned attorney. Her thorough analysis and judgment has made her an asset in her role, advising on issues related to land use, zoning, entitlements, and CEQA. Mary was also assigned to serve as a counsel to the Planning Commission and has excelled at this challenge. Mary has a positive attitude, works well with others, and has readily accepted every challenge thrown her way. We are lucky to have her and are delighted to honor her as our Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. Next, going to the DARM department, we'd like to recognize Doug Ediger. Doug has been with the City of Fresno close to 20 years. He first came to the city as a temporary employee and was hired permanently in 1994. Doug's attention to detail has made him a respected plan examiner to the residential construction industry. His willingness to work with the customers he serves shows his commitment to providing a high level of customer service. Doug's willingness to take on new responsibilities has made him a valuable resource to the division and department. Join me in congratulating Doug as Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. Moving on to the Finance Department, we'd like to recognize Lily Banuels. Finance would like to take this opportunity to thank and applaud Lily for stepping into the Finance Department with a short period of time, immediately providing exceptional, never-ending, and often under-recognized contributions to the department every day. As a new employee to the city, and particularly new to finance, Lily arrived in the heat of the audit season and preparation of the city's many financial reports. She immediately worked the extra hours and weekends, learning everything she could about how to assist the staff to become an effective and valuable team player. This was in addition to tackling the traditional duties of being an executive assistant to the department director. Congratulations, Lily. Moving on to the fire department, we'd like to start out with Cheryl Carson. Cheryl has been a member of the Fresno Fire Department since November 2004. She has held the position of Management Analyst 3 since that time. From the first day she arrived, Cheryl's dedication to the department has been demonstrated on a daily basis. Her role as the budget manager has been treasured and respected asset throughout her tenure. She navigated the department's finance with creativity, fiscal responsibility, and with a passion to improve the department each year with resources identified. I am personally grateful to have had the opportunity to work with Cheryl for over 10 years. She absolutely exemplifies our department's core value. teamwork, trust, and commitment. Thank you, Cheryl.
Firefighters aren't here. So we can just read the proclamation.
I'm sorry?
Our 4 firefighters are
Yes.
either here or at Apartment Fire.
Oh, they're not here? Okay. So we had a group of 4 from the fire department that we have a lot to say about. So they are Karen Wiedemeyer, Justin Hill, Javier Pla, and Joshua Sellers. Captain Carrie Wiedemeyer has been a member of the Fresno Fire Department since November 1995. She has held the position of a firefighter and fighter specialist. She's currently a fire captain assigned to E9A. Engineer Justin Hill has been a member of the Fresno Fire Department since April 2004. He has held the position of firefighter and is currently a firefighter specialist assigned to E88. That was hard to say, E88. Okay, and then we have Engineer Javier Pla, who's been a member of the Fresno Fire Department since October 1997, and he has held the position of a firefighter and currently is a fire specialist assigned to E9A. Firefighter Joshua Sellers has been a member of the Fresno Firefighters since July 2007 and is currently assigned to E8A. These members have provided the community with the best service throughout their careers with the department. All have at some point in their careers gone above and beyond their call of duty. However, on Sunday, January 25th, 2015, while operating at an apartment fire, these firefighters provided life-saving medical attention to 3 pediatric victims of respiratory injuries secondary to smoke inhalation suffered during the apartment fire. The critical medical care provided by these recognized members saved the lives of all 3 children. Due to the interventions of these distinguished members, the children regained pulses by the time they arrived at the hospital emergency room and is expected to make a full recovery. So congratulations to those. Now we'd like to move on to Information Services Department and recognize Chris Damron. Chris is an exemplary employee. He gives 100% of himself with every task and project that is assigned to him. He goes above and beyond to make sure that the customer is up and running and satisfied with our service. During the Windows 7 project, Chris showed initiative and required very little supervision. He took on the role and greatly contributed to its success. Chris comes to City Hall with a smile and is ready to work and help wherever he is needed. Whether it means unloading or stacking boxes of PCs or staying late, he is always willing. It is a great pleasure to celebrate Chris as ISD's Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. We're going to move on to the Parks Department and begin with Sammy Ayers. Sammy can be counted on to lend an extra hand wherever needed, not only within the park custodial, but also with planned maintenance projects as well. Sammy takes the initiative to report park maintenance issues and needed repairs that he sees during his daily route to numerous parks. Sammy notifies his supervisors when children play area need fiber and will coordinate with the staff on a delivery, so he is on site to rake out the material. This ensures that the play areas are back in use quickly and are in compliance with safety codes. Sammy can also be called upon to take needed supplies to the recreation center. Sammy always has a positive attitude to help wherever needed to serve the community. He is a great team player for the Parks Division. The Parks Department congratulates Sammy for being selected Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. Also in the
Sammy,
Parks Department.
Excuse me. Sammy, we're going to get you a 49er hat, too. Don't you worry. Yeah. Go Niners, right?
Also in the Park Department, we like to recognize Chong Mua. Chong has been a service aide with the Parks Department in community service for nearly 1.5 years, and in her time with us, she has grown and she has shown a great ability to perform her duties at a stellar level. Whether in the office, classroom, or on the basketball court, Chung never ceases to shock and amaze us with her abilities. With recent layoffs in our department, Chung has taken on duties of key park staff, answering phone, directing calls, taking park reservations, and greeting guests at the main office front desk. In addition to these new duties, Chung also works with the Youth Job Preparation After School program at Fresno and McLean High Schools. Chung serves as the boots on the ground at these high schools, coordinating, marketing, recruiting, and instructing in the classroom. Her quirky personality, kind demeanor, and upbeat attitude are truly refreshing. The Parks Department thanks Chung for all of her hard work. Congratulations. Now we're going to move on over to the Personnel Services Department and recognize Stephanie Martinez. Stephanie Martinez has been employed with the city for 1 year as an executive assistant in Personnel Services Department. She has proven to be a dedicated and effective professional that supports all of the department operations. She works collaboratively with other executive assistants and staff throughout the city to efficiently facilitate progress regarding the nature of the work. We are pleased to recognize Stephanie for consistent contributions in delivery of effective customer service to the city. We also wish to especially recognize her coordination of various activities in the Risk Management Division with the absence of a manager and a senior analyst. Congratulations, Stephanie. Okay, we're going to move on to the Police Department next and begin with Vu Yang. Looks like Vu might not be here. Vu is an officer who responds immediately to problems that arise in downtown Chinatown areas and resolves the problems and complaints with desired results. Vu leads the Southwest District Watch 1 in felony and misdemeanor arrests. Officer Yang goes out each day and consistently makes an impact in the downtown area by taking criminals to jail and writes thorough reports for prosecution. Business owners in the downtown Chinatown area say that Officer Yang has considerable knowledge of the area he patrols and has made him the go-to guy for both business owners and residents. Officer Yang teaches Hmong language to culture to the youth. Officer Yang is one of Fresno PD's finest officers and is worth being Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. Next in the police department is Daniel LeBand. Officer LeBand has been assigned to the Violent Crime Impact Team since 2014. Officer Band's responsibilities include targeting violent criminals and gang members using tactics that include intelligence gathering, disruption of gang activities, enforcement, and immediate investigation of violent crime. Officer LeBand operates at the level of an experienced investigator. During one of his search warrants, 5 firearms and a large amount of narcotics packaged for sale were recovered. The case has since been adopted by the Assistant United States Attorney, and the suspect will be facing federal charges. Officer LeBand is a valuable employee to the department, and he represents the city of Fresno well. Congratulations. Next is Vicki DeLone. Vicki DeLone is assigned as the coordinator of the newly formed body-worn camera unit. She was instrumental in helping to develop the policies and the procedures for our department from scratch, which also involved the meet and confer process. Vicki has also had to put in some long hours to resolve software and hardware issues as the cameras have gone online. She's worked closely with a couple of officers who assist in this project, ensuring the program runs smoothly. She ensures that all officers assigned cameras receive training on both their operation and an in-depth review of the policies and procedures governing the use of the camera and the generated videos. There are plans to add an additional 300 cameras in order to have a camera for every uniformed officer in the department. Congratulations. Also in the police department is Terry Terry. Terry is dedicated to the mission of the Fresno Police Department and shows this on a daily basis. In November of last year, Sergeant Sherry Flores retired. Terry accepted the duties of acting sergeant during the interim. Terry has done an outstanding job of balancing her supervisory duty along with her caseload. During the months of February and early March, Sergeant Rogers suffered from an illness and was gone from the unit for 3 weeks. Terry, again, accepted the responsibility of supervising the unit and did an outstanding job. Congratulations, Detective Terry. Now we're going to move on to the Public Utilities Department, and we're going to start with Andrew Heckman. Andy began a new assignment a couple of years ago as the senior operator responsible for data collection and maintenance, and obtained his grade 5 certificate from the State Water Resource Control Board about a year and a half ago. Since then, Andy has been instrumental in the conversion of the operations database from the existing Operator 10 program to the VantagePoint software. He took on the responsibility of teaching an advanced wastewater operations course at a local junior college last spring when the instructor slated to teach the course failed to show up for the class. Andy stepped up and volunteered to teach the course. His work as an instructor promotes a greater public awareness of the work performed by everyone at the plant and also results in a larger pool of qualified applicants available for positions in the city's wastewater facilities and the regional wastewater industry in general. Congratulations. Next in Public Utilities is Vincent Sweet. Vincent was nominated Employee of the Quarter in recognition of his continued performance, positive attitude, and consistent level of professionalism since 2007. Vince demonstrates leadership and is always ready to work where needed in any capacity. Vince has a great work ethic and customer service skills that are unmatched. He works well with fellow employees and is willing to lend a hand to teach someone new as well as learn something new. We would like to say thanks to Vince and keep up the good work. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to move on to the Public Works Department next.
Come on, we can do that.
Yeah. And we'd like to start with Stephanie Moose. Stephanie is an administrative clerk in the Public Works Department. She has been in Public Works since the 1st of December, but she has definitely proven to be a great asset. Stephanie is a quick learner and offers her assistance to everyone in the department. Stephanie is a thorough professional and team player. Many times she has gone above and beyond the call of duty to help her coworkers with their tasks. Lastly, Stephanie is very energetic and has a great sense of humor. It is my pleasure to nominate Stephanie Moose for our Employee of the Spring Quarter. Congratulations. Next in the Public Works Department is Michelle Wooten. Michelle is a senior accountant auditor in Public Works Administration. With the loss of 3 employees in this section, Michelle always steps up to the plate and assists in not only keeping things going as usual for our department, she assisted in accounts payable until we were able to fill the vacancies. She made sure all the invoices were accounted for in time for the fiscal year closed and trained our new employees on the duties she had taken on for a while. She also prepared for additional duties as 2 other employees from our section parted ways. She is a great person to work alongside and is a valuable, wonderful person to have as part of the Public Works Accounting section. Congratulations. Next is Doug Rogers. Doug's park equipment mechanic lead is a great example of an employee who serves the city with excellence and pride. He can always be counted on. He can also he can always be counted on to be on the job serving the various landscape equipment used by the city crews to maintain Fresno's landscapes. His coworkers agree that he is an exceptional employee to work with, that he gets the job done every time and shares technical and professional expertise with all involved. He juggles numerous repairs and is always willing to step forward to take on additional responsibilities. In addition, Doug has been a valuable member of the Public Works team and has received several compliments due to his helpfulness and professionalism with his coworkers and other departments he interacts with on a daily basis. Congratulations, Doug. And the last person in the Public Works area is Dana Silsby. Dana has worked for the City of Fresno for over 10 years. He works in the paint and sign section of the Street Maintenance Division. He is well versed in all aspects of traffic, street signs, and pavement markings, and is a go-to guy for any work assignment. He is reliable and completes tasks assigned to him in a timely manner. No matter what the circumstance, his attitude remains positive. He works well with his coworkers and supervisors and is always willing to go the extra mile to see that the project is completed in the best possible way. Keep up the good work, Dana. And we're going to move on to the Transportation Department, facts, and start with Ray Armbruster. At the beginning of April, a female passenger who was chewing food boarded on a city bus. As she sat down, she started to choke on the food and was unable to dislodge the food from her throat and began to turn blue. Passengers told the bus driver, Ray, who performed the Heimlich maneuver, and the food was dislodged, and the passenger is doing just fine, all thanks to Ray, going above and beyond. Congratulations. Next in the Transportation Department is Caleb Bowman Williams. Caleb started with the department as an intern, where he assisted the Fleet Management Division with vehicle specification development. He did so well that he was hired permanently as a fleet operations specialist in fax maintenance. Caleb is conscientious, resourceful, and willing to put forth the effort to accomplish whatever is asked of him. He has expedited acquisition of nearly 50 vehicles and is currently shepherding the award of a multi-year contract for transit buses. In his spare time, Caleb has been working to institute some new maintenance measures, manage outside fuel sales, and help with various facility improvement contracts. Great work, Caleb. Congratulations. Next is Ramon Caraville. Ramon is a permanent lead worker in the police department shop. He stepped up to the challenge as a light equipment mechanic, LEM, lead worker. He has displayed good decision-making, organizing skills, and leadership skills. His supervisor said, "We all know when we have someone with a good attitude who can be trusted, has good attendance, and gets along with others, it makes our job easier." Ramon is that someone. This is the reason Ramon is being selected as Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. And last but not least is Dahlia Ramos. She's not here.
She is working because she said her boss is leaving, so she didn't want to be away from work.
Okay, so she is a hard worker. And just briefly about Dahlia, she's a 30-year employee with the City of Fresno, and she spent her entire career with the Department of Transportation. Dahlia has stepped up to assist the operations manager in the absence of a senior secretary while performing her daily duties. Dahlia is resourceful, trustworthy, and has excellent attendance. She is the go-to person for the department, so congratulations to her. Okay, so that concludes our ceremony for today, so congratulations to all the recipients. And out in the foyer is delicious appetizers for everyone, so we'll take a quick break, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
So I just want to take a few minutes to recognize some special guests that I have from DeWolf High School, which is in District 1. If you guys could stand up. Actually, about a week ago, I had the opportunity to go speak to, it's their leadership class, talk about civic engagement and local government. So we're excited to have you guys here this morning. Thank you for being part of and witnessing some of the special presentations that we had this morning. I promise we don't do that every single meeting. It doesn't take that long. But for the rest of the day, we will be going over various agenda items. So if you guys get the opportunity to stay and witness some of those. But thank you again for taking the time to be here this morning. The students are from throughout the city of Fresno, so not just District 1. We do have Chastity Buenaventura, Michelle Calles, Jessica Garcia, April Flores, Carlton Peterson, Desiree Reese, Dulce Silva, and Blanca Vega, and they are all from throughout the city of Fresno. So welcome, and thank you for being here.
Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple things. One is just wanted to note the passing of a famous person from our generation, and a lot of people in Fresno related to it during their college days. Wanted to announce the passing of Mr. Jack Eli, and you may not remember his name, but he was with a group called the Kingsmen, and his song was Louie Louie. So if you all remember that, he passed away earlier this week, and you'll probably be humming it the rest of the day. On tomorrow, on Friday, May 1st, is the beginning of Older Americans Month, and wanted to announce and invite an event that our district number 5, is sponsoring at the Mosqueda Community Center, and we're calling it the Senior Spring Fling. And I wanted to thank the mayor's office, the city manager's office, for their help and cooperation, and specifically the departments of Parks and Recreation that did really a great job in helping us organize the event. They're going to be providing brown bag lunches and barbecue for the senior attendees. Wanted to thank the FACS department, providing bus tokens for the seniors, many of them to get there. Public Utilities is going to have an information table. Police Department, Fresno County Library. PG&E is going to be giving out the energy efficient light bulbs. All total, we're going to have approximately 40 information tables. Starts at 9:30 to 1, and just wanted to invite folks to come out and enjoy the day, and thank the seniors for the work that they've done in making our community a better community over the years. But anyway, it's going to be the first of our annual events for seniors, and there's going to be a big raffle of a couple television sets, and just be a fun-filled day. So I just wanted to make that announcement and invite everyone. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Cabriello.
I want to keep my consistency up here.
Okay.
Oh, man. Again?
Go big or go home,
Really?
right?
It's
well,
historic.
on a serious note, I would ask that we end today's meeting in memory of Detective Valle Sandoval, Ms. Gastanian, Coach Music, and Jack Eli, if we could do that. Next, April 18th, this past week, we had the Community Service Day at Melody Park. PG&E, huge player in that situation. We had a great turnout from the community. We had a bounce house. We had the fire department there cooking hot dogs for us, planting trees, getting the proper drip system to illustrate to people how we can survive, our trees can survive with proper maintenance. So I wanted to thank PG&E, Ann Cluse, and all her volunteers, Fresno Firefighters Local 753, the Fun Board, FUN. It's a group of people that volunteer, and they review the things that we need money for in our districts and in our city, and I really appreciate their help. It was interesting. We were conducting this event and spreading bark around the playground and so forth, and I look over my shoulder, and here comes the cavalry. The Air National Guard do some drills at Melody Park, And so there's about 40 members of the military who come marching up, and they wanted to help. And so we had a lot of things to move that were really heavy. And they agreed to do that. And I think it was 22 minutes, the whole thing was done. So I was really thankful for them as well. And our Parks Department, Manuel and Sean, Eddie and Tony, you guys are the best. Also, we had some ribbon cuttings in District 4. Netafim is the world's largest manufacturer of drip irrigation. They opened up a new building, 102,000 square feet of new building to continue their operations with drip irrigation. And we still haven't figured out the number of jobs that brings to our city and to my district. We also opened the ARC. That was quite an event, well attended, and it's really a community asset that we really appreciate them being here. One more point. Tuesday morning, 8:30, I attended the Spirit of Service reception at Fresno State, and it honored those involved with community engagement. And at the end of the presentation, they added up the hours from all the students and faculty and people involved. It's hard to believe, but there was over 1 million hours of community service by these students and faculty and personnel in just 1 year. So without them, we wouldn't be as great as we are. So I wanted to thank them officially with some recognition. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. I also wanted to adjourn this meeting in memory. And I don't know if I was off the dais when, did anybody talk about Carol Gustinian? Cap, you mentioned that you would like to adjourn the meeting in her memory today. Carol was the owner of Penny Candy on Blackstone, and they've been closed since about 1999. But it was an institution, and so was Carol. Carol was someone who was never bashful or afraid to speak truth to power and call me and read me the riot act about whatever it was. And she always, I think most recently, she was at a community meeting that we did in my district, 2-3 months ago, and she was there for that. And she was a great lady, great constituent, great business person, and just a really neat person to get to know. So I would like to ask that we adjourn this meeting in her memory today, and also in memory of the Reverend Robert Paul. For those of you with southern districts that do the Bringing Broken Neighborhoods Back to Life, you do the street fair. Well, this guy was the musical director of the Real Men of Promise, the band, and they would play at all the street fairs in the inner city, praise music, and he was a man of faith and a man of music, and very, very warm person, had a hug for everyone, and he was the keyboardist in the band, and he passed away a couple weeks ago at age 52. So if we could, there's a certificate circulating for both Carol, and one's coming up for Robert. So thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Brandow.
Thank you, President. In honor of Councilman Capriolio, I'm going to have 17 items in comment this morning. But I just want to say this last Monday we had a District 2 meeting. We had 3 presentations, one on water, one on crime, and one on public works projects that are going on in District 2. We had a lot of help from the City of Fresno administration and staff. Georgianne and Tommy were both there presenting on water. The chief and Deputy Chief Farmer were there, and area or region leader Lieutenant John Papaleo was also there. From Public Works, we had Andrew and Randy Bell was there, and Vance set up the whole meeting for us. And in pitch hitting, I even had to call on Bruce, who was in the crowd, and I called him forward, and he helped us answer a couple questions. So it was great to have a lot of help answering questions for Northwest Fresno. The second thing I would like to ask is, Bruce, if you could help me out here real quick, what does the City of Fresno have planned with all the land around the wastewater treatment facility? That's a lot of land out there. Is there any... Can you give me a quick sketch on that?
Well, the land right now is currently being used, the house, the wastewater treatment facility, and I believe the rest of the surrounding property is being used as an ag. It's being leased out and being farmed by private use.
Okay. Do we have huge, it's 2,000 plus acres. Is that land that the City of Fresno is going to use for bigger projects in the future, or we don't know at this point? Or
there isn't anything immediately planned. There is, as you know, there is some discussions about potentially using part of the site for a relocation. But other than that, it's historically been used as a lot to a great extent, kind of a buffer around the plant, because again, the plant, as Tommy can attest to, has certain nuances to it that do not make citing some uses appropriate.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I'm done, Council President.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. So I wanted to ask Bruce, I know that I emailed I sent a request to Jennifer and our housing manager, Jose Trujillo, regarding a couple programs that we have, the Targeted Area Rehabilitation Program and Distressed Properties Program. It's been over a week, and so I wanted to see if we could get some information. I did request to see how much money we did allocate for each of these programs this fiscal year, how much money we've spent to date on each program, some of the accomplishments that we've had. If there are anything in my district, I would like to know if those dollars have been spent in my district, and also if we anticipate any of those funds to be left over. I believe June 30th is the last day that we can spend some of those HUD dollars. So just want to get an update as to that, and if we still have a significant amount of those dollars left, how are we planning to spend it so that we do maximize and it benefits our community? Because we know that there's a lot of distressed properties, and I know that in my neighborhood or in my district, there's a number of people that could benefit from using these dollars. So I just want to make sure that we maximize that. So if I could get some information, I would really appreciate it.
All right, those are all the council members I have punched up. I have a couple of updates for my colleagues. So council members, please just check your email. Last night, the city clerk released the proposed budget schedule that we worked out. So just want to kind of get you guys ready for budget and get us kind of going all in the same direction. We are expecting that the budget should be released sometime around May 5th, and the state of the city is June 3rd. Our budget hearings are going to start Monday, June 8th. From 8:30 to 12, and if we need to, we will return for the afternoon session from 1:30 till 3. And we will be voting on a final budget on June 19th. So just keep that in mind. I want to get that information out right now so we can be all in preparation. And really quickly, City Manager, can you give me an update on when the 2035 General Plan Implementation Committee is going to be formed?
Can I get back to you in a week or in the next couple of days?
You can. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. And finally, the last really important item I have this morning is a very special friend of ours turns 40 years old today, and his name is Clinton J. Olivier. It's his 40th birthday today, and he's spending it with us. So Esmeralda Soria and I thought it would be nice if we all sang happy birthday to Clinton. No, we're going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm the council president. We're going to do it.
How old is he?
40.
40. Can you
40.
believe it?
Old,
Dear
God.
I need to see that birth certificate.
1, 2, 3.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait.
Enjoy it while you can, because it is literally, as they say, all downhill. Because you've gone over, and now you're going on the other side of the hill.
We also need to acknowledge our councilwoman. Soria's birthday was April 23rd, and she turned.
No, this was my birthday. She can have. We'll acknowledge hers later.
Well, she turned 30 though.
All right, guys. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Clint. Happy birthday to you. All right.
And many more on Channel 4.
All right. Thanks, guys. No, we weren't going to do that. All right. All right. Now we move on to the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any changes?
Yes, there's just one change. The farmland agenda item it's moved to May the 14th. That's it.
All right, farmland mitigation workshop has been moved to May 14th. So with that, do we have a motion to approve the agenda? All right, it's been first, second, and thirded. All those in favor? All opposed? Okay, so now we move on to our consent calendar. And do we have any council members that would like to pull any items from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will take the consent calendar out to the public. If there are any members of the public that would like to have any comments on the consent calendar, now would be the time. Come to the lectern. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Do we have a second? Second. All right, it's been moved and second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Item passes 7-0. All right, we now have several timed items we're going to go. So we have our first timed item of the morning is our 10 a.m. item, the hearing to adopt the resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and level special tax. We have staff here for that.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Scott Mosier of the Public Works Department. This is a Community Facilities District hearing. Council previously took action to set the hearing for today's date. It's been duly noticed. The ballots have been received. Property is exclusively held by the developer. And we would recommend that Council approve the resolutions to allow the subdivisions to move forward. The CFD will allow for full maintenance of landscapes, streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, street lights, and so forth, which is best for the city and the community. Staff's available with any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. This is Council District 2.
Motion to approve.
All right, we have first and second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We're now moving on to our 10:15 a.m. item, hearing to consider a resolution of public use and necessity for acquisition of permanent utility easements. Staff?
Good morning, Council. Mike Carbajal, Division Manager with the Department of Public Utilities Water Division. And so this public hearing is necessary to consider a resolution of public use and necessity for acquisition of permanent utility easements and temporary construction easements for the Bryant-Kern Canal pipeline. I've got a quick presentation if you'd like to see that. So brief background. The purpose of the pipeline, it's a 5.6 mile, 60-inch diameter raw water pipeline to deliver water from the Bryant-Kern Canal to the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. The objectives are to improve delivery reliability, so that will allow us to operate the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility 12 months out of the year without interruptions from canal shutdown. It supports efforts for reduction in groundwater overdraft, so by operating the plant 12 months out of the year, that's more production with surface water and less groundwater that we have to pump. We will reduce our treatment costs in that by using the pipeline, the water will flow by gravity into the surface water treatment plant for treatment and eliminate the need to lift the water from the canal into the plant. So there's a substantial energy savings by operating the pipeline. It'll also improve the quality of water delivered to the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. The pipeline will eliminate 47 miles of open channel conveyance, and that will improve the quality of water that's delivered to the plant, so less chemicals to treat the water, as well as reduce the threat of outside contamination or malicious acts. Project milestones. The first mile of pipe was constructed in 2006 when Clovis Unified and the State Center Community College District built educational campuses in Northeast Fresno. CEQA was adopted by City Council in June of 2012, and NEPA is still underway but close to completion. Obviously, we need to secure pipeline right-of-way easements, which is what we're here to talk about today. Engineering and design is approximately 95% complete, and we intend to bid this project this summer. This map is an overview of the alignment from the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility extending out to the Frank-Kern Canal. You'll notice that the alignment follows property lines so as to reduce impacts to the property. Once the pipeline is constructed, the property owners will maintain full use of that property. On the right-hand side of the chart, you'll see a table that shows the 19 parcels for which we have to acquire either a permanent construction, temporary construction easement, or both. The parcels in green show properties that we have successfully reached agreement for those easements. The properties in orange identify properties that were that there was a resolution necessity that was approved by City Council back in October of 2014. We are still pursuing resolution to acquire those easements from those property owners. And the properties in gray are the properties that will be covered by this resolution here today. So this action must consider that the public interest and necessity require this project. The project is planned or located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. The property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project, and the offer to purchase required by Section 7267.2 of the Government Code has been made to the owner of record. So this right-of-way will consist of acquiring both permanent and temporary construction easements. The city has been in contact with property owners since early 2014, so over a year. We have kept a log of our communications with each property owner, documenting the process, memorializing conversations, meetings. This resolution does not mean that we are going to stop negotiating with property owners. The resolution that was approved back in October 2014, since then we did reach agreement with a property owner. So we fully intend to keep working with these property owners to reach agreement and acquire the right-of-way. So with that, we ask you that you approve this resolution of public use and necessity for the acquisition of permanent and temporary construction easements. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? If so, come on down to the lectern and state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, I'm on the agenda as property owner, Roderick Lichty. I'm one of the ones that this resolution is impacting. So, good morning. Thank you for hearing me.
Can we start the timer, please?
What's that?
I'm sorry. Talking to staff. Thank you.
I acknowledge the public need for the pipeline as required by the Government Code section that they're talking about, Section A. My concern is the request that the board consider the Sections B, the project is planned or located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. The law doesn't establish that least private injury is lesser to the public good. It says you got to consider both. And then Section C also talks about the property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. It's a big project. I get the need, and that's established. The first project is compatible with the greatest interest in the least private injury. I would not spend time on that it's a public good. The city, is in its proposal to me, has implied there's no private injury to my property. And I'm not here to talk about negotiations. That's not what I'm going to do. This is making a point. Because their appraisal to me says that there is no severance as damages. Eminent domain law clearly states that if you take a partial taking, then just compensation must consider the property value that is damaged to the remaining parcel. The city has said there's no damage to my remaining parcel, even though they're putting a gravel road across the backyard of my 5-acre ranchette home. If you took a neighboring property of like value, like conditions, and there's no road across the street, across its backyard, and you listed those two for sale, would you buy the one with the road across the backyard or the one without? obviously my property is sustaining damage. And the reason I bring that up is the private injury. I'm not here for negotiations. Okay? The deed that they are putting says that the city vehicles may drive across my backyard any day or night at any time. Case law says that you can use those rights. You have to consider those rights that the city has when determining legal issues. So I would have to disclose in selling my property that the city can drive across there anytime they want. I have livestock. There's 3 fences they're going to have to go through. I have animals, horses. Okay? So there is a damage. In the city of Helena, DeWolf Court said the necessity to determine this particular property at issue, not simply the entire project. For 4 years now, I've asked the city, why do you need the gravel road across my property, my particular property? I have not had one response. Okay?
Sir?
There are 2 takements.
Your time has expired.
Yes, they had more than 3 minutes, just so you know. And I was on the agenda. So I would ask you to consider the need for the roadway
I'm going to have that.
across my property.
Sure. Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public? Thank you. Come forth and state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Dale DeGote. I'm appearing on behalf of the landowner, Erlene Lesher, both individually and in her capacity as executor of the Velda Lesher estate. We've submitted written objections to the adoption of the resolution of necessity, and we're basing that on the fact that the appraisal that accompanied the offer does not meet the requirements of Government Code 7267. There was absolutely no explanation or detail or analysis on how the appraiser came up with the figures. First off, this property is located at the northeast corner of Willow and Copper. Right across the street on Willow, City of Fresno city limits. Just south of the property, sphere of influence, City of Clovis. The appraisal summary states that this is grazing land. The highest and best use was not determined by the city's appraiser. Secondly, there was a list of 6 principal transactions, but there was no analysis or explanation given as to how those principal transactions, which by the way were very old, ranging from March 2010 to 2012. So we're looking at comparables that are anywhere from 3 to 5 years old. No explanation as to how those comparables relate to the landowner's property. A number was chosen that the subsurface easements are only worth 50% of the appraised value. No basis is given for that 50%. You're talking about singers today, Mr. Quintero. Les McCann had a song compared to what? Where does the 50% come from? We don't know. And lastly, there was a figure thrown out for the value of the temporary easements, the construction easements, but no basis is given for that. Now, in fairness, your staff probably has a more detailed summary appraisal, which we've asked to see, but it hasn't been provided. So, Government Code 7267 requires some disclosure, and we haven't received it. All we're asking for, we're not objecting to the project. Your project's going to go through. We'd like a current appraisal that meets the requirements of the Government Code. Thank you. Any questions?
Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. I believe this is in Councilmember Brand's district.
Yeah, I'd like to have staff on this. This is on the proposed connection
underground pipe, right?
Yes.
From the Friant to the northeast surface water treatment plant?
That's correct. Frank Kern Canal to the northeast, existing northeast surface water treatment facility.
And this easement basically is to go to lay the pipe underneath the private property, correct?
That's correct. It'll be buried.
And then so there's going to be, I guess, a gravel road above it, or is it, how is it left like it is now?
Right. So the alignment does go across private property where there aren't currently all-weather roads, and in that it's a pipeline. It's a 60-inch diameter pipeline that will be in operation 12 months out of the year. We have to have the ability to access the entire length of that pipeline in the event that there's some maintenance work, and so even during inclement weather, we still need some path of travel to get equipment in there should we need to work on the pipeline.
Right, and from a cost point of view, to move around that current plot, the direction you're going, that would be a lot of money?
To change the alignment?
Yeah.
Right, it would be essentially starting the project over.
Okay. And there's a question, I guess, in the value of the easement. So your value was based on appraisal, or?
Right, so an appraisal is done, and a summary appraisal is provided to the property owner, and an offer is made. The property owner does have the ability, and in which case this particular property owner did obtain a second appraisal at the city's cost. And the city's offer is based, because it's an easement, because we're not taking the property, we are merely reserving an easement for the operation of the pipeline.
You're reserving access to the property, correct?
Right.
Okay.
And the project precedent, we've worked closely with Craig Hansen, the city's real estate supervisor, and really industry standard is for an easement 50% of the land value. And so that's what our offer has been across
what is that,
all 19 parcels.
What is that value we're equal to?
For which property?
No, what is the value of that easement right now that per the appraisal?
For which property are we talking about? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So is that 75,000 per acre? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And the owner, yeah, can you come up with your attorney? Are you the attorney for the owner? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I am. Correct.
Okay. So you're questioning the value of the easement, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So if they're saying it's 75,000 per acre, what is your figure?
Well, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
The city's offer, there's two parcels owned by Erling Lesher.
Mm-hmm.
One city appraisal came in at $28,000 per acre for the larger parcel, $23,000 per acre for the smaller parcel. Our appraiser appraised the property at $35,000 an acre and allocated 75% to the value of the subsurface easement.
Versus 50%.
Versus 50%. Now, after that, our appraisal was done. A local developer has offered $40,000 an acre. We're willing to. I realize this is not a negotiation here today. Although, if you gave me 5 minutes with somebody who could make a decision, I think we could make a deal.
Okay.
But my property owner feels that the appraisal we've made is very fair under the circumstances.
Okay. So is there a time sensitivity on this item?
I'm sorry.
I'm talking. I'm sorry. Is there a time sensitivity?
Yes, the time sensitivity is that we have been working on these property acquisitions for well over a year, and we intend to bid the pipeline this summer. So we intend to be out to bid in August of 2015. And so looking where we're currently at and the acquisition process, if we can't reach agreement, we need approval to move forward with eminent domain if we cannot reach agreement with the property owner. And so in this case here, they're correct in that the second property this appraisal came back at a land value of $35,000 an acre. We have accepted that. Where we differ is we have consistently offered 50% of the appraised value of the property across all of the properties that we are acquiring easements from.
Okay, so that really, that's where the disparity lies in the percentage allocation, right?
Correct.
Okay. No?
Lies with the necessity of the roadway. Right?
Okay, come up, speak. Yeah.
The roadway on my property is at the end of the pipeline, actually the beginning, right at the origination point. There's one property, 1.5 properties between me. There are no inspection ports on my property. And all of the inspection ports from my property at Armstrong by the canal all the way to Auberry Road, which is all rangeland and farmland that they talked about. The road just goes on existing farm roads and everything because they go down the property lines. All of those inspection ports can be reached from Auberry Road, driving on their roadway along the pipeline to the last or the first inspection port that's right behind my property in the rangeland. There's no reason to go across mine and my neighbor's property, they split our deal, to access any of those ports. It's a 10-minute drive from Auberry Road to there. They don't have to go through my property, call me, make me move all my animals. And all that. They've never established a need. They've never answered that question. They're looking at this as an entire project and the need of the entire project. The court clearly says you have to look at the necessity for each individual property. My property needs a pipeline. I get it. Doesn't need the road that I can tell. And they have not responded to that question. Am I talking to the representation?
Okay.
That's my concern for this hearing is the necessity of the road across my property that's at the end that they don't need a drive.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, as far as the action today, would that in any way preclude continued negotiations?
No, typically in almost every eminent domain case where the council authorizes filing a resolution of necessity and going forward, there are continued negotiations with the property owners concerning even modifications to the project and compensation.
This reminds me of the parcel by Nees and Willow that we had an extended, eventually went to, I think a little, not litigation, but a resolution. So I'm going to make the motion to go forward today, okay, for the process. But all the issues you guys raised are still out there, so those will be subject to future negotiations. So if you want to make an appointment with my office, you're welcome to, okay? So I make a motion, we go forward.
Okay, I'll second it. Councilmember Olivier.
So the motion is to go forward and continue to negotiate, but negotiate from it seems to me from the point of view that what's ours is ours and what they have is negotiable. So I just have a couple of questions that I would like to see, to have answered. I guess, and for staff, thank you. How long is this? So the construction is supposed to begin in August of 2015.
No, we will bid the project in
Bid the project in August of 2015 with construction to ideally would begin.
Would follow within 2 or 3 months.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And when we're talking about, it's Mr. Lichty, when we're talking about his property, how often or how long would construction go on? On his part of the property?
The entire, it's 4.5 miles of 60-inch diameter pipe. It's a turnout facility at the Bryant Kern Canal, and then there's headworks improvements at the surface water treatment facility. The entire duration of the project is approximately 1 year.
So there would be construction there on his property for a year?
I don't think he would see continual construction on his property over a year.
On and off. And then how often we talk about maintaining that road, that easement, and maintaining that road in case we need to do maintenance on the pipe. How often do you estimate the city of Fresno would have to go in and work on that pipe?
We don't intend to have to work on the pipe unless there was some failure to it. But we do need to, it is a large pipeline. We do need to drive it, I would say monthly, just to make sure, just do an inspection, looking at the property, make sure we don't see any leaks or something that would indicate that there's some work that needs to be done. And then there's probably some annual inspections to the interior of the pipe or that sort of thing.
So after construction is over, there won't be
it's infrequent.
a presence at all, really, just an occasional presence.
That's correct.
Okay. Is it customary to talk with other landowners? I mean, does he have a neighbor that would be more amenable to this process than he is? I mean, could we go in on somebody else's property and just eliminate him from this if we could find someone that, sure, they'll take the check and they'll let us do it?
Yeah, at this point, that would cause significant delay to the project. There were pipeline alternatives that were considered early on in the project, and that selection was made that this was the alignment that was least cost, least impact to property owners, that sort of thing. And so that decision was made, and we have moved forward since then with considerable effort in design as well as property acquisition.
Okay, so the pipe is going there, and we can't change that. But I mean, in terms of an access road to it, I think that he's mostly concerned. Am I correct that you're concerned about the road? Could you look at an...
Councilmember Olivier? If he wants to speak, have him approach the lectern so it can be on the record, his comments.
Okay, I think I get it, and I appreciate that, and I'll have you come up and kind of say a few words before I'm finished. But I guess my question is in terms of an easement to go in, and I mean, obviously, I'm just going to talk and then we'll have you come up. But obviously, that we're going to build this thing, and I guess your main beef is the maintenance and the disturbance after. Okay.
Sir, yeah, thank you. Approach the lectern.
My one beef is they can access everything they need to access. There's an easement. They're following Garfield Irrigation District. Easement goes straight across my property, the same place they're going. They're just expanding it by 30 feet or whatever it is. They can tell you. Garfield's had that easement for 50, 60 years. I don't know. It was there when I bought it.
Okay.
When they first said we're going to put a pipeline across the same easement, I said, have at it. Don't care.
Okay.
When I got my first proposal from them, I found this little word in the appraisal that said roadway, and I said, "What's roadway? What roadway?" After finally digging and asking, I never found out from them. I found out separately. They're putting a gravel road across my property that they can access any day or night, time or whatever. It's about 100 feet from my pool.
Oh wow.
Okay, it's across my view. I built this house from the ground up with my own hands. Okay, they won't talk about the gravel road. They just say it's a pipeline. I don't care about the pipeline. Put your pipeline in. Why do you need the gravel road? Case law says that you have to consider that for each individual property. And they won't consider the need for going across my property with the road. Garfield can come tomorrow and say our pipeline needs repair, and they can come in and dig up my property.
How do they get in? They just drive on. There's a dirt road?
There's no road there.
There's no road.
There's no road.
So how do they get in with their truck?
They don't. Garfield has an easement right to come repair their pipeline.
Okay.
They called me on the phone and said, our pipeline's got a problem. They have a right to tear out the fence, dig it up, repair their pipeline, and restore it. That's in the deed. That's an existing easement there. The city of Fresno could do the exact same thing. We got to come fix a pipe that's broke on your property. They have the legal right to do it with that easement. They're asking for an additional easement of a roadway so they can drive up and down and do inspections. However, my property sits at the end of the pipeline, with the exception of, goes off the corner of my neighbor next to me, actually goes more on his property also, and then across Armstrong, through one more neighbor across the street's property, and connects to the Frank Kern. So from Armstrong, which is at the front of my driveway, to the back of my property where their inspection port is, the first one, is 660 feet. They have roadway through ag land and rangeland all the way to Aubrey Road, which is a little less than 3 miles, I believe, that they can inspect all their inspection ports right up to the back of my property. Why do they need a road across my property to get to Armstrong, 660 feet, when they can go around? And the court says the necessity needs to be a real necessity, not a convenience.
Okay.
So they don't want to drive back out
Right.
their drive road once a month, he said, 15-minute drive for a city worker. Instead, they want to put a road across my property that is significantly going to damage my property values.
And, right.
The other beef that I'm not supposed to talk about is they don't say it damages my property. They're not going to give me any severance damages for that.
All right, Mr.
But
Lichty.
that's for another day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is that possible that we can just go around? I mean, it sounds to me that if he's correct and the case law says that we convenience versus necessity, could we just kind of let that go so that he can? I mean, a road 100 feet away from his pool, it'd be hard to sell the place if your wife and children are in their bikinis and bathing suits, and then there's city employees going back and forth. It might be hard to move the house one day.
So what we absolutely,
because of privacy.
Yeah. So what we absolutely have to maintain for this is just clear access. We just make sure we have a clear easement and people don't build structures, trees, people are digging around it. So we definitely absolutely have to make sure that we maintain clear access and a clear right of way, kind of like sounds like the Garfield district has. We'd be willing to work with the owner on this gravel road and those items between now and the as part of this action. We can go ahead and work on that.
I realize that there's a public benefit to having this pipeline. It's something we all voted for. It's something that we have to have. But it seems to me that this landowner is unhappy. And I mean, he also understands the importance of the public situation. But my sympathy is really with him, especially when it comes to the issue of privacy. And that he built this home with his own hands. And if there's a difference between necessity and convenience, it seems to me that we can have staff drive around for purposes of inspecting and or repairing. So, I mean, go ahead, Councilmember Brand.
What about a landscape mitigation?
And those are the things I wanted to talk to him about after the meeting. I mean, there may be some things like that we could do to just kind of clearly buffer it from that type of visual impact that we might have on it. We just need to all be cautious that we've already negotiated arrangements with other folks to acquire property that are going across their backyards, front yards, side yards. And so there is a precedent we've established in terms of market value we're willing to pay for this. And that's kind of where we are with this is we have a value we've established based on a process we've gone through, and it's set with the other property owners there. And it just with the stewardship of public funds, those are the numbers we've kind of set on. And the cost we've established for doing this, we're at the point now where we're not saying their numbers are incorrect. We're just saying their numbers are inconsistent with what we've been able to negotiate with others. And this process we'd ask you to do would be to just get a third party to say, hey, here's their numbers, here's our numbers, what do you think the numbers should be? And if a judge or a jury told us to pay more, we would pay more. We're just not in a position right now to just make those appropriations right now.
Yeah, just one final comment. I guess there's two ways to do it. One is to try to, through landscaping mitigation or whatever, to minimize it. The second thing would be to value the cost of the easement with a variable being that the proximity to the home, the inconvenience might elevate the value compared to if you were half mile away. That would be taken in consideration.
And we'll definitely have those continuing discussions. Again, we've established some market price for these temporary and permanent easements already with other. There's 19 total properties. I think about 12 of them have already signed, been paid, or in the process of being paid. We just want to be careful that we don't upset that process that's kind of already been established.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I would ask the maker of the motion if we could have another week or two to let staff try and work it out. It seems to me that there are two issues here.
You know, Council, I'm going to stop this. I'm going to commit to you. We will continue this for a couple of weeks, and I will commit to the representatives that I will have Mr. Escueda participate in the next series of rounds of discussions. I think there's more to the story other than just a road, but I don't know, and because of that, and I think we all can rely on Mr. Escueda. And Tommy, if you need me to participate or you need my input, I'd be happy to lend myself to that. So I would just ask that the staff will just continue this if it's fine with the council.
And City Manager, I thank you, and Mr. Skada, I thank you very much, and Councilmember Brand. We just came through a situation in the 7th District where a Walmart neighborhood market went in at the side of the old Cedar Lanes. And the people who live with their backyards up against the Walmart, the construction times and the times when the machinery could be operated were very strictly regulated. And so when I hear that, okay, well, we're not talking about those same kinds of things, and it's good for us but not good for them, it means so much to me that you're willing to look at this in a new light, and then we'll have them take a look, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any other council members punched up. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Did you pull it? Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
Let me modify the motion.
Yeah,
Make a motion to continue to the 14th.
Okay. All right.
Second.
Okay.
Well, I second. So I'll second your motion. So we have a motion to continue the item till May 14th. City Attorney, do we have to time that because this one was timed?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we'll time it again at 10 a.m. Can I do that? Okay. Councilmember Brander, you're in agreement with that? We'll time it. Your motion will reflect that it's timed at 10 a.m. and I'll second that. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We'll be back on the 14th. Thank you. Moving right along, we're going to go to our 10:30 a.m. We have a workshop, drought management planning and status report, Department of Public Utilities.
Good morning. Still, I had to look at the clock. Good morning, Council. While Tommy's setting up the PowerPoint, I just will do the introduction. As you will recall, Trey Memo went out to you on April 8th about the governor's executive order of April 1st, which was unprecedented action in California of drought, of increased enforcement and regulation because of the drought. So at that time of the Trey Memo on the 8th, we committed to coming back in a workshop format to update you, and we do plan on doing this fairly regularly as this works through the process because not all of the regulations are final and have been adopted. But we wanted to update you as to the status today and let you know what we are thinking and on how we are planning to implement the governor's executive order. I just want to say up front, nothing is in, the only thing that's in final is the governor's executive order and what the state board has ordered. How we'll implement is not necessarily in final. We've got a lot of new ideas that we're going to throw out today and wanted to put on the table. We'll be going through and doing a number of stakeholder workshops, stakeholder meetings with different impacted sectors so we can make sure that they are aware of what's going on. I know I have found out that just because the governor issues an executive order, a lot of people don't really pay attention to that. So in conversations that I've had with some of the development community, they were not aware of how the governor's order would affect them. So we're going to continue to take time over the coming weeks to sit down with them. We went ahead and invited a bunch of folks today just to listen to this presentation, but I want to assure you that we will continue to meet with the most affected stakeholders to include them in the process. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tommy.
Tommy, before you proceed, I wanted to say thank you so much for giving us the PowerPoint well in advance of today's meeting. I hope that's a continuous trend, and thank you, and it really helps us understand what we're doing right now. So, but kudos to you. Thank you very much.
I'm going to thank Georgianne because she was pushing us
to
get it done and get it
really
done and get it in.
That.
So she worked as hard to get it out.
Councilmember Caprioli, was that your comment?
All right. Thank you very much, Council President and City Council. I do want to reiterate with Georgianne that this thing that we're undertaking is fluid, dynamic, changing. Every day there's an article in the paper about the governor wanting to do or propose or suggest. The rule isn't final, so what we're here today to talk to you about is the latest and greatest as we know it as of Tuesday, when the mayor was up in Sacramento meeting with the governor and all of the other large city mayors about what's the intent, the objectives, the goals of trying to do this. The rule will come out next the 5th or the 6th of next week, and at that time we'll have some definition, but there will be a lot of subject to interpretation as we are finding out. So we'll talk to you a little bit about the governor's executive order, city's kind of compliance plan. There are a lot of ways to do it. This is a way, it's not the way, so as Georgianne indicated, we will be spending a lot of time with the community and having a discussion about, how do we implement this here in the city of Fresno. Talk a little bit about our current water use patterns, some of the critical items in the governor's executive order. Want to start talking a little bit about stage 3. We're currently in stage 2 of our water shortage response plan, so there may be a need if this continues for another year, another couple of years, that we have to look at stage 3, so I want to talk a little bit about that. And then what our proposed drought management plan is. Again, it's not the way, it's a way, and no decisions have been made at all. We're moving forward. So the executive order had 31 items in it. It's looking for 25% reduction throughout the state. There's a few items there that are most critical to us. City shall reduce its per capita consumption by 28%. This number has been moving around for the last about 15, 16 months. How we measure it month over month, 3 months period over 3 month period, year over year. So expect that this number will continue to change in terms of the period that they're looking at, but the 28s and the 25s are probably what we need to be targeted on. There's an item in there about prohibiting irrigation on ornamental turf on public street medians. We'll talk a little bit about that, where we've identified those exist in the city. There's a prohibition against landscaping irrigation for newly constructed homes and buildings unless there's a drip system or a micro spray system. We've got some ideas on that. And again, as Georgianne indicated, we'll be looking to talk with the community about any ideas they might have and how we can accommodate that. State has a water efficient landscape ordinance that they've developed. It's good timing for us because we're currently in our development code update, so we'll have to incorporate that. And again, this final rule that the state has been working on, and you've got to imagine it's a pretty big effort. They got direction from the governor on April 1st, and in 45 days, or excuse me, about 35 days, they got to come up with a rule that applies statewide to get water reductions in. So they've been scrambling and turning it down to us, and then once they have that rule out, we'll then have to figure out, well, how are we going to implement it here in the city? And if there's 400 agencies in the state that deal with this, I'm sure we'll see 400 different interpretations of how that can get done. So a little bit about the numbers that they reported for the city of Fresno. This is what they posted on April 17th. It was a Saturday and a Sunday they posted this. They looked at June through February 2013, 2014, and we report this data to them all the time. Every month we report data to the state. We reported 36.6 billion gallons. It's a B, billion gallons we used in that period. The next year that they looked at, we used 30.5 billion gallons, and so we had a 6 billion gallon reduction. If you look year over year, it's about a 17% reduction. If you look at that 6 billion, of the several hundred agencies that the state reported data on, that is the number 2 water savings number in the state of California. So the citizens of Fresno have a lot to be proud of. They really stepped up. I do want to credit the administration for, thinking about moving to the stage 2 last year in that August time frame, because that really is helped us get to that 6 billion number. But it's a very proud moment for the city. The only person above, or the only agency above us, was East Bay Mud, but they have million customers, and we've got 500,000 people here, so it was very impressive what we did. You can see that number there, 150.7. There's 2 numbers the state's looking at, and they kind of go back and forth, but we got to kind of keep them straight in our mind. There's total water production in the city. Everybody, all uses, all classes, how much they use, and that's the 36 billion and the 30 billion. And then they're also looking at this number called residential gallon per capita per day. So that's just the number of gallons of water we use just for the residential and multifamily households in the city. So that's the other number they're looking at, and that's how they're kind of establishing their scorecard on who has to do 8%, 12%, all the way up to 36%. In that rule that they issued on the 17th, it says those agencies that have a residential gallon per capita per day consumption between 130 and 169, we have to reduce our total water use by 28%, and they're using that we have to get that by February of 2016. So that's where we are at 28% for that number, and it's based on our residential per capita number. So how did they calculate that residential per capita number? Just the data we've got. Our multifamily units, calendar year 2013, used 7 billion gallons. Single family was 24 billion. Total was 31.8. Divide that by the population, you get 171 gallons per capita per day. Next year, calendar year, 6 billion, 21.8 billion, 28 billion, 515,000. We had more people. We were down to the 152. So that's how we make that math. It's just the residential numbers divided by the population. So here's what we have to look forward to this summer. There's really an emphasis on the summer demands in this rule that the state has put out. Our 2013 total production in the month of July, just 1 month, was 5.6. You can see August 5.5 and September 4.7. So based on how we operate our system today, July is the hot and heavy month. Now you go to 2014, and you see we reduced 500 million gallons, almost 1 billion gallons, and another 650 gallons if you look at 2013 versus 2014. So year over year, the citizens of Fresno stepped up, did a great job. We had a 7% reduction, 16% reduction, 13% reduction. So we have done the thing. We are trending in the right way. We are doing the right things. Now you have to look at that 28% goal and what we have to do. And so in July, August, and September, we got to shave another 1 billion gallons. And that makes sense because last year we didn't have the stage 2 in effect. Stage 2 didn't come into effect till August. So August we only have to do 600 million. In September we have to do 700 million. So that stage 2 really kind of helped us get ahead of the curve and reduce what we have to come up with. So let's talk about what we're thinking about doing, a plan to get to the 28% or the 25%, the two numbers that the state's rolling out there. We really want to get after the education and outreach, television, radio, print TV, on outdoor watering schedule. I'll show you some data later just about how outdoor watering is occurring in the city right now, and if we can get after that, I think we can really make a dent toward the 28%. We want to look at going to an enforcement of outdoor watering restrictions based on our meter data. We have hourly meter data, and so there's a signature that gets kind of associated with irrigation. I'll kind of show you a slide that helps us identify that. And then we will mail information to the residents if we've identified that pattern that'll assess the $45 fines for noncompliance. So basically watering on your wrong day. We will look at implementing the mandatory prohibitions. The state right now has got watering turf on the medians and new construction irrigation systems. So those are two things that we'll have to factor in. Exactly how we're going to do that is part of the engagement we'll have with the community on how we want to do that. We're going to expand and promote our water conservation rebates. That's consistent with what Councilmember Capriolio and Lee Brand did as part of their Water Conservation Act. So that was something that they talked about in September. Timing is right. We're ready at the point now to get that out there and help get the water use down on a per unit basis. One of the things we're also looking at is considering prohibiting the use of hydrants for water for construction. One of the things, if you look at item number 3 there, we're asking the community that, hey, we're not going to be able to put water on green stuff to keep things alive. And on number 5, we have an opportunity there. We would be allowing construction trucks to put water on dirt, and so we're just trying to balance those two things. That it's okay to put it on the dirt, but I'm not going to let you put it on green stuff that you've invested and paid for. So we're evaluating whether that might be an option to help get some reductions in water use. And we would send them to the wastewater plant, and we would make it free. We would just, hey, come out to the wastewater plant, we can fill your truck up for free. Thinking about reducing the operating pressure in the system, 5 PSI. So basically what that does is just when you turn the tap, if you're getting 2 gallons a minute out of the tap, we'll drop the pressure by 5 PSI. In that same period, you might get 1.5 gallons per minute. So you just get less water in that time when you turn on that, when you open the valve. So that's one thing we're currently looking at. We've also had great discussions with the public school systems. They are large water users in our community, and so we've initiated discussion with them. So I'll share a little bit about what we've talked about with those folks. And then we're talking about modifying our water bill notification again. Councilmember Capriolio came up with an idea, and Councilman Brand came up with an idea on how to modify the water bill. And we've got another idea on how to modify the water bill with a notification. So we'll share a little bit of that with you. So let's look about how we use water. So this curve it's 3 years, January, February, March. You can see we had 3 years of water. In the city of Fresno, we need about 1.9 billion gallons of water in January and February to kind of run our lives and how we do things, our businesses, schools, industries, about 1 billion gallons. And then once we get into March through December, we start throwing water on the outdoor stuff. And in the city of Fresno, that's about 19 billion gallons. About 46% of all the water used in the city of Fresno goes to stuff outside. And so that's one of the things. If you want to know, well, where's the water going? It's going outside. And so that's where, if we're going to do something, we need to kind of work on getting the outdoor irrigation system calibrated a little bit with the new regulations. So here's some data we were also looking at. So we can also look with this hourly meter data. We can look, well, what does our water use pattern look like? This is Monday through Sunday. And this is just January and February. And the reason I picked January and February is because I had 3 solid months, 3 years of data. And in January and February, you're only allowed to water on Sunday or Monday. It's 1 day a week watering during that time. And you can only water on Saturdays and Sundays. And if you look at the chart, Saturdays and Sundays happen to be our lowest watering days. And then you look at Monday is a higher day, Thursday is a higher day, Friday is a higher day. So we've got to kind of ideally we would like to see that switched where Saturday and Sunday would have been the highest water use days because that's the days we allow water. And then Monday through Friday we'd have a little bit depressed water demand on those days. And so that's why we've kind of highlighted that for everyone. So here's what a residential irrigation pattern looks like. This is a single-family resident hourly data, March 30th to April 14th. This is an odd-numbered address, so this individual gets to irrigate on Tuesdays and Saturdays. And you can see the small little dots on the bottom there. That's just the day. That's the washing machine. That's the shower. That's the dishwasher. That's the things that you do kind of normal in your day. And then you can see those big pulses there. Tuesday the 31st, we're at the 500-gallon. Saturday was 1,300 gallon. That Tuesday the 7th, a little higher. Saturday, this person forgot the water, it looks like. And then Tuesday, it looks like they hit it once in the morning, and then they hit it once in the afternoon. And so that's what the pattern looks like. We have the data where we can see that for everyone's individual house, and we can search for that data. So that's what the pattern looks like on somebody who's Tuesday, Saturday, and they've got an irrigation pattern associated with them. So we want to look at how we've been doing on our enforcement activity in this particular effort. And so we looked at the last 3 years of data on our enforcement action. And we have some people we find and some people we just notice to see if we can get their attention. As you can see in 2012, we had about 13,000 notifications, some with fines, some without. 2013 went down to 10,000. 2014 we went up because we went to stage 2. But the other thing you'll notice is that our $45 went down. And the reason we did that was because for almost a generation, the citizens of Fresno were trained around 3 days a week. For 3 days a week, you could water your lawn. And then in August 1st, we said, we're going to go to 2 days. And so we pushed back. We relaxed a little bit on fining people for watering on the wrong day just because it was such a new thing for the city and people had just been trained a certain way. Still, so these were mostly the recurring incidences where we had to go back multiple times. You can see on 2015 how we're trending, 692 and 22. Again, we're really focusing on the education stuff. We really want to give people the opportunity to kind of make their adjustments to their irrigation timers. How we've done it in the past is the water conservation staff will go out into the community based on a phone call or email they'll get. Hey, at this address, I think this person's not following the rules. We'll dispatch somebody out there. They'll make a visual observation, and then that's how they'll do it. So it's a very labor-intensive process to generate that kind of enforcement activity. And so we're talking about maybe making an adjustment, taking advantage of the $75 million we spent putting water meters in, hourly water meters in. Here's what we looked at. So how are people currently doing on the days they're supposed to water? And so here's the data. We checked on 3 days. March 5th was a Thursday, March 6th was a Thursday, and March 9th was a Tuesday. It was a Monday. And we looked for those irrigation signatures that we kind of showed you before. We can search this database. It's got 1 billion bits of data in it. We can run through and do a query just on single-family residential. So on the Monday, Thursday, and Friday, we saw 31,000 irrigation events, 26, 28. So those pulses that you see are 300 gallons an hour above. Those came across about 16,000 accounts, 13,000 accounts, 15,000 accounts. There's a number of accounts that had that signature pattern. Some of them had multiple in a day. And then that's how much water use we associated with those accounts. So it was basically about 20 million gallons on average a day, that if we got folks to get on the right day, that's 20 million gallons of water we don't have to pump to the system, and we could save for ourselves. Of those account numbers, we had about 2,800 that were watering every day, and so those people we notified and gave them not a fine notification. It was just a friendly reminder saying, "Hey, looked at the data. Maybe we think you might need to either have a leak, or you might have a irrigation timer you might want to look at getting adjusted." And as a result of that, we got what we wanted, which was we got people to give us 2 calls. We're getting 2 kinds of calls and emails right now as a result of sending out notifications on this data. One question we're getting is, "Hey, can you send me the data? I'd like to see that data you're using." So we send people the data. They see it. I'm like, "Well, I didn't know you had hourly data. Is there any chance you could give me access to that data?" And says, "As a matter of fact, we're working on that. We're trying to get with the Fab 5 and our 6th graders, we're trying to get a program where they can push that data to the web and on their phone, and people can see it." So we had the meeting with the kids, and so that's one request we're going to say, yes, we definitely want to do that, and we're looking to do that. The second request we're getting is, "Hey, can you send somebody out to my house to check my irrigation clock? Because I'm not sure how to program it, and I really would get some help on programming it." So right now we are 2 weeks out with appointments to visit people, and we're working Monday through, the only day we're not working is Sunday. So we're working Monday through Saturday, getting out to people's houses to help them adjust their clocks or check for leaks, and it's free, as we've carefully pointed out all the other time. It's free, and it was all prompted by us being able to give them the information that, hey, you might want to check this. So that's going well. So here's what we're thinking about. A proposed enforcement action approach is we really want to just query these databases on Monday, Thursday, and Friday, and see if we can see anybody who has that signature on a Monday, Thursday, and Friday, days we're not supposed to be watering. We'll look at 14 consecutive days, and if we the one individual called me and wanted me to look at their data, you could see it was 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock. So it's a very structured time when those irrigation systems kick on. So we'll be looking for that pattern. We'll look at 300 gallons per hour on Monday, Thursdays, and Fridays. And if we see it in consecutive weeks, we'll think it's suggested with a timer. And then again, we'll send another notification out to individuals saying, "Hey, got your data, we saw it." And going forward as an enforcement action, we would send a notice. And I won't read the whole thing, but this is basically the notice we would propose to send to them. Saw the pattern. The days are only odd, you're supposed to do this. Even, you're supposed to do this. The data indicates you're operating outside that, and we're going to assess your account a $45 fine. Again, it's an idea. We're not doing it yet. It's just the idea. Clovis is doing a similar thing. Clovis, the way they're going to do it is they're going to look at your, I don't know exactly, they bill every 2 months, and the way Clovis is going to do it, they're going to look at your, say, July water bill, and if in the July water bill you don't reduce your water consumption by 36% from the 2013 water bill, you'll be assessed a fine. So theirs is more just gross water, don't care when you use it, and ours is more about Monday, don't want your water on Monday. Thursday, don't want your water on Thursday. Friday, don't want your water on Friday. So Clovis is going to do a similar thing using their meter data, but they're going to look at the whole bill, and if you don't get 36% reduction, you'll get tagged. So the other thing that's out there is the irrigation prohibition for turf on public medians. That's one of the ones the governor's put out there. So right now we've identified, and I want to thank Scott Mosier and his team for helping put this data together. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see we've got these, so certainly Van Ness Boulevard, Van Ness Avenue, Huntington Boulevard. We've got some ones up in the Woodward Park area. Those are the kinds of street medians that the governor says can't put water on the turf if there's turf on those street medians. So about 46 accounts are assigned to Public Works. 16 accounts are associated with the Pinedale Water District, and 7 accounts are homeowners associations. So in this instance, we have some homeowner associations that are the private, do the maintenance on it, and they pay the water bill for it. And so we've invited, I hope some of them came today. We indicated that the governor's saying this is something that has to get done. We're still trying to figure out how we would implement it, but the intent is that there will be a lot, the governor's intent is that there will be a lot of public street medians with grass that will be brown or dead, and that basically get no water. And we got to figure out a plan on how we want to do that. But that's kind of the inventory of what we're looking at right now. Prohibition for new construction, unless you have, if you have new construction coming in and it doesn't have a drip or spray, you're not going to be able to get any water to put on whatever irrigation, whatever landscaping you were asked to put in. So right now, DARM is working us. So I want to thank Jennifer Clark for helping us kind of think through something. Again, this is not final. This is just an idea we've got. And again, I'm going to keep repeating, Georgianne. You know, we got a series of meetings with stakeholders that we want to get together on and kind of talk through how we make this happen. They're already talking to applicants about looking at different landscape options, the drought tolerant stuff. They're talking with the individuals about landscape requirements, maybe phasing and bonding, and just kind of moving them outside of possible the drought requirements. Deferral of the agreements on a case-by-case basis, and looking at modifying their submittal requirements to change the detailed landscape equipment so they can change landscape equipment. What we're trying to do is figure out, not get people in a place where, on the one hand, the government told them, I need you to put in landscape, and it needs to be this way, and it needs to be this, and then on the backside say, and you can't have water for it. So we're trying to catch those people that we can get to them before they make those investments so we can help them, guide them, so they don't have those stranded assets after. Same thing on the model efficient landscape ordinance. So this is currently going on, but it's part of the development code process. So again, sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. I think we got lucky here that it just so happens that we're going through our development code. So this will be part of that process that the development code is going through, and it'll get factored in. And again, stakeholder involvement on this. How do we implement this and make this happen and get it codified in the city based on the governor's request? Turf replacement. So this is one that governor's really pushing hard for. I can tell you that LA Power and Water says the governor wants 50 million square feet of turf replaced as part of this drought initiative. LA Power and Water's already got 50 million square feet that they replaced, but doesn't count. So they got to kind of be part of adding more to that. So we've never had a program. We're proposing that we have a program. We just need to start modest on it right now, and so we're looking at 50 cents a square foot, up to 500 square feet for somebody to change out their landscaping. Again, it's a proposal, and it's just really a matter of funding and making those dollars go as far as we can. But to have something that we can point to when the state asks us, "So what are you doing on this item?" We can point to, well, here's how we're approaching that particular requirement. Talk a little bit about our rebate program. I think Councilmember Capriolio and Councilmember Brand have been asking about some of the data we've got. And so you can see from 2009 to 2015, here's how we've distributed the money out in the community. Last year, pretty lean year, 70,000. This year, we're up a little bit already. That's just year to date. But there's been some years where we were spending a little heavier than others. But the time has come now for us to really focus on marketing and promoting this and letting people know that this is available and that this is out there. And again, we want to reiterate, this is not ratepayer money. This is not money we've taken as part of your water bill on the commodity charge and the base charge. This is non-ratepayer money that we use to fund this program. So here's how it's another question we had received in previous meetings was, well, how do those dollars get distributed throughout the different districts? And so by district and by county island, you can see how we've done the toilet rebates, 2009 to 2015, and the washer rebates are the two that we brought out. And so I'm going to look at the winner there. So on the toilet rebates, District 6, 22% of all the devices we did went there. And on washer rebates, District 6, big winner. Lots of toilets and washers going to District 6. So, so our plan now is to continue to market this, use this data to tell us that where we need to maybe adjust our marketing so we get a little more even and better distribution of the rebates out in the community. And so this is what we are currently proposing right now is water conservation rebates. The ones that we're proposing to add are going to be the recirculating hot water pump. That was an interesting one. That one came up on a phone call we had with on KMJ. Somebody brought it up, and we're like, "Hey, that sounds like a good idea. Let's try that one." We're doing the swimming pool covers, and we've got the lawn. We're calling it lawn to garden conversion, but we're just trying to get off the lawn into something else that's not as water heavy. We are still continuing to do the landscape consultations, the leak surveys, irrigation timer control, and the irrigation audit. So those are all still things we're offering for free. And with the postcard that we sent out there, but again, we're 2 weeks out with appointments that we're doing for that particular activity.
Hey, Tommy.
So yes?
Let me just ask about how much longer on the presentation?
Yeah, let me see here.
I have a few council members that want to ask questions. We're approaching the noon hour, so...
I'm just going to do the school system and then the notification. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to manage the time.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, 5, maybe.
Yeah, I have 3 council members that also want to ask a series of questions. So.
Okay.
All right.
So just checking in on the school district. Yeah, I'll check in on the school districts. Met with 2 of them, meeting with Fresno Unified tomorrow. They're all committed to helping us meet the reduction goal, so that's been very positive. All of them have kind of switched to Bermuda species, so they're not on the high water intense fescues. They're working to identify their functional turfs versus their non-functional turfs. They're going to prioritize their water on the functional turfs. They have dedicated staff resources. This happened as a result of last year that are looking for leaks every day and looking for irrigation head broken systems. So they're spending a lot of time and money looking at that. And they're looking to install the advanced technologies for irrigation control based on weather and moisture. And then they're going to start reviewing their water consumption closely on a monthly basis. So we're going to help them look at their reports and look at their reduction numbers. Finally, on the current water bill notification, again, thanks to Councilmember Capriolio and Brand, we added this note there. Fresno's monthly household was $79.20, and your use was $74.50, so you can kind of see how you can compare. What we're proposing to do is add another note, and that note would be related to Stage 3. Stage 3 would be a notification of what your allocation would be if we had to go to Stage 3, and in this case, 8,000 gallons was identified. And it would give you a note for May 15th, where were you relative to your water allocation if you were in a Tier 3 situation, if we got to a Tier 3 situation. Talk a little bit about the Stage 3, and then we're done. We have 3 stages in our water shortage response plan. We're currently in 2. It's intended to get 25%. We're confident we can do that with Stage 2. Stage 3 is severe, 35%. We need to look at that just in case it just forgets to stop raining. It's just we don't get there. The triggering events for this, first thing we look at is our total water available, surface water available. We've met that trigger. 174 is the long-term average. 79.5 is what we're currently averaging. Look at what the water available from FID. 119 is the long-term average. We're at 24, so that meet that criteria. And then the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, 54.9 is the long-term average. 0 is where we currently are. So we met those 3 triggers. We haven't met the final trigger there using the 30 key wells. Those seem to, again, it talks about 5-foot loss or more than 10. We lost 4 feet in 2014. We're currently trending at 2 feet for this year. So we haven't got to that trigger. We're not at Stage 3 just yet because we're consistent with the governor's order, so we're kind of holding that, watching for these other factors. We're confident that the Stage 2 measures can get us to the reduction we need. One additional recommendation we would make would be that if we had complete loss of surface water, we get 0 from USBR and we burn through all our FID water, that might be another trigger we could think about. We'd look at implementing Stage 3 in 2 phases. Phase 1 would just be a year-round 1 day. Right now we're 2 days in the summer. The other option would be to go to this water allocation methodology where everybody would know this is how much water you get per month, and if you go over, you will be in violation. Done. Sorry.
Okay, this is kind of how we're going to do this. We're into the hour. We're not going to be going out to the public. So there's a workshop, questions only. We're going to go ahead and go through this. Tommy won't be here after we get returned from our noon break. So you all are free to ask your questions, but we are not going to push our 1:30 start time back at all. We will be back here at 1:30. So I just want to have you guys be aware of that. So, Councilmember Brandow, you're up.
gosh. So so we're going
Tommy's not going to be here after 1.
He's not going to be here.
Right.
He won't. Okay.
Right. So we need to be able to ask him his questions now.
All right. Cool. I guess I'm going to ask my questions then. Okay. A couple of things, Tommy. Last night I had mentioned a couple nights ago you were in District 2. You helped me with a town hall, and one of the presentations was about water, and yet you were kind of limited because you didn't want to explain everything prior to today's council meeting. I remember
and there was a governor meeting on Tuesday that still might have turned things upside down. So
right, I remember you telling me that. What's the amount of savings that Sacramento is demanding from the city of Fresno and the rest of the state? What was that percentage again?
So 25% is what the governor wants to see across the state. And then depending upon how you use water now, everybody has different stages. So City of Fresno is at 28%. They're going to expect to see from us. San Francisco is like 8%.
28%. And at our council meeting, you had mentioned that we're giving credit for 17%.
Right. If you look at the math that the state's published out there based on the usage for that period 2013 to 2015, we've got 17% that we've already achieved. That 6 billion gallons is what we've already been credited with saving.
Georgianne, did you want to say something?
Really quick, one of the things we said was the State Water Board is going to adopt the final numbers at their May meeting. One of the things that they are considering is whether there's going to be an allowance for climate. Right now, the numbers like our 28% target, Clovis's 36% target, statewide climate is not a factor. So there has been a lot of pushback, of course, from the hotter, drier parts of the state that there should be, those in a hotter area should have a lower number. The state board, they're going to make the final decision on whether or not they're going to allow that. I'm hearing that they're not going to have an allowance for climate, but that is yet to be determined and will be determined the first week of May.
What date was that, Georgianne?
May 5th to 6th.
They're going to make that decision next week.
That's next week. Unless they continue it again, which I doubt it, but the state board is due to adopt the final numbers next week.
Okay. All right, thank you. And also wanted to say thank you, Tommy, for putting so much time in water, and with Georgianne stepping up. I think Georgianne spends more time now at water meetings than she does with the mayor. So we appreciate you. Yeah, don't tell her that. But thanks for keeping up on water, both of you. Tommy, one of the things that I've been really concerned of is about trees, and I've mentioned it a couple times in council comments at Woodward Park. I can literally see the trees. They're different now than they were 3 months ago. I mean, it's that obvious. And then at our council town hall the other night, District 2's meeting, there's a group of trees along Herndon that are not being watered now. And so I guess we're being told that we cannot use potable or drinking water for trees and medians and so forth. Is that correct?
Just the turf on the median. So we can still come up with a game plan for trees.
Okay.
And that's what we got to come up with, a game plan for how to do trees.
Okay, but we need to almost expedite that, because I think a lot of us, and I just heard a program on KMJ about 2 weeks ago, a lot of us, we're very aware that we're in a drought, and a lot of us are willing to even sacrifice our lawns. Councilwoman Soria just told me that she's going to let her lawn go. But we don't want to sacrifice our trees, especially some of these trees in our parks and so forth that are decades old. So I'm going to be I'll be looking for solutions for those trees. Let's see. Does the water savings that Fresno's getting credit for include the savings that we initially had about 3 years ago once we installed water meters across the city of Fresno?
Unfortunately, no. Everybody, and that's been the universal argument from all of the large utilities is, hey, I started in 1990, I started in 95, and they're like, this is a drought, 2013 is the baseline, everything starts on 2013 is the baseline. But as Georgianne indicated, maybe we'll see something different on next Thursday or Friday, but right now it's 2013 is the baseline.
Okay. Because what was the savings, average savings, once we installed water meters, we saw our water usage drop because people essentially became aware for the first time how much water they were using, and we saw a significant drop in water consumption.
Right. So we went from like 165,000 acre feet down to, I think it was like 150. So it was about a 20% savings that we saw just as a result of the water meter implementation.
Okay. But we're not going to get any credit for that.
Not going to get any credit for that.
Okay, that doesn't seem right, but I guess.
And that's a consistent argument. So what you're suggesting and commenting about is what every utility in the state is saying the same thing. Hey, I'm not getting credit. So it's a common sentiment.
Okay. I would like to add, because I know he's probably watching, is one of my residents that watches all the time on cable, is the recirculation hot water pump idea, which comes from John Peters. He was in that meeting the other night. I didn't call upon him, but he was there, that you heard about on KMJ. So District 2 residents are pitching in and trying to come up with solutions. I love it. Okay, the 50 cents per square foot refund for people that change their landscaping, that is from state funds?
No. Right now, that's just part of our. We did the Water Conservation Act last year, so we allocated $250,000 this year, $250,000 next year. It's going to come out of that funds. The governor has directed the Department of Water Resources to take the lead on implementing a program, and that's where we're going to try and see. Hey, when you take the lead, do you bring money when you take the lead, or are you just taking the lead and not bringing any money? So our mission right now is to make sure we're standing in line at the head of the line to get money that might get released from the state for that.
Okay, you know what? That does it for all my questions. Thanks, Tommy. Thanks, Georgianne.
Councilmember Brand.
I'll be brief. First of all, I want to thank you and Mark Sandriff and others that you've got the website up to date now and all the water incentives that Paul and I had put last fall. And you talked about it, just to reinforce it. We need outreach, because that was done 6 months ago with all the fanfare on the water rate debate. And yet I see letters of the editors, people call me, how do I get rebates? That we do have rebates, so we need to do a better job.
Yeah, I agree.
Of that communication. The other thing I noted in your report is that on the actual number of people using these rebates, we thought we didn't have enough money, but it's obvious that a lot of people aren't using the rebates. And we talked about, looking at state grants to even increase that, because, on the turf conversion of 50 cents per square foot, that's only $250. I can tell you my lawn alone, the front lawn alone, was like $7,000. So we can find ways to increase those amounts, particularly through state grants. That'll be good. On the current stage 2, there's a prohibition on like bluegrass, those type of fescue type lawns right now.
Jennifer? Yes, I'm being told yes.
Okay. If we go into, now I saw this stage 1, 2, 3. Is there 4 stages or 3 stages?
4 stages,
Four
yes.
Stages, okay. And that we're not, maybe if we had another drought year like this next year, would be by next July be in stage 3, or how?
So again, I'm going to give a lot of credit to the administration for getting the community to go to stage 2 on August 1st of last year, and a lot of people were questioning it, and here we are this time with money in the bank with the state stuff, and so we have to anticipate. In the meetings I was at with the governor, it was pretty clear he anticipates that this drought is going to last through his administration. Okay. And so we have to be thinking that way as well. So we may do a stage 3 just so we can stay ahead of the curve like we are this year, and not get caught like some other utilities where they didn't do anything and now they got these 30% reductions they've got to achieve in a year.
And the main change in stage 2 to 3, as I understand, is stage 3 goes from 2 days a week to 1 day a week?
1 day a week. It'll be year-round, 1 day a week.
Year-round. So we have 1 day a week now in the winter months, 2 days spring, summer, fall. So that would be pretty, very impacting. And then does stage 3 trigger any kind of building moratorium?
No, not in our current water shortage response plan, but it does trigger a water rationing. It does have a water rationing feature.
And I know we come up, I believe, in next week or the following week with the City Council of Clovis, so we should make sure that our water shortage plan is consistent with theirs, because if we're in stage 2 and they're in stage 3, I think it works better that we coordinate our deals. And I know they have a surface water treatment plant that has put them in much better condition than we are. Anyway, thanks for all the great work that you guys are doing. And I think this. So, one final question: we can be, the way we're going right now, in compliance with the state requirement by next year, the 28%.
That's true. I'm confident that if we get the water 2 days a week,
right,
when you're supposed to, stage 2, we can get to the 25, 28, depending on the governor does the math. But we have to start thinking about now is that it doesn't rain next year, and he's going to say 28's not enough. It's another number, or he pushes the date out to another year, and so we got to start chasing a new number. So that's kind of where our minds are at right now. Is that we're confident that stage 2 got a great community. They're doing the right things. We can get to the 25, 28. It's if he jacks up the number or he pushes the dates out, and we got to get more water. That's where our mind is right now, preparing for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Tommy, for the great presentation. I have a couple questions. One regarding the notices that you talked about that are going out. Are those being sent out in multiple languages, Spanish, Hmong?
Yes.
Okay.
Spanish and Hmong, yes.
Perfect. Also, regarding just the I guess, access to some of this information in other languages. I was just on our website in regards to our rebate program. So we do translate it through the Google translation. There's a function that will translate our website into Spanish, but a lot of these applications for rebates are all English. I would suggest that the city really work on translating some of these applications to make it much more accessible to the community that are non-English speakers in our
Brilliant, thank you.
So if we do some of that, and I'm happy also to help with some of the outreach. I think it's excellent that we've seen an increase. I know that other districts have done a lot better job in terms of either getting the word out, or some of these people are much more informed. So I will commit, at least to my constituents, to continue highlighting some of these programs through social media and in my community meetings so that people do get the benefit of these rebates. So thank you for that. I want to echo also my concerns on trees. We know that trees are very important for our air quality here, and especially in the valley, because we do suffer for some of the worst air. So we would encourage that we really think hard about how we are going to continue to maintain our trees and not discourage from future planting of trees, because they're very, very needed for air quality purposes. The other thing that I just wanted to highlight, appreciate looking at the rebate program for drought-tolerant landscaping, echo some of the concerns that my council colleague here mentioned. I would highly encourage the City of Fresno administration looking at how our landscape in the front of the City Hall, so we should be taking the lead and being an example for our community. So we should be thinking about how we're going to transform, the front of City Hall to be more drought-tolerant. That way we lead by example. So just those comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you. I wanted to join in with my colleague Brand's comments and thank you very much for all you've done with us and for the city and your staff. Really appreciate that, and for getting this to me and others early. It's great reading. It's very well prepared. I encourage all departments to do the same thing. Second thing is on the water conservation rebate activity. I'd like to issue a challenge to districts 3, 5, and 7. To pick it up. You're not even in double digits, folks. So please encourage rebate activity in your district so we can achieve the goals that have been set forth for us. Third and final point, in reviewing the development code, I think we need to mandate for all future situations that the plants and landscape be drought tolerant. The era of lush green is gone. And this is only going to get worse. Our population is going to keep expanding. Our community will keep growing. Infill projects, all that's going to need to address this issue. So I would encourage our people with the development code to mandate no options. Drought tolerant, drought resistant. Thank you.
All right. Those are all the council members that go right ahead, Georgia.
Very quickly, I just want to leave you with our latest slogan that you will start seeing playing out. It is, "Don't frown on Brown." Well, the mayor was in a meeting with the governor on Tuesday, and she thought it would be a very witty thing to say, "Hey, governor, just want to let you know our new slogan is don't frown on Brown." And she thought she'd get a chuckle. He didn't think it was very funny. But we are, of course, referring to Brown Lawns, not Governor Brown. But you will start seeing stuff running, any day now. Don't frown on Brown. If your lawn is a little brown, you're doing great. Focus your water on your trees and shrubs on your yard instead.
All right.
Thank you, Council.
Thanks a lot. Okay, folks, those are all the comments we have. So we're going to be back here promptly at 1:30 to continue the day. Thank you. Issuance of revenue funding bonds by California Statewide Community Development Authority. Staff?
Good afternoon, council members. Mike Lima, City Controller. Before you this afternoon is a resolution approving the issuance by the California Statewide Communities Authority of no more than $70 million of tax-exempt bonds. The authority will use the proceeds from this issue to refund bonds that were used to pay for construction and renovation work at the terraces at San Joaquin Gardens, located at 5555 North Fresno Street. Under the Tax and Equity Financial Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, the governing body of the entity where the facilities that gain benefit from the bond issue are located must hold a hearing to receive public testimony and approve the issuance of the refunding bonds. This hearing was noticed in the Fresno Bee, and to date, our office has not received any testimony either for or against this item. Payment of the bonds would be the sole responsibility of the authority from their revenue streams, and I must emphasize that the city would have no obligation or liability associated with this facility or these bonds. Staff recommends the council conduct the required TEFRA hearing and at its conclusion adopt the resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the California Statewide Communities Development Authority. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak to this item? If so, come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Barbara Bolt. I'm the local director of finance for San Joaquin Gardens, and we've invested over $100 million in our facility recently here, and we would very much appreciate your support for this issue today to refinance. It seems like good stewardship to seek a lower fixed rate of interest. So thank you. Didn't realize that someone was speaking on our behalf. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. What is the pleasure of the council? I'll entertain a motion. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent. All right. Now we will move to our general administration items. So the first one up is 2A, approval of items related to the renewal of the Downtown Fresno Property and Business Improvement District. Aaron?
Good afternoon. Let me apologize up front for it looks like my text didn't translate from my computer to this one, so hopefully it's clear. Okay. Again, I'm Aaron Blair. I'm President and CEO for the Downtown Fresno Partnership, and I'm here on behalf of our chairman, Tom Richards, and our board of directors and the private property owners located within Downtown Fresno Business Improvement District. Did you give me that clicker? I'm sorry. We are here. I'm here to represent our private property owners that are encouraging the council to approve the attached resolution of intention to renew the Downtown Fresno Property-Based Improvement District, known as the PBID, and set a public hearing for June 18, 2015 at 1:30. And also to authorize the city manager to execute the attached assessment ballot on behalf of the city in support of the Downtown Fresno PBID. It is important to mention that there's no fiscal impact for this action today. I have a short presentation. I'll be very brief in case you have any questions. for me. PBIDs, just a quick background. PBIDs are a very common redevelopment tool that are used in cities now, especially since the removal of the redevelopment authorities in California. It's really limited the abilities for cities to redevelop in a manner that they're used to. So the private sector has really stepped to the plate in establishment of PBIDs in cities throughout California. I mean, we have them in San Jose, we have them in Stockton, Sacramento, Long Beach, Visalia has one locally too, and when we look at smaller cities. But it is a method that the private sector has taken control of redevelopment and really placed their dollars to help spur redevelopment. And our current PBID is from 2010 to 2015, so we are going through this year, and I'm just going to give you a quick background of kind of some of the things that we've accomplished over that time period. Obviously, you know, we are aimed at improving overall vitality for downtown Fresno, increasing property values, business recruitment, creating positive perceptions. And most of you know a lot of the events that we put on, the ice rink, Yellow Umbrella Tours, the Christmas Parade, Market on Kern. Those are just some of the events that we put on. There's obviously a million other events that go on downtown that we partner with other third parties. Our impact can really be seen throughout downtown. We have day and nighttime security patrol. We do landscape maintenance in downtown. We sweep and pressure wash sidewalks and alleys. We pick up litter and leaves, remove graffiti tags. We assist property owners with maintenance. We subsidize parking for downtown businesses' employees to help our businesses downtown. And just some pictures so you can see it in a visual. Obviously, we have Council President Baines at the Christmas Parade, looking great. There's a Santa hat for us, and then even the bike patrol. So these are all things that we do not only to bring people downtown, whether it's parade or events, but also by sponsoring the bike patrol in downtown and providing them the resources that they need. Again, ribbon cutting, so obviously we're very pro-business. We work with business owners. We work with the property owners to get tenants to fill their spaces. Again, late maintenance of landscaping and events. And then I Believe campaign that we put together. Here's some of just a quick visual so you can see the type of impact that we really have had. And really 60 new businesses during that time. That's a pretty good recruitment of businesses, to have 60 new businesses in downtown. And this is just within our small boundary. That's not the whole triangle. We only operate in a smaller boundary in downtown. You can see the impact that we're having. We've reported over 3,500 things to the city in terms of reports of concern or maintenance issues. And we alone have corrected at least that many. You can see 2,000 pieces of graffiti have been removed. I could go on and on about our impact. And this is one of the great figures. This is, when you see this, this is how you can judge what's the success of downtown. When you see public sector investment versus private sector investment. In early stages of redevelopment, usually what you see is the public sector is out investing the private sector. That's pretty normal in early stages of redevelopment, especially when you have a city that is very low in terms of activity in downtown. But what we've seen over the last 4.5 years now is that shift is happening. And that shift means we're at the pivotal point in downtown where you start to see the private sector is taking hold of what's going on in downtown. So you can see the difference of what we've seen. And the great thing about that, the public sector investment, it shows $12 million. The bulk, if not most of that, was the City View project from the Fresno Housing Authority. So you can see the private sector truly is leading the way. And I posted a quote there that came from one of the letters we received from a local developer who's investing in downtown. And he was saying that, organizations like ours and the PBID that really supports the private sector is providing with enough confidence to continue to invest in downtown. So what is our impact as to the city of Fresno? City of Fresno participates in our PBID. So what is it? What are you seeing for that investment? Again, during budget cuts in the early years of the PBID, we actually stepped in and helped. So you can see what we've done. We've purchased the cell services and bikes for the bike police downtown. We manage and issue permits for all the vendor carts and all the events on the Fulton Mall on behalf of the city's park department. All the vendor cart income that we bring in for that program, we return that back to the city. So we operate the program at our own cost. We took over the Christmas parade. If you remember that during budget cuts, the Christmas parade was going to be cut. We took over the Christmas parade. You can see it. It's a $12,000 investment for us, but it brings 50,000 people into downtown. We provided funding for Fulton Mall project. You can see that amount, and our ambassadors serve as the eyes and ears for the police. We report, document, and remove general maintenance issues. And you can see that small picture of that's our clean team ambassador, Lee. So what's it boil down to for dollars? So this is just looking at our investment. This does not include the partners that we bring in, such as Univision, the Cinco de Mayo Festival, and other agencies like Catacomb Party and things like it. This is just what we've invested. So obviously we increase the revenues to the city in form of tax increments. So the more success we have, the more investments we have. As you can see, $24 million worth of private sector investment. That's increasing tax increment and tax receipts and user fees. So for us, you can see those are the first 4 years. Obviously we're into 2015 now, so that those figures are still pending. And then you see our clean and safe ambassadors. This is our maintenance team. This is who's keeping downtown clean. This is who's removing graffiti. This is who's helping support the services of the city or filling the gap where the city doesn't have the budget to be able to do such. So that gives you a quick update and see how much investment we are actually returning back to the city. So although you participate in the P-bid, you can see over and above we return back. So what does it look like going forward? Well, obviously we're here for renewal. So for the next 7 years, what does that look like? Without a redevelopment agency within California and within Fresno anymore, we have to shift our approach to downtown development. We're going to focus on initiatives, business data, programming that brings new businesses, investment in the core. Obviously, the next couple years with the Fulton Mall construction project, it's a critical time for us to really be aggressive, restore as many facades as we can in downtown. One thing that people are passionate about is seeing the rebirth of the buildings that they remember when they were a child. And we will be dedicated to doing such. We're investing in our downtown businesses. We're investing in our downtown restaurants to provide them funds to make over their restaurant. Again, we're investing back into our private sector businesses and properties. We also launched a business plan competition called Create Here. So our goal is to create new businesses and then create more investment in downtown. And one significant result of this shift that we're doing is we're going to be more than just an advocate for downtown. Our goal is to be the driving force behind economic development. Then I've got a couple quick slides just to show you visually, again, this type of impact we're having. This is our clean team member. His name's Lee. He's doing an amazing job. His focus right now is the alleys on either side of the Fulton Mall corridor. So this is one of the alleys. You can see the before and after that he's doing to keep this clean. And it is speaking volumes to our businesses and property owners. And the citizens that come down. We've been, most of these posts that we post on social media are spread out that they get the most comments that we ever have. And then keeping our gateways clean. I mean, we know that the city has budget concerns that doesn't allow them to do some of these things on a regular basis, so we're willing to step up and help. And again, I think this is one of the most liked pictures that we've had recently, and it just shows the community, the support and the partnership that we have with the city. So really, I posted this picture here just to say thank you for coming. That was a great moment. We're honored to partner with the Grizzlies. We're honored that you guys were there to be part of that, and it was just a fun time. And we're thankful for that, and thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Aaron. We will now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? If you do, come forward. Step to the lectern, and you'll please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Bob Gerfield. I'm a property owner on the Fulton Mall in Mariposa. I want to make a message first. Please approve the resolution of intent to renew the P-bid and authorize the city manager to execute the assessment ballot on behalf of the city. Now let me just make a personal statement. I've owned 3 buildings on the northeast corner of Fulton and Mariposa for over 30 years. Payless Shoes is on the corner if you visualize that. Along with my favorite sculpture down there, which is the Washerwoman by Renoir. I don't know how we were lucky enough to get it, but don't let her go. Next door to it, going north on Fulton, is the historic Crest Building, a 3-story building of which the first floor is a Bluebird women's clothing store, and next to that is another discount clothing store at 1130. And then turning the corner on Mariposa towards the courthouse, there are 4 restaurants, including a Downtown Donuts and a very popular Mexican restaurant, La Cocina de Mama. If any of you have tried it, I think you'll enjoy the ambiance as well as the food. And next to them, we have 2 new Asian restaurants, which are coming in next month. So what we've created downtown is a mini food court. And these 2 new restaurants are coming from other parts of Fresno and other entrepreneurs. So we're not just shifting seats around the table, but we're trying to bring in new blood and new ideas. Now, I was one of the original PBID charter signers about 6 years ago. And what appealed to me most about the PBID was the vision of what downtown could become. We're still a long way from there, but I think we're on the road, and I really hope that Aaron and his crew and the rest of us can all pitch in and get closer to that over the near future. As you know, I live in Los Angeles, but I've been coming up here several days a month, and I've made a lot of friends here. I like the people of Fresno, and sometimes the people in Los Angeles scratch their heads, why is he going up to Fresno again? He must like it. And that's true. And they may not believe that that's in their purview of where the world is centered, but it is in mine, and I really enjoy working up here, and I'd like to see these projects realized. And here are some of the benefits that PBID has accomplished that I've seen from my point of view and the point of view of some of my tenants. The first has been the security. And the PBID has taken over private security that SAVAC and I started about a little over a year ago.
Okay, your time has expired.
Oh. Well, I'll give you a written statement, and you can
okay.
You can put that in the record. But I'd be happy to talk to all of you as you have questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to make any public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. We have Councilmember Soria.
I just wanted to make statements in support of the PBID. I see the great benefits from talking to Aaron and also having received a number of letters in support of what the PBID has done in the downtown area. I just want to also say that there's been conversations about doing something very similarly in the tower, which is neighboring to the downtown. So I hope that in the near future we're able to support something similar to continue to help the economic and business development that does already exist in the tower. So I will be supporting this item today.
Councilmember Quintero.
Aaron, I didn't recognize you for wearing a tie, so I'm not used to seeing you with a tie on, but I wanted to thank you for meeting with me and going over the PBID and, of course, going over the years that it was first approved by the council. I think I was probably one of the ones that didn't support it, but I've seen the changes, and it's, looking forward to seeing what other good things are going to happen. And if the Council President Baines makes a motion, I'd be happy to second it for him. So thank you very much for the meeting. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Councilmember Brandow.
Cool. Aaron, great presentation. I would like to add, I was there at opening night, and many of the fans, I believe most of the fans...
Don't believe what he's about to say right now. I already know where he's going.
Most of the fans felt that I threw the only strike, and I just want to get that on the record. However, it's really funny. When I became a councilman about 2.5 years ago, I heard a couple of negative things about PBID. And so I was really unsure where I sat with PBID. And I think because I heard those stories early on, I thought that, man, maybe they're not being successful or as they want to be or something like that. But I'd like to add that in recent weeks, as this subject has come before council and it was being put on our agenda, I've heard overwhelmingly from a lot of people that appreciate PBID and some of the things that you've accomplished. And in all reality, I haven't heard anything to the opposite. So I'm going to be supportive of this today. So thank you.
Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Brand.
I want to also chime in. I went to the event a couple of weeks ago. Did a great job. The mayor did a really good presentation on all the progress. I mean, I went back to 2009 when I started here, and there's been a tremendous improvement on what's downtown. And back in, I think it was 2009, we approved the original PBID, and I voted for it. I was kind of skeptical, but other than a few comments here and there, I mean, it's been pretty overwhelming that you're doing a good job. It's moving along. It's in the right direction. So, again, thank you for your work, and I'll be supporting this today, too. Thank you.
Well, no other council members, I'll make the final comments, and I think that we have overwhelming support for the PBID. Obviously, it's in my district, and I'm very supportive. I did take the initial vote in 2000. No, I didn't take the initial vote in 2009, right after I came on, but it's the first time I've had to vote to support this, and I'm happy to. I see a lot of the work that's going on down there. There's a lot of momentum in downtown, so I think that this encourages that momentum. So I'd be happy to make a motion to approve this item today. All right. We had a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you. We now have our 145 item, the hearing to consider plan amendment application number A-14-005. If we can have staff come forward and make the presentation.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the Council. Sophia Pagalatis with the Development and Resource Management Department. And what you have before you this afternoon is a plan amendment, rezone, and related environmental finding on the northwest corner of Nees and Bond Avenues. Yes, we have new technology here today. Let's see if we can do this. The project site is before you on a vicinity map. It is 5 acres. And you can see by the aerial photo that it's a 5-acre portion of about a 34-acre site that is surrounded on 3 sides by residential development and by commercial development on the south of Nees. We've got the red star is a city fire station. The blue is a post office. And the 2 developments to the west of that are shopping centers with supermarkets. The plan amendment before you today would redesignate 5 acres of 4.6 acres of commercial recreation to community commercial land use. And the panhandle there is 0.3 acres of office commercial that would go to community commercial land use. Accompanying the land use changes would be an amendment to the Woodward Park Community Plan policy, which limited commercial development on 2 intersections in this area to 25 total acres on 3 corners. This project would require that limit of 25 acres on 3 corners would be bumped up to 30 acres on 3 corners. That policy only applied to 2 intersections in the plan area. This intersection and Cedar and Nees Cedar and Nees is already developed, so essentially it just applies here. The rezone corresponds to the plan amendment designation, so we'd be rezoning 4.6 acres from the CR, commercial recreation, to the C1, which is neighborhood shopping. The Panhandle portion would be rezoned from CP, which is administrative and professional office, to C1, which is neighborhood shopping. And the reason for the configuration of this plan amendment and rezone is to square up the land use with the property lines. There are conditions of zoning on the property, both existing and 2 new ones that we'd like to propose. The existing conditions of zoning relate to neighborhood outreach, flood control requirements, director approval of commercial recreation uses, athletic club regulations, because at one time an athletic club was proposed on this site, larger setbacks along Nees Avenue, and use restrictions. The proposed conditions of zoning are that a pedestrian walkway be added that would connect Niles to Nees in a future phase to add a little bit more pedestrian walkability, and also a condition of zoning requiring public notice at such time as a First Avenue access is proposed. No First Avenue access is proposed with these applications. This slide just shows that the plan amendment and rezone were sought in order to facilitate the development of an AM/PM mini-mart and gas station on the about a third of the subject site. And that's just to show you approximately where that is located. An environmental assessment was prepared for these applications and resulted in a mitigated negative declaration. The project-specific mitigation measures include lighting requirements to shield the lighting from adjacent residential, of course, our water-efficient landscaping, permits for underground storage tanks, flood control requirements, conditions of zoning for the pedestrian walkways, and traffic requirements, which I'll go into in a minute. I did just want to stop and explain a little bit more about the traffic. A traffic impact study was prepared for the proposed plan amendment. The proposed uses do generate a few more trips than the existing general plan. However, the TIS confirmed that the surrounding streets are able to accommodate the increased traffic at a level of service D, which is acceptable according to our general plan. And traffic conditions include Nees Avenue frontage improvements, dedication of dual left turns at First and Nees, and signal modifications at Bond and Nees. Staff found that this project overall was consistent with general plan policies of infill, complete neighborhoods, and multimodal connectivity. And the picture shows along Nees Avenue where the sidewalk is missing, and of course those frontage improvements would be installed with sidewalk, curb gutter, street trees, etc. There was ample public notice for this project. I will just mention that the District 6 Committee recommended approval on October 8th of last year. The Planning Commission recommended approval on April 1st by a 4-1 vote with 2 members absent or abstaining. And the project and the hearing today was noticed on April 17th to property owners within 500 feet and posted according to our requirements. We did receive input from residents. You saw the correspondence that was presented to the Planning Commission. There were 2 letters in support, 2 in opposition. And you did receive a supplemental with another letter of opposition for this item from one of the authors that authored the Planning Commission, one of those letters. The main concerns are traffic on Nees and First and cut-through traffic, the amount of gas stations and markets in the area, and crime and nuisance. And I'll just speak to each of those briefly before I move on. Traffic on Nees and First, essentially our TIS looked at that, determined that we have adequate level of service, and that no further requirements were needed beyond those that I previously mentioned. Cut-through traffic was expressed as a problem, but the traffic impact study did not indicate that there would be a high likelihood that this would occur. The concern about gas stations and markets in the area it is true that there are gas stations and markets in the area. However, we leave those decisions to the market to decide. Of course, ensuring that whatever is proposed is consistent with zoning. And then crime and nuisance. An AM/PM mini market is proposed at this site, but police department conditions would be applied, and those require video surveillance, education of all employees, anti-loitering practices, etc. And we did check with the Alcohol Beverage Control Department, who confirmed that there is not overconcentration of alcohol permits in this area. And by the way, the AM/PM is seeking a Type 20 beer and wine license. So that brings us to our staff recommendation today, which is to adopt the environmental finding of the mitigated negative declaration, to adopt the resolution for the plan amendment as previously described, and that includes the text amendment to the Woodward Park Community Plan, and finally, because I couldn't fit it all on one slide, to adopt your ordinance bill with the accompanying conditions of zoning as previously stated. The applicant is here, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? And come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Council President and members of the council, my name is Gary Janetta. Address is 1119 S Street, and I'm the project engineer for the Nakata family. The proposed land use change is for 5 acres of land designated for office commercial and recreational commercial to community commercial. It's recommended for approval by the District 6 Plan Implementation Committee and by the Planning Commission. We are in agreement with all the conditions of approval and request your approval of the project. Thank you.
My apologies. I actually had a card here for Tom McLaughlin. If you're here. Come on down, sir. My apologies. I should have called you first. I'm sorry for that. And you just state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Members of the council, my name is Tom McLaughlin, 824 East Omaha, Fresno. This is kind of an unusual position for me to be in because normally I'm proposing projects to various agencies and bodies. But in this instance, and specifically because of traffic, my wife and I are both opposed to this project. We live at what is basically the intersection of Omaha and Fifth Street. So our access is either off of Nice through Niles or, First Street and or off of Nice. One of the problems that I see with this particular application is that it's piecemeal. So we have one application for an AM/PM, but if you looked at the map that was presented by staff, there was significant acreage that was not proposed for anything today, even though it's zoned. So while there may be a small incremental increase in traffic today based on the AM/PM, when you add the rest of that traffic, one, you're going to be dealing with all the congestion at First and Nice, the post office and all of the fast foods and that sort of thing. But my concern is the cut through our neighborhood. We have a quiet neighborhood. It's not impacted today, but tomorrow people are going to be trying to find shortcuts. It's just the nature of humans. So what I'm asking, and it was in a letter, is that as a condition of approval, a baseline study be conducted on Omaha and Fifth Street, and after traffic increases at a certain point, which will generally be because of cut-through, that speed bumps and be installed. So that's one of the requests today. At Planning Commission, I also asked that if there was a change in the hours proposed, that the neighborhood have the opportunity to respond to that. So I'm opposed to the project basically because of traffic. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else from the public? Come on down, sir. State your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Council members, my name is Manjeet Singh. I am from 76 gas station. We hardly surviving now. It's going to hit us hard. So I opposing gas station over there. Thank you very much.
Do we have anyone else from the public that would like to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. I believe this is Councilmember Brand's district.
It's my day today, huh?
It's your day.
I've met with the owners and the representatives on this project. This land has been vacant for years. And that's the problem sometimes. It stays vacant that long as people get used to it, and eventually it develops. And actually, this is considered infill, non-quarter infill, believe it or not. Mr. Gianetta? Yeah, we've talked about, I've seen the plans. The plans are very well done. They're almost meticulous in terms of their design and aesthetics. The one gentleman who's had the issue about the traffic, you want to respond to that? On this?
I think what there is a traffic study that was done by a consultant, and also your staff, traffic engineers, looked at the issue of traffic, and there's adequate capacity that was determined for this project. And if you notice, one of the conditions of approval is to do some modifications to the Bond traffic signal and to widen Nice Avenue for dual left turn pockets, which we agree to do.
Okay, and that's a condition. They're paying for that too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And City Attorney, do we even do speed bumps anymore?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Do we do speed bumps anymore in Fresno?
I think as a matter of policy, we're not doing speed bumps.
Okay, okay. Well, with all due respect, I think I've looked at this. I think that it's, and I know the other gentleman has his competition. This is an ARCO station, is that correct? So it gives consumers another choice in the area. I think there's a Chevron, there's a Shell, and I know as far as the concentration of alcohol, it couldn't be 1/10 what's in Oliver's district. So, so I'll make a motion that we approve this item.
All right, it's been properly moved in second. I do have a question or two, actually. And I'm not exactly sure who to pose this to, but, sir, Mr. McLaughlin, would you come down really quick? I'm curious about the study that you want done. You want a baseline study done because you are concerned that cut-through traffic is going to increase in your neighborhood?
That's correct. And
now, are we talking about a residential neighborhood?
Yes, it is it's a residential neighborhood that basically surrounds the commercial property. It's not a large neighborhood, but it's quite quiet. And yes, the property has been vacant for quite some time. But again, I believe that traffic will find its way through the neighborhood just in general. I mean, I can give you an example. If you're trying to go westbound on Nice Avenue in the morning and you want to go northbound on First Street and you're going through 2 or 3 sessions at a stoplight at both Bond and First Street, you're going to think about cutting north on Fifth Street and coming back out on First Street. So you're avoiding basically all that congestion. So,
thank you. I'm glad you pointed that out. Staff, can I ask a question really quickly? Thank you, sir. Sophia, just really quickly, it is the request of a baseline study through that neighborhood. Is that something that we did or did not do?
That, as I understand the request, and I'm going to need help from our traffic folks here. Over there, good. I may need help. To me, that sounds like doing traffic counts on some of the local streets today, and then seeing how that traffic would increase in the future, if I hear Mr. McLaughlin's suggestion correctly. And as far as doing that in the traffic study, I would need to rely on our traffic staff.
Do we have anyone here that can answer that question?
Good afternoon. I'm Jill Gormley, Public Works Traffic Engineering.
The traffic study didn't look at the traffic through the neighborhood. They looked at traffic at the intersections adjacent to and around.
So we in fact did not determine a baseline of what the traffic count is going through the neighborhood right now.
We did not look at the roadways that he is referencing. It would be a little bit more involved than just doing traffic counts, because we'd have to determine if that traffic is indeed cutting through the neighborhood or if they're actual neighborhood residents.
Right. But I think that's why he's asking for a baseline. You probably could. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, the interesting thing is most of you know I'm pretty sensitive to neighborhoods and kind of the land use decisions that we make that impact neighborhoods, and I actually think that Mr. McLaughlin, who's a resident there, is really not an unreasonable thought or request in this sense. And the idea that in the future, potentially, it could cause more traffic going to that neighborhood could in fact be true. And we didn't necessarily account for that in our study. So I probably have some problems with that. I know overall the project's probably very good, but I don't know, and I don't want to. I think it would require probably too much of an involved study to do that. So I don't think I can support this item today. Because of that, I think that's a very fair request that the resident is asking, and I think we should, as we contemplate these decisions, we should be looking at that and seeing how they're going to impact the neighborhood surrounding it. And we didn't do that this time. I don't want to hold up the project, but I just won't be supportive because of that today. So I think you have a motion and a second, and we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor? All opposed? No. All right, item passes 6-1. Thank you. We will now move on to our item 2B. If we can have staff. Actions pertaining to the sewer rehabilitation at the Manchester Center from State Route 41 to Garland Avenue.
Good afternoon, council members, council president. Kevin Norgard from the Department of Public Utilities Wastewater Management Division. The action items that we're here for today are in regards to the Manchester Center sewer that we're going to rehabilitate. It's basically the sewer that runs from 41 down Shields to Blackstone and then north in Blackstone right along the Manchester Center. This was brought to our attention in late in 2014 that they want to develop that corner, and after development it's going to be difficult to maintain that sewer, so we went and videoed it and found it to be in need of repair, so we figured we would repair it before the development takes place so that after development we wouldn't cause any problems. So the first action item that we have is to approve the categorical exemptions pursuant to CEQA. The second is to approve the AAR to appropriate the money for the rehabilitation, and the third is to award a construction contract to Michaels Corporation of Salem, Oregon. We did coordinate with the FACTS department to make sure we wouldn't impact their operations on Blackstone right there. So I'll be available if you have any questions.
Thank you. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. This is Council District 7. What is your pleasure?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second it. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 5-0 with Council Members Soria and Brand absent. We are now moving to item 2C. If we have actions pertaining to the Willow Avenue Intelligent Transportation System. Staff?
Good afternoon, Council. Lal Gunwarina, Design Services Manager, Public Works Department, Capital Management Division. Item before you pertains to the Willow Avenue Intelligent Transportation System Traffic Signal Synchronization Project from Ashland Avenue to International Avenue. Bid file number 3371. This project is in Council District 4, 6, City of Clovis, and County of Fresno. Staff recommends that the Council adopt a finding of categorical exemption per staff determination pursuant to Section 15301C of the CEQA guidelines and award a construction contract with Curtel Communication doing business at Sebastian of Fresno, California, in the amount of $950,750 as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the Willow Avenue ITS project from Ashland to International Avenue, and authorize Public Works Director or designee to sign the contract on behalf of the city. Thank you. We'll be available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. This is Council District 4 and 6. Councilmember Capriolio. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 5-0 with Council members Brandon Soria absent. We now have item 2D, approve the First Amendment to the amended and restated stadium sublease agreement. Staff? Oh, Renee, you're presenting. Okay, great.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. As you may recall, we covered this a couple weeks ago, but just to sort of recap on what we discussed on April 9th, as you are aware, the Fresno Baseball Club is currently attempting to sell the franchise and has asked the City of Fresno to cooperate in the sale process by assisting in the marketing effort, which includes modifying the lease agreement to provide more favorable lease terms to a potential purchaser of the Grizzlies, as well as providing a financial relief to the existing tenant during the transaction process. The administration believes that the sale of the franchise is in the best interest of the city. As such, we are recommending that the City Council approve the First Amendment to the amended and restated stadium sublease agreement. Currently, the lease is a $1.5 million annual lease paid in $125,000 monthly installments for 12 months out of the year. The annual lease is offset by maintenance credits and parking credits, which typically reduce the actual realized revenue down to about $750,000 per year. The proposed agreement simplifies and clarifies the lease for a potential new purchaser. So basically what you have before you sort of bifurcates two things. The first thing is to make the existing lease a little bit more amenable and realistic for the existing owner, as well as creating a base to work with a potential purchaser. Potential purchaser, the city would be willing to look at reducing the lease from $1.5 million to just $750,000 fixed rate. And it would be paid in installments in the months of April through August of each year to align the cash flow with the actual season. The provisions related to the reimbursable maintenance credits of $500,000 and the capital expenditure and scoreboard terms would be eliminated, simply to align the lease. APES fees of $1.50 per ticket will remain in place. Those APES fees for the new buyer will be applied to a capital repair fund that will be overseen by both parties. In fiscal year 2014 or calendar year 2014, the APES fees were $436,000. The Grizzlies will continue to receive parking credits, and this typically has a value of between $175,000 to $250,000 annually. The city will be eliminating the revenue sharing provisions, as well as the 10% share of net surplus upon sale of the team. And the city will retain the right to host 5 events at no rental fee. City is willing to provide a new buyer with matching funds up to $1 million for capital repairs and improvements at the stadium. So while the Fresno Baseball Club or existing owners are provided some additional release, the existing lease terms remain intact with the exception of deferring $85,000 a month of the payment. So they will be making $40,000 a month towards the fixed rent, deferring $85,000 until December 31st of 2015. At such time or upon the closing of escrow, then the city will be made whole for those payments. I just wanted to let you know as well that we have Dan Barrett in the audience to answer any questions that you may have related to this transaction. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Council President, real quick, can I note one additional technical change in the contract?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, we should have caught this before. On page 2 of the contract, on the 4th line from the bottom where it says scoreboard acquisition loan, we should remove the reference to the Exhibit A, so it will read scoreboard acquisition loan, utilities, league fees, fines, penalties, and deferred maintenance obligations.
Thank you for that update, City Attorney. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brand.
Hi, Dan. Hi, how you doing? Just a couple comments first. This is Dan Barrett, who originally came in 2009 and was hired by the city to do a review of AAA baseball leases, among other things, and served as the basis, really, for the contract modification back in 2009.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
So I'm glad you're still along. On the existing lease, there's two parts, right? There's the existing tenant and the proposed new owner, if there is one, right?
Correct.
Okay. And on the existing one, we're basically just going to defer $85,000 a month up to now it's December 31st, correct?
That change has been made, correct.
And based on my conversations with Renee earlier today, that would mean by the end of the year they'd owe roughly $1.1 million in rent. That's going back from November 1st, 2014. About $436,000 on the APES fees. That's the current balance right now. Projected for 2015, $450,000. $50,000 for the scoreboard. And then they'd be given a credit of up to $500,000 for operating cost and approximately $250,000 on the parking revenues. So based on that, at the end of the year, assuming the team's not sold, they'd owe the city roughly $1.3 million. Does that sound right?
I think it might be a little bit high just only because the APES fees, the balance that's outstanding right now, I think maybe represent more than one season in their financial statements. So that may be a little bit high, but order of magnitude, it's going to be substantial and over $1 million, correct?
Right. Okay. And of course, if the team is sold, everything will be escrowed, including so anything owed to the city, whether it be the scoreboard payment, APES fees, delinquent rents, all that stuff would be reconciled. So
Minor League Baseball and Major League Baseball won't approve a sale transaction until all debts are paid by the club to any vendor.
Right. Okay. And that's per the league itself. So
correct.
Right, okay. And the current, and I guess to continue, we put $100,000 a year in for a capital reserve fund, the city. And if we average just $400,000, would that be a safe figure for 1 year for APES fees? Is that too high?
I don't know the current number because the collections historically have not been good. The only reason I think we were able to get the $436,000 number was out of the financial statements, and it's not clear whether that was for one season or if that was an accumulated debt. I'm not sure, Renee, if you have a better feel for that.
Is there anybody from the Fresno Baseball Club that can answer that question?
Yeah, it reflects 2 seasons.
So it's roughly a couple $100,000?
Correct.
Okay. So then each year you'd put $100,000 from the city and a couple $100,000 plus from the APES fee. So you'd put about $300,000, $350,000 a year towards the capital reserves?
Historically?
No, now based on this new agreement.
I think, yeah, going forward you're talking about taking the APES fees and putting those into a capital reserve fund, but that $100,000 contribution goes away.
Okay.
So along with the $500,000 credit, those both go away.
So that's for the new team, right?
Correct, for the new
team. Okay, so then the only thing going towards that is the APES fees then, right?
Towards CapEx, correct.
Okay. And that would go up to a maximum of $2 million, and that would be a 50-50 deal, the new team plus the city?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming now that the stadium's about, what, 13 years old, I guess, that it's on the life cycle that you got probably the HVAC system, probably in the next couple of years, the roof repairs, exterior painting, seats, irrigation system, turf. Does that sound right? Okay, so I can see down the road, and city manager, we did an inventory, right? An assessment that basically said the stadium was in decent shape recently.
Yes, the assessment that we conducted concluded that the stadium has been well maintained, but as you pointed out, it is getting to be 14 years old, so there are certain assets or sub-assets of the stadium that are beginning to reach the end of their life cycle.
Okay. That sound right, Dan?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
typical for a building this age.
And I talked to Renee, too, that on the funds from the APES fees, they're restricted to the extent only to the stadium, so they could be used either for capital improvements or for debt, paying off debt.
In the current situation?
Yeah.
Is
The way
that-
it's
that's
structured.
right. Yes.
Okay, so if we had good seasons, which we hope we will, we collect a lot of APES fees, because basically the more tickets are selling, is it $2 a ticket on APES?
$1.50.
$1, okay. Then the more tickets sold, the higher that fund goes up. So we could be fully funded maybe in 5 or 6 years based on.
You hope for higher performance based on some of the large ticket items that you might have repairs going forward. It depends on how much the expenditures are going forward, whether that will be enough. I would expect that on the city side, you're going to be needing to look at a funding source in addition to that to cover your obligations, because yours are mostly structural and bigger ticket items.
Okay. And then on the new portion would be the base rent just drops to $750. We're no longer doing the debit and credit, which is probably a lot simpler, correct?
Yes.
And then if you take into account parking of roughly $250,000, in essence, it's a ballpark of $500,000.
That's right, and then there's the credit for that goes to the CapEx. That's their for their responsibility. So there's some significant offset there as well.
Okay, so basically, comparing the current situation now, what the net cost is, it's roughly going to be a couple $100,000 better for the new team.
Correct.
Okay.
Plus the APES.
And I know we've talked before about what the average is on lease cost and so on. So I don't think we're on the low side. Okay, then. Oh, thank you, Dan.
Sure, my pleasure.
Just final issues, and Renee, can I have you? And this comes from, I guess, the audit, and came from actually the original negotiations back in 2009. And this concerned, commingling funds between the different. Back then, it was the Falcons, the Fuego, and the Fresno Baseball Club. So, of course, the Falcons are no longer here. So, in the audit, were there not commingling with Fuego activities?
Well, I know that the audit that we just received is for the Grizzlies.
Right.
There is a note or an exception in the report that qualifies the opinion that there is some equity interest of Fuego included in that.
Okay.
But I don't think that they're commingling the funds.
Okay, we don't know that for sure. Okay, but
Right, exactly.
The importance is that if there is a sale, it's got to be clean so that the assets are not being moved back and forth. And I guess the question, and that's to be answered at some later date, is who would take over? Would the Fuego continue? Would they be? I guess they could be sold separately to another buyer, potentially. Right.
It's a separate franchise.
Okay. And I know that we've made comments before that on soccer games, there's been sellouts, right, for the Fuego? Or certain soccer events. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, they've had a couple really
but
good events.
aren't those free? There's nobody being charged a ticket?
There's no APES fees charged for that, as well as no admission.
Okay, so that would probably explain why more people are coming, right? Having like a concert or like a soccer game and people on the field, does that have any substantial impact on the condition of the field as far as maintenance down the road?
Well, certainly there would be more wear and tear the more events that you have at the stadium.
Okay. And then on this deal, we continue the city to have 5 dates?
That's correct.
Okay. Have we ever, when's the last time we had anything done out there, city manager?
Probably No,
cornucopia
they were talking
wine
about
every
concert.
October.
And the last concert was probably 5 years ago. Right.
Okay, and I know, I think Rick Meridian had a nightclub there for a while, so there was different events. And I'm assuming that in the future, I believe the Ovations contract for concessions expires in September. So whether it's the existing owners or new owners, that's should present some couple $100,000 a year additional revenue, which would be very helpful. Okay. Okay, thank you, Renee. So for our new council members, this has never been set up to pay itself off. I think we've averaged probably about $2.5 million city cost to pay the bond of $3.4 million. And this simply dropped it a little bit shorter, but I think it reflects market reality. And I'm hoping that the Grizzlies can find a new owner if that's in the works, and as a city we can find a way to get a successful stadium that serves everybody's best interest. So thank you.
All right. So I'll now entertain a motion for this item.
Make a motion to approve it.
All right, I'll second it. We have no other council members punched up, so all those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent. Thank you, staff. Congratulations, Derek. Next, we have item 3A. We can do it again. We can do it again just for you. I'm kidding. All right, we're gonna move right along to item 3A. Presentation by Gary Bide regarding the Prop 218 benefit assessment measure. Gary.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the council first time, and what I'd like to do briefly is just explain who we are, what we do, and why I'm here today. So how do I get it up on the screen here? How do I get my... Okay. Thank you. Just saved me. All right. As the screen suggests, it's not up there yet. As the screen suggests, my name is Gary Bide, Assistant Manager for the Fresno Mosquito and Vector Control District. And I know the map's a little bit hard to see, but we're a Fresno Mosquito and Vector Control District. Is a non-enterprise independent special district, which was formed in 1942. And I said the map's a little bit hard to see, but basically our northern boundary is the San Joaquin River, and then right about the area of Herndon and west, we make a kind of rough diagonal line out to Clovis Avenue, McKinley, head south along Clovis, roughly, and then the South Avenue and out to west of Kerman area. And when I look at the city council maps, looks like we search the areas or districts of 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, a little bit of 4, and not any of council District 6, I don't believe. Our neighboring district, Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District, takes care of those areas. Our mission. The mission of the Fresno Mosquito Vector Control District is to suppress populations of mosquitoes and other vectors of human disease, thus minimizing their disease-carrying potential and reducing annoyance levels below the general acceptable thresholds. As you see in the mission, we would like to put in there that we eliminate or eradicate mosquitoes, but that's not feasible. Mosquitoes have been around for a long time. There's always going to be a few around. In fact, here in our area, we deal with about two dozen different species of mosquitoes. So our goal is just to minimize the populations where people can enjoy their backyard activities, not be bothered by nuisance mosquitoes, and of course, not allow them to be exposed to the health risk associated with mosquitoes. And why I'm here today, a ballot measure. In early May, ballots will be mailed to the property owners of the Fresno Mosquito and Vector Control District for a proposed mosquito and vector disease control measure. If approved, the measure will replace an existing measure that will expire in 2017. As the slide says, why we're proposing this benefit assessment now, we have an assessment that's currently in place. It accounts for about 18% of our budget, and it will expire in 2017. We'd like to use this money to replace that. The base rate, of course, is a weighted ballot. The base rate will be $5 per single-family home. And the money, of course, will stay local so we can service our residents within our district. And our goal also is to keep, when we have a service call now or someone calls for mosquito fish or something like that for the residents, there's no additional fees. It's all covered from these revenues. And if the ballot measure is passed, what we do, we want to continue our comprehensive mosquito and vector control services utilizing integrated pest management approaches to protect the public from the health risks associated with mosquitoes and other vectors. Our district's been around for over 70 years. It was formed back in World War II area due to veterans coming back, had active malaria cases. Our residents didn't want to be exposed to malaria, of course, and so that's why the district was formed. There's continual new invasive species and health threats still associated with mosquitoes today, and that's what we want to continue to do and build on. The one big thing I think we've probably improved on since the origination of the district is now we're more of a proactive service rather than reactive. We like to know what's out there before it gets to our backyards and try to reduce those health risks associated with mosquitoes. One of the questions I'm most commonly asked today is, due to drought, what's the big problem with mosquitoes? The fact is, mosquitoes have been around for a long time, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years of droughts, knock them back real bad. If you look at this statistic right here, 2014 was a record year for West Nile activity in California. 801 cases, 561 more serious neuroinvasive disease cases, and 31 fatalities in California last year. Locally in our county, Fresno County, we had 44 human cases of West Nile activity. I've been doing this for over 30 years, and I can tell you last year was the busiest year I've ever been associated in both populations and disease activity. Another area we'd like to improve on if the ballot measure is approved, enhance the district's disease and population surveillance program. Recent discoveries of new mosquito species in Fresno County increases the potential of locally transmitted diseases such as yellow fever, dengue, and chikungunya. It's been in the news recently that about 2 years ago in Madera County, they discovered a mosquito known as the Aedes aegypti, which is also commonly known as a yellow fever mosquito. It's got a foothold in Madera. About a month later, they discovered it in Clovis area. They're still battling it in Clovis. We found isolated individuals in my district, and we're constantly monitoring that. Right now, we have over 100 traps out throughout our district, and we're monitoring those weekly, servicing them weekly. It takes a lot of time and effort, and we're just trying to monitor its progressive movements. Another big area is vital to our district is the mosquito fish program. Mosquito fish, I always say, are my best employees. They work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, never complain, just keep doing their job. And the public really enjoys this service. They're our number one biological form of control. They do an excellent job. The green pools in Fresno are still a huge problem with us. We service probably over 1,000 pools annually, and without the fish, we have to go back to these pools like once every 10 days. We just wouldn't have staff or services to do this. The problem we had this year was, due to the warm climate and the dry conditions, we were getting service calls in early February, where we usually don't get those kind of calls until probably April. We were answering these calls, doing what we could, but the problem was we didn't have the fish supplies we needed. What we'd like to do is put an in-house facility, so we always have a supply of fish for the residents in our area year-round. Right now, we catch the fish wild, we bring them back to our facility in little holding tanks, and once those are depleted, we got to wait for more fish more sources to find the fish. We'd like to have an in-house facility. Another critical component of our program, expanded district outreach program. Without an informed public, Without informed and diligent public, there is little hope in our effort of controlling the new invasive species. The new species, Aedes aegypti, yellow fever mosquito, thrives in backyard conditions. It breeds in saucers underneath flower pots, water baths, your bird baths, any kind of container holds water. This species thrives on that. And they're more than happy to stay in the backyard. They get their blood meals back there with people coming to backyards. They have everything they need right there. And if you talk to residents in certain portions of Clovis, they'll tell you this has changed their backyard behavior. They're not enjoying life with this mosquito in their backyard. And it's very difficult to eradicate. Right now we hear a lot about the drought, and people are changing their behaviors with their water usage according to the outreach. We'd like to have the same kind of impact with our outreach program. We want people when they walk in backyards, look for these sources, and eliminate these sources, and deal with it in our own backyards. Because quite frankly, if this mosquito gets a good foothold in our area, we won't be able to go to every backyard and check and service every backyard. We really need the public's health. That's why we really want to enhance our public relations program and answer people's questions and have them help us also. In closing, the City of Fresno will also be receiving ballots since the City of Fresno owns property. Your constituents in your districts will, I'm sure, be calling you when they receive the ballots. All I'm asking is that you might review the ballots, ask them to review the ballots, and if you have any questions, call our office. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. Really appreciate it. And in my district, I know the mosquito fish is excellent, wonderful, really helps out with our situations, unlike the Delta smelt.
Maybe.
Which, could you train them to maybe eat mosquitoes, assuming there's any left?
I think we dressed them until they look similar. I don't think they ever knows the difference.
All right, thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the dais. I think Steve Brandow, are you punched up? No, I'm not punched up. The screen is clear, and any questions? Thank you for that presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Next agenda item is 3B. That's ID number 15-299. Workshop on the Workers' Compensation Alternative Dispute Resolution Carve-Out. Jeff, I think you're up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Council. Jeff Cardell, Director of Personnel Services, and here to discuss the Workers' Compensation Alternative Dispute Resolution Carve-Out, provide you with some information. So, first piece is, what is a Workers' Compensation Alternative Dispute Resolution, or a carve-out? And it's, as the title suggests, it's providing a mechanism which allows for resolution of disputes in the workers' compensation system in a mechanism other than through the Workers' Compensation Appeals Board. And as the Labor Code allows, it could include mediation and also arbitration and ultimately petitions for reconsideration before a Workers' Compensation Appeals Board. What's the intended purpose? The intended purpose, first and foremost, is to ensure the timely and effective delivery of services and care for the injured employees. When the workers' compensation statutes were initially developed in the early 1300s, the best of intentions were that this was going to provide an exclusive remedy for dealing with workers' compensation claims. But beyond that, it was also to provide a relatively effective, timely process for dealing with those claims. Over the course of time, the statutes have become much more mired, and the process has become lengthened. So there's a significant amount of time, generally, that is applied to resolving any workers' compensation claim. So the intended purpose of an alternative dispute resolution is to provide a much more timely and effective process. So how does it differ in terms of the existing dispute resolution methods? Well, alternative dispute resolution means that you would have a mediator or an arbitrator or an ombudsperson who would facilitate a solution and move the claim forward, or come to some conclusion in terms of medical treatment or percentage of disability, rather than a long drawn-out process that ultimately goes to a administrative law judge with the Workers' Comp Appeals Board. Who is involved in establishing a carve-out program? Ultimately, it is the labor group that's represented, as well as the employer, and the state does have some role in this. There is an administrative director in terms of the Division of Industrial Relations that ultimately approves any carve-out program. So why? Why would the city, why would any employer for that matter, consider a ADR carve-out? First and foremost, outcome improvement. That's really what we're seeking. I think any employer, and the city in particular, would seek to improve the outcome associated with the delivery of workers' compensation benefits. What type of outcomes are we talking about? Providing timely and effective delivery of care. Through a carve-out program, it's entirely feasible that there could be arrangements with doctors that are specific to the carve-out program, which would guarantee a much more effective delivery of the care and timely delivery of that care. Outcome improvement also comes in the form of reducing lost time, or the amount of time that somebody is on modified duty. That has a significant benefit to the employer as well as the employee and their coworkers. The reduction of lost time or modified time means that we have a greater amount of time in which the employee is actually performing the nature and scope of the work for which they were hired, rather than paying somebody to cover their shift or paying temporary disability or a full salary replacement. More expeditious claim resolution. Ultimately, that's in large part what all parties would like to achieve. We'd like to if there's a valid claim, we want the claim to be accepted, we want it to be processed, we want people to receive care and achieve what is maximum medical improvement so that they can return to work and continue to provide service to the community. The carve-out also has the potential for reducing liabilities and expenses. Long-term, workers' compensation claims have a liability effect for us. We have to reserve for future years' expenses because of permanent disability, because of future medical, and things of that nature. In reducing expenses in the short term and the long term. If we're able to reduce the amount of time that an employee is out because of the more effective and timely delivery of service, then we're reducing the expenses that are being incurred on that particular claim. And long term, we're reducing expenses associated with somebody who's out for an extended period of time. Program components. There is a section in the Labor Code that identifies what are the available components in an alternative dispute resolution for public employers. It's found specifically in Labor Code section 3201.7. It identifies such things as return to work programs, mediation, arbitration, and things of that nature. And those that particular section of the Labor Code identifies that the alternative dispute resolution agreement has to be a separate agreement, separate and apart from a memorandum of understanding that we would typically have with a bargaining unit. There are other public agency programs similar to what the city is looking to develop here. There are organizations such as Long Beach, Huntington Beach, Glendale, Madera, to name a few, that already have negotiated with their respective employer groups effective alternative dispute resolutions, and they have been approved by the state of California. At the present time, we've been meeting with Fresno Police Officers Association, FPOA. We also have had some interest expressed with ATU in developing ADR agreements. And we expect, before too terribly long, that we'll be back before this council presenting you with an alternate dispute resolution for your ultimately your approval between the city and FPOA, and hopefully the same with ATU. Early and focused intervention. Even though we do not have a workers' compensation carve-out in place today, we have been taking steps to focus on what is an important element for us in terms of getting people back to work. And we've been doing that in conjunction with the third-party administrator that administers the claims for the city in the form of nurse case management and medical triage. For the last year, we have entered into a pilot program specifically for police department employees to provide that early intervention to ensure that care is provided in a timely fashion to the extent that we can have some effect, and to provide some medical triage. On a regular basis, we are reviewing the workers' compensation claims in the city in conjunction with the operative departments. And we're doing that for a number of reasons. One is to ensure that all of the parties have the opportunity to provide necessary information that will ensure timely and effective delivery of services. Beyond that, it's important for everybody to understand what's the next step in the process and how can we help move that along. Ultimately, with the expectation that our objective is to resolve the claim, to get the employee back to work, or to help them achieve their maximum medical improvement, also known as permanent and stationary status, as quickly as possible. Medical provider relations is a key component of this program because we're talking about medical services. When an employee is injured, we're actually providing medical treatment to them somehow, some way. And so it's imperative that we have a well-established panel of physicians that are responsive and understand our objectives in wanting to treat employees as quickly as possible, as expeditiously as possible, consistent with medical standards. We're not doctors, they're the doctors. So in conclusion, an alternate dispute resolution really is a viable alternative or option to improving outcomes because it's really a win-win. It provides the opportunity for the employees to receive treatment, effective treatment, and timely treatment in such a way that they will recover from their injury or illness, that they will be able to return back to work provided they do not possess limitations or restrictions which preclude that. It allows for the department to reduce its expenses and ultimately for the community we serve. If we're able to restore our employees back to work with whom we've already invested, and if we're able to reduce our expenses ultimately, everybody wins. So it's also expected that through this program, while there is some expense attached to it, there would be a greater degree of savings because we will be reducing the amount of time that employees are out. We will be reducing the length of time it takes to get from, or the amount of time it takes from initial claim to claim closure. Those two key pieces will help generate what we anticipate is some significant savings. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That was a great presentation, especially when we're getting our employees back on job quicker and in the process saving money. So that was really good, Jeff. And I wanted to thank you for providing us the PowerPoint well in advance. And I hope all the department heads will remember that, especially those also with the stadium sublease. We got that in advance and the P-bid. So when those things occur, we make better and better decisions, and thank you for doing that.
Welcome.
I think on the screen is Councilmember Brandow.
Hey, thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
And probably I'd like to come back to you after a moment. Councilman Brandon and I brought this forward after having some conversations, and I believe they started last summer at a barbecue with FPOA, and then we had some consequent conversations, and so we really wanted to push this because we like this idea of savings. You mentioned an investment, but you mentioned the potential for savings that can be realized to the city. And then, and I do have a couple questions of you, but before I get to those questions, I'd like to ask the president of the Police Officers Association, Jackie Parks, to come forward. And Jackie, why don't you kind of give us your angle and maybe your approach, how your officers could be helped by something like this?
Well, thank you, Council Vice President Capriolio, council members, City Manager Rudd, Assistant City Manager Smith. Thank you for the opportunity to come and educate all of you on an ADR agreement and the value of it to not just the city on a dollar and a cent scale, but for our members and getting them back to work in a timely manner with quality health care, and ultimately it's going to benefit our community as well. So from our perspective, there was a rough time for the city of Fresno. The workers' comp laws all changed. At the same time, we made a change of third-party administrators to American All-Risk Loss Administrators. The transition wasn't as smooth as everybody would have hoped between the two TPAs, and it made things difficult, and particularly trying to interpret those laws at that time as well. Seeing the reductions in staffing as we fast forward to today, where our staffing levels are low within the police department and we have minimum staffing requirements, it makes it very difficult if we have high numbers of long-term absences for officers. It causes problems out in the field for our members, and it's very difficult. For whatever reason, it seems injuries are up in the law enforcement field. This program is designed to allow the joint committee, which is made up of city representatives and members from the Fresno Police Officers Association, to essentially kind of do an end around of the state laws. In our program, we would be allowed to kind of create the rules that we're going to administer getting the health care to the injured employees. And because we're able to change those rules and kind of create things to make things move faster, we believe, as Jeff indicated in his PowerPoint, that we are going to see potential financial savings to the city because we're going to get them back to work quicker. So we should see reductions in overtime costs. We should see reductions in medical. We may pay a little more up front to do things on the front end, but by getting them fixed faster, it's not getting extended out longer. We also believe there's going to be substantial savings because if we're getting them fixed and we're getting them back to work, then we don't have members that are seeking the help of a workers' comp attorney, which then requires ARLA and the city to utilize legal advice as well. And then things we notice really start to slow down, and it really stretches things out for a long time. So this program is designed to help eliminate those aspects, to provide fair, timely, quality medical care for those injured officers, get them back to work as quickly as possible. I'd like to just add to today, we have had our joint committee met for the first time, and we have had a fantastic meeting today. But we need to keep that momentum going. It's our goal that we can get this program up and running by July 1st so that we can have a full fiscal years of worth of information and numbers that we can look at this time next year and analyze how the program is doing and what we can do better, what changes we might need or tweaks in the system. So it's extremely important that we're kind of under the gun time-wise to get this thing moving along. Two key components that we still need to face is one is you as a city council will be addressing the program itself, and there are some contracts that would be attached to that program. So it's extremely important that we get you the information timely, that you're able to analyze that information and make decisions so that we can move the program along, as well as our members have to also, we have to hold a general membership meeting. Our members need to review the program, and like you, they make a decision, and for them, they will be deciding if they're going to waive their rights under the workers' comp laws currently and accept this program that we believe is going to be very beneficial for them. So two key hurdles that we still need to overcome in a very short period of time is to provide all of you with the information on both the program and the contracts, and then we need to also get the approval of our members. And with that, I believe we would be on our way to a very successful program of getting our guys back to work happy.
And Jackie, when we had those conversations, and Damon's in the audience as well, and he's more than welcome to come up and talk about some of these issues as well. But when we had these conversations, you also mentioned, Councilman, this has the potential. It certainly fixes people sooner. So there's a group of people that that need a more timely approach to their own personal health. And then in some more rare cases, somebody might not be able to perform at the level of an officer, but this would discover that and move that person through the system also quicker so that they could be replaced out in the field by somebody who is capable of doing that job, and then they would move on to something else. That would also help in that situation. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. And one of the components we discussed today in our joint committee is there are injuries that occur at work. They go and see a medical provider. The medical provider writes a medical report, and he writes the medical report, which is acceptable for workers' comp folks, and then they accept the claim. But that doesn't mean for an individual who becomes permanent and stationary and will not be coming back to work because of that work-related injury, that the retirement board, when they review for a disability retirement, that it meets the standards of review that they make. So one of the goals of our program is to educate our facilitators in the program, and we're looking at an ADR director, an ombudsman, and a nurse advocate to educate the medical providers along the way so that we can try to kind of do a one-right system on the report. So as a medical report is written, it not only meets the standards necessary for the workers' comp review, but hopefully it meets the standards on the retirement review to help expedite that, so we don't have members waiting on a 5-month or 6-month review process after they've already been told you can't come back to work.
So it's going to benefit a lot of your officers on the personal health. It's going to benefit the city financially, and then in the end, it's also going to benefit the community, because in some instances, they'll be getting a serviceable officer back out in the community quicker.
Absolutely. And if an officer isn't going to be able to return to duty and they are going to have to receive a disability retirement because of the injury, in many cases, those officers are at a top step level officer salary and benefits, and that the sooner that they are retired, the sooner that the city can look to replace them, which again, you're coming in with somebody typically that is coming in at an entry level or even at a lateral level, which is still the benefits and salary are much lower than at a top step officer salary or benefits.
Well, thank you, Jackie. I'm going to ask a couple more questions of Jeff, then I'm going to let Councilman Brand. He's got probably a list of questions, so we might bring you right back up. So.
Okay, great. And I just wanted to thank both you and Councilmember Brand for taking such a great interest in this and seeing the benefits of this. We really appreciate your enthusiasm, and it was great seeing your excitement matching our excitement for this program. So thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Jeff? And Jeff, thanks for all of your hard work too. bringing this whole thing up to where we're at today, and then hopefully to some application in the future. But I wanted to ask a couple of questions, and I'm not an expert in this field at all, and my questions might be really simple, really easy, and I don't know for sure, but I just thought I would ask. So when you move to one of these dispute resolution ideas, this ADR idea, what is the plan to ensure that the city continues to have some medical or clinical oversight for treatment, such as prescription drugs and complex surgeries and stuff like that? We still have some oversight throughout that process?
Yes, there is still oversight. This isn't just carte blanche of, I want this particular treatment for my shoulder, but the injury is in the leg. So there is definitely oversight to ensure that the treatment is dealing with the appropriate body part, that it is actually appropriate care, but is still focused on how do we achieve the outcome as quickly as possible. Okay. A second question, kind of similar. The new roles that will be assigned, like an ombudsperson and an ADR director / mediator, arbitrator, where are we going to seek this talent and expertise capable of understanding complex claims and medical issues? Where would we go to discover these folks and look for these professionals? There are very few firms in the state that actually do this work, and most of them have actually reached out to the city or to the associations and have identified themselves and brought this forward as a potential solution for dealing with challenges in the workers' compensation system. My third question is, what issues actually rise to the level of a dispute? And then can this new form, be bogged down by minor complaints about the process itself? Can you repeat the first part for me, please? What issues actually rise to the level of a dispute? So there's a dispute. There could be disputes, relative to the percentage of disability. There could be disputes relative to ongoing treatment or treatment in and of itself, diagnostic procedures being performed. There could be a whole host of disputes. Do we anticipate that this system in and of itself would become just as bogged down as the existing statutory structure? I will say no, I don't think so. Not having had any real experience with that, but having some anecdotal experience from others who have actually had programs and seen them work. What has been found over the course of time is that disputes are being resolved at the lowest possible level, which is ideal. That there is a better understanding of what the issues are and what solutions are most effective in moving the claim forward and providing the necessary care and treatment. So the expectation that they would become bogged down would be slim to none, or the idea that could occur. And what we've been talking about conceptually with FPOA in particular is ensuring a very efficient process so that it is timely, it doesn't get bogged down in delayed, and that sort of thing. Because, I've already seen a number of attempts on different items where we think something's going to happen one way and then it doesn't quite pan out. So this gives me some hope. We don't want to go from a system to something else that might be equally or even more bogged down. So and bogged down I know is my phrase, but I like the way you have hope in that area. I appreciate it. Well, I'm very appreciative that you guys have come together and are talking, and this is something that looks like it could be a win-win-win for the members of the FPOA, their health, the city finances, and also, in my opinion, for our residents that need their officers out on the street. So, very supportive. If I may, there's a representative from ATU here today as well. I don't. At your pleasure, if you'd like, if you have a few moments, he'd like to say a few words.
I'd love to hear from him right now.
Okay.
Oh, I got a long way.
Good afternoon, President Baines, members of the council, City Manager Rudd. My name is Tony Withington. I'm an international representative for Amalgamated Transit Union. I'd like to commend the speakers before me for giving you a very good, this is one of the best presentations I have seen to a public body on the dispute resolution process. I want to approach this just from a little bit different and how it actually came to the city. I negotiate labor agreements all over the western United States. One of the biggest issues is attendance. And we came to the table and said we have to start looking at these productivity issues differently. The old way of beating workers over the head doesn't work, because with protective leave, workers' comp, and FMLA, what you do is you hit them over the head here, and they go over here and get protected leave, and you see a higher percentage of absenteeism or less productivity. So we came to the city and said, we have to think out of the box. There has to be a different way to do this. We brought the ADR program to you. We look at it as a way to increase productivity, especially in the transit industry where we see a lot of injuries. And just, if you look at the statistics of injuries and illnesses in the transit industry, it may help you understand this is not just a Fresno issue. This is a nationwide issue with people who have high blood pressure, high cardiovascular disease, diabetes. So again, this is a way, this is thinking out of the box. I hope when I come in here in a couple years, we'll be able to look at other things out of the box. But I want to commend the city for looking at this program. It's very, very successful in the construction industry. So with that, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I'm done, Council President.
All right, thanks, Councilmember Brandel. Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, Council President. Steve has covered a lot of the stuff I would ask. And I want to thank Jackie Parks and Damon Kurtz for, talking about this really almost last year we started on this thing. And things never go fast, unfortunately, at the city of Fresno. And, workers' comp is very expensive, not only in the public sector, in the private sector, too. And we're mandated by the state on what we pay police officers and firefighters, so that's 100%. There's no question about it. But I know in the private sector, the legal costs are covered through the insurer, with state comp insurance. Jeff, on the city of Fresno, since we have a little different system, do we have to pay legal costs out of our pocket?
With the City of Fresno's program, we're self-insured. And so, yes, legal is one of the expenses that is paid for out of that self-insurance fund.
Okay, so in addition to the cost of the officer off and so on,
correct.
It can really make. I think the existing system I know firsthand is very adversarial. You're going to get in and they'll get an attorney involved. You get doctors and experts competing, and the process goes on and on. And in the state of California, they have to approve the carve-out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How long does that normally take?
I've never done this myself. I've been advised that the consultant that we're working with in developing this program could accomplish that within a couple of weeks' time.
Okay. And how about the entire process? And I'm assuming, as Jackie had mentioned earlier, that ultimately this is going to be an MOU issue, correct?
Ultimately, this is a separate agreement, separate and apart from the MOU. So we're coming to mutual agreement on the terms of this carve-out and what it will contain.
Okay, but if we do reach an agreement, would every police officer, for example, be obligated to ADR? Or would
yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't have a choice then?
Correct.
So ultimately, the POA would vote to as a body to, correct? So it would be an MOU then, in a sense.
Meet and confer, yes.
Okay, all right. And I think the best example I can give of what this thing does, it's not so much in dollar savings, but if we're allocated and paying for, let's say, 750 police officers, and what's the average, maybe Chief Dyer, what's the average amount of people out on workers' comp, police officers?
Our long-term absence has been as high as 85 this year. Currently, we're at 62. Two-thirds of that is workers' comp. One-third is personal illness or injuries that occur away from the job. So currently, we're at about 42 officers that are on LTA, but are workers' comp. But it's been upwards of 60.
Right. So we're paying for the officers. And we may have 750 authorized positions and hired people, but effectively we have 700 people on the street, roughly. And the city, in its current state of affairs, needs every able-bodied person out there in the streets. This really becomes a public safety issue beyond the financial issue. If we can just get 24 more people out there on the streets, then the city of Fresno is that much safer. Correct? I think that covers most of it, and I think again, I'm going to thank Jackie and Damon for getting the ball rolling on this deal. I think this will, and we won't know till the end, but I think that I'm not really measuring so much dollars and cents, but a number of people able-bodied people on the street, and I think everybody in time will benefit from this stuff. Again, thank you.
City Manager.
I just wanted to, and Jeff brought Tony up, but I wanted, again, acknowledge Mr. Worthington. This started actually in the conversations with ATU. We got a little bit further along with a successor MOU with FPOA. So I want to acknowledge Tony bringing this concept to the table, but I also want to thank Jackie and Damon and his team, and Jeff and the rest of the staff and personnel, because we are building the plane. And we all believe that this is going to address a number of issues, and it really comes down to our ability to effectively deal with the medical or the injury for the employee, because our employees get frustrated at times with the process. They want to get back to work. They can't get back to work. And as you pointed out, Councilmember Brand, it is a staffing issue. And whether it's 750 officers, but 60 of them off, or 702 officers and 60 are off on it, does, and or in the case of bus drivers, it does have a direct impact on our ability to provide service to our community. So we're looking forward to this. It's probably coming back to you as a one-year pilot, where everyone gets a chance to kind of see if the plane flies. But we are hopeful that it takes off, and if it does, then we will be having subsequent conversations potentially with the other bargaining units, where we also have areas in which this is also a challenge. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, City Manager. This was just a workshop item, so there'll be no action on this. Did you have?
I have one more question.
Go right ahead.
Jackie, I have a question for you. Jackie, how does our system, one of the things that I was fascinated by is Fresno will really be on the lead of this idea. That has the potential of being very popular in our country, but Fresno could find itself in the lead. How is our program, the program that you guys are talking about, differing from other communities?
That's an excellent question. You also brought up a concern that you had asked Jeff about, that how does this not become another system that just gets bogged down in the kind of the bureaucracy? And so our system that we're designing right now, and that's the beauty of these alternative dispute resolutions. They can be very simple resolutions where they make one change in the current system. The ADR that we are going to be presenting to the City Council for review is a very complex system that nobody is doing in the state of California right now in public industry. There are some private industry that are doing stuff that is similar, but we will be kind of groundbreaking for the public sector. It's a very complex program that addresses many parts of the current workers' comp law. And I agree completely with Jeff in that I don't suspect that we're going to see the waters getting muddied down and that this becoming another program that runs into a lot of bureaucracy. The beauty of this ADR program is that the joint committee is meeting. We're vested in this together, and if you will, we get to use common sense, unlike the current workers' comp law that is bureaucracy, it's government, it's a one size one size fits all. They paint everybody with a broad brush, and somehow you have to fit into that program to make it work. With our program, we're designing it for us, and so we're going to be significantly different. If ATU designs a program, theirs may be different than ours. Because we have that ability to design it that meets our labor group and the services that we provide the city. So I suspect ours is going to be very different. It's very complex. There are a lot of moving parts to it, which is what makes it so exciting, and I think it's going to make it very successful for us.
Perfect. Thank you, Jackie.
All right. Thanks, Councilmember Brandau. Okay, that was a workshop item. We will not be going out to the public, and we will not be taking any action on this item today. Thank you all to all the presenters. Next up, we're going to have item 3C, which is a resolution directing staff to create a specific plan for developing land within the sphere of influence of the city of Fresno, located west of 99. That is a presentation by Councilmember Brandau. While he's making his way down there,
Council President, can I make a point of order?
You sure can.
I would like to, if there is no objection from the Council President or the members of this body, I would like it to reflect that the 7th District is a yes vote on the Grizzlies. Can that be amended without objection?
Yes, unless the council objects, you can register that vote.
Anybody object?
I'm thinking about objecting, but I think we can let it go.
Just put an asterisk behind it.
No asterisk.
We'll have an asterisk by that vote. Okay. All right. Please let the record reflect that Councilmember Olivier supported that item. Thank you. Councilmember Brandau, I have a timer here on you, so.
Do I have 3 minutes?
You got like 3 minutes and 38 seconds, so go right ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Council President. I want to present an idea today that I think is long overdue, and it is master planning or having a specific plan for an area west of 99. And I've got that map up on the screen right now. Specifically, exactly, it goes from Clinton Avenue north to the river. And this includes 3 council districts, a little bit of Council President's district on the southern tip there, and then a big bulk of it, a good chunk of it, with Councilwoman Soria's district, number 1, probably is at least 50 to 60% of all of the land involved. And then up at the northern tip is some area from District 2. And it is something that I think has been needed for a long time. As a matter of fact, this morning, Councilwoman Soria's Chief of Staff, Terry Cox, told me, Steve, we tried to do this, or we thought of this years and years ago, over a decade ago, and Terry and I talked about it a little bit. And so this thought has been, and Council President, you are doing a specific plan currently on the southern half of west of 99. So this will kind of match some of your efforts, maybe be 2 or 3 years behind your efforts, but at least get the ball rolling to begin to send a signal, a message to our community that we are going to service this area that's been long neglected. Okay, so I want to start, if we could get to that next. I want to start with good news. We do have good news in west of 99 in this area. This shows the Collegian Educational Complex, the elementary school and the junior high are already complete. They're beginning work on a new high school. This is in Central Unified. Central Unified is growing. They're offering a quality product, and a lot of our residents
that I hear from are very happy with Central Unified and their superintendent, Mike Burke. And so Central Unified really services this whole area that we're talking about. That's very good news. We have some areas that we need to work on, and that's why I'm here today. We have some not so good news. In the 2.5 years that I've been a council member, I have 3 or 4 neighborhoods out in this area of town, northwest Fresno, on the other side of 99, and I had a few of them at our town hall that we had the other night, even though it was much closer to Bullard. We have people that constantly tell me there's traffic problems out here. This is at 6 p.m. You can tell it's in the winter months, but it's on Herndon. As you come up on Golden State to go under 99, you're trying to get home from work. This has been almost a daily event, twice a day. Now, I know that all of the city has rush hour traffic, but it really gets hammered right here at Herndon. I hear other complaints, traffic complaints, at Shaw and 99, okay? Shaw is a beautiful wide boulevard right until it gets to 99. Then it's almost as if you're driving out in the country somewhere. Very constricted, and it happens immediately as you cross 99. So we have, for reasons like this, we have need for some upgrades in this area and in this area of town. So what am I suggesting? I'm suggesting that we do a long overdue overhaul of this area of town. You know, I forgot to mention, I'm going to go back to the traffic. There's one other thing that I get complaints about from residents in northwest Fresno, other than the traffic, is these residents are very far away from the everyday amenities that most of us enjoy. For instance, from my place, if I'm watching TV and I say, I don't have any dessert, I need ice cream, I can go to 3 grocery stores within 5 minutes of my front door. Almost any direction I can take to a grocery store. For the folks that are on the other side of 99, west of 99, and Councilman Baines, you and I have talked, we hear a lot of times from people that say, we're suffering, we don't have a lot of these amenities. Crossing 99 to go down Herndon to Milburn Avenue to go to Save Mart, it's a long way to get your ice cream. And so what I would like to see is the city of Fresno invest in this area of town, not only bring help for the folks that currently live there, traffic mitigation, getting their kids to school safely, but also to begin to help them look forward to having some of the other amenities that we all have and deserve. So the solution is to have a master plan or specific plan of west of 99 from Clinton north of Fresno. And I've given this specific plan a name, but that could be changed. But I thought of calling it River West because it does touch the San Joaquin River, which is a beautiful part of our community, and it's on the western edge of our city. West of 99 needs parks. This is a park that's in Councilman Capriolio's district, but we grabbed a picture of it because it's beautiful. West of 99 needs safe routes to schools. There are already neighborhoods there, and many people live there, but they need safe routes to schools for their kids. There is also, I don't know how to get that back, Lindsay. I want to show that Veterans Boulevard overpass. There's a couple of big projects that would really help. Veterans Boulevard is one of those. We've talked a lot about Veterans Boulevard at council, so I'm not going to talk about it a lot today, except to say it would really solve a lot of the transportation problems getting over 99 to and fro from a great portion of this part of the city. It would connect. At council here, a lot of times we talk about connecting neighborhoods, connecting parts of our city. It would connect this part of the city to the rest of our city a lot easier than trying to work through stoplights to get through 99 and then Golden State. And as a side note, that's going to be very difficult in the couple years to come with the construction of high-speed rail. Veterans Boulevard, we need to fast track as much as humanly possible to bring that wonderful idea to a conclusion. And that is on Herndon. But there are other major streets that need attention that have nothing to do with my district. I already mentioned Shaw, but Ashland is one of them. Ashland is another one. When you travel and you finally cross over 99 and you go west, if you've done it, it's a hodgepodge section of our town. You'll see almost country-style living, where the county's been running things for a long time and they've got larger country lots of land. And then all of a sudden you'll see a short burst of residential neighborhood, and all of that done without very many amenities. So a master plan or specific plan of west of 99 would clean all of that up, create a vision that people could develop, and bring the types of things that this community's been needing for a long time. Let's see. And I am working under the gun because I'm staring at my council president. I know he wants me to get done very quickly, and we all do. All right. I've mentioned Veterans Boulevard. Okay. I am asking that by resolution we vote to adopt this today, and that would send it would send direction to our staff to begin this plan. It would ask that our mayor would include the appropriations for this. All begins with a study. And I've heard a lot of people say study, study, study. Fresno always spends a lot of money studying, but this has not been done, and it begins with a study. What do we need to do to help out this section of town? So I'm going to ask the mayor in her budget appropriations to find some money for this project, River West. And so with that, I'm going to make a motion to pass this resolution this morning. I'm going to come up and join you if you'd like to go out to the public. That's cool.
Okay. It sounds like you have a second by Councilmember Soria. So I'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Come right on down, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is John Stewart. I'm at 5252 East Appaloosa in Clovis. I'm the president of Pearson Realty, Newmark Grubb Pearson Commercial, and a company called Retail California. And I'm here to support this resolution, and I think it's very important that you proceed and make this a reality. It's an important part of our community, and it needs proper attention. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public? Come on down, Claudia, and just state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Claudia Cáceres with Granville Homes. For the record, to say we are in support of this specific plan request that will affect all 3 districts in the west side, and hope you approve it. Thank you.
All right. Any other members of the public? Come on down, state your name and address for the record, please. And you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Watson. I'm with Watson Castanis Homes, and I too am in support of the master plan west of 99. Thank you.
All right. Any other members of the public? Just come on, make your way. Make your way down quickly. Very good. No. You just come on.
Hi, Robin Small, 5382 West Griffith Way, up near Ashland and Polk. My kids go to the school that Mr. Brando, Councilman Brando, both of those schools, they go there. They would love to ride their bikes to school because they take the bus and they would just love it. But Ashland being the way it is, not so much. Listening downstairs, I wanted to run up here and say, awesome, that would be great if the west side could get some more attention. That would be really, really awesome if they could. So thank you for bringing it up.
On down. State your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Nicholas Kazarian, 265 East River Park Circle, Suite 150. I'm here on behalf of Lance Cashin and Company, and we just wanted to speak in support of the master plan west of 99.
All right, not seeing any other people that want to make any comments, I will now bring this matter back to the dais. We have several council members that would like to speak. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. So I will be supporting this item, and I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Brandau, for really bringing this forth. I think that is very long overdue. Just as we are focused in putting resources in some of our older neighborhoods in downtown and some of the other areas of our city. I believe that west of the 99 deserves also similar attention in looking at long-term planning and really a master plan. We all know that currently the majority of the land within the west area is under county's jurisdiction, with the majority of the land occupied by rural residential uses. As urban development has occurred, the city to county roadway transitions have been left unaddressed, as addressed by my council colleague. So we see a lot of traffic and congestion, and we've left a lot of neighborhoods with partially improved roads, lack of sidewalks, and as stated by even one of our residents, bike lanes. So we've heard these concerns for a number of decades. These issues actually have been very prominent. I had a community meeting west of the 99 about a month and a half ago, and it's a priority for a lot of the residents that live there. I also know that, and I've learned in the last few months that I've been here, that in the late 1990s, a citizens committee was formed, and they were charged with developing a community plan. So this is something that has been continuously been talked about. That plan was eventually adopted in the 2025 general plan, but really lacked detailed traffic analysis for future roadway network. Since that time, the city has depended on this area to demonstrate potential for additional growth to comply with state reporting requirements, and has increased the originally planned density of the west area. This area, we know, continues to grow, as seen in our Central Unified School District that continues to receive about 300 new students every year. I really believe that it's now time to complete and adopt a master plan to address the area's lack of roadways, safety infrastructure, and other amenities as mentioned. Would love to see more parks, grocery stores, sidewalks, clinics, so folks don't have to be constantly crossing the 99. So I do believe that the city, it's the right time to do it now before any additional growth occurs. We know that with delays, there's increased cost, and it discourages positive growth and does not fairly serve our residents in the west of the 99. So thank you again for bringing this forth, and I'm happy to second his motion.
Councilmember Capriolio.
Councilmember Randall, thanks for the compliments on the park in my district. It takes a lot of work to get in that condition and position. That was one of the parks we worked on April 18th. And there's a lot more work to do in District 4, and to get to that position, it takes a lot of collaboration with the administration and my colleagues here. So thank you for that compliment. However, I did want to ask you, did we get that PowerPoint in advance of that presentation? I'm a little confused.
No, I personally only got an hour ago. Oh. So even though it was my PowerPoint, yeah.
Oh, well, just for future reference.
Right on.
I think it's been duly noted, Councilmember Brandau, that you need to make sure that your PowerPoints come in timely. All right, Councilmember Quintero.
City Manager, got a few questions regarding the specific plan. During our discussions of the 2025 general plan a few months back, one of the things that I kept bringing up was the specific plan. So I know that some folks hadn't heard about it, but it's something that we've had for quite a while in Southeast Fresno, and I asked that we revisit that and update that, which I appreciate that was included as part of that plan. And it's I believe I mentioned to you that I had some books in my office that had a 1992 Southeast Pacific General Plan, and of course over the years it's needed updating. And with the fact that we have 3 school districts out there, and we talked about infill and the future growth for the Southeast, that specific plan also included was going to some of the Southwest as well of that specific plan for both those areas. And my concern is that I want to move forward with continuing with that, but also my concern is that approving this today isn't really going to hinder our efforts to move forward with that, as well as not take away any monies that we'll be setting aside for that studies, because I kind of feel we've been in line for a while for that. So that's my question.
Yeah, if I may respond to that, and was going to chime in with these comments as well. First of all, thank you, Councilmember Brandow, for your presentation. So you'll be pleased to know, this is a sneak peek, our budget comes out on Monday, but today we will go ahead and reveal that there are dollars in the budget for the working on 3 specific plans, beginning to work on 3 specific plans in this next year. So the Southwest Specific Plan is now into its full process, and we'll have a lot of work going on this next year. Southeast is a little bit further along than just the new conversations about the Central West, but in our budget, we have accommodated 3 specific plans, or beginning the work on 3 specific plans in this next year. And I have to say, it does my heart good to see council members asking for land use planning to be done in their districts, because I recall not too long ago when we were arguing vehemently for a specific plan for the Fulton Corridor and also a community plan for the Downtown Neighborhood Community Plan. And I recall Councilmember Westerlin saying, well, geez, if all we needed in downtown was a specific plan, then why didn't we do that years ago? And my response to him was, exactly, why didn't we do that years ago? And now, of course, seeing the PBID and their presentation earlier today and the way in which public and private investment is coming together to really support the types of activities we want downtown is a great example of how land use planning actually can facilitate the type of private investment that we're all hoping for throughout our city. So I'm grateful that our council members are standing in strong support of land use planning in Fresno, and we will be including this item in the budget. So I just want to clarify, by supporting this item today, and I've clarified this with Councilmember Brandow before the meeting, you're not asking for a separate appropriation to come back. You are expecting to come back in the form of a budget proposal,
yes,
correct?
Exactly, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate it.
Yes, you're welcome. I want to raise.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. You're welcome. Bruce, I have you punched up here, but that was you. Okay, Mayor. Councilmember, and you covered all your remarks. Councilmember Brand, you're next.
I want to thank Councilmember Brandow, too, for bringing this forward. I can put some context. I mean, back I was on the Planning Commission from 2001 to 2005, and this is probably the biggest building boom, real estate boom we've ever had in Fresno. And there were subdivision after subdivision going up in the area west of 99. And actually, going back to the 1984 general plan, had designated as a primary growth area for the city of Fresno. And prior to 2001, they had made attempts to develop west of 99, very, very failed attempts, never really worked. The development after 2001 was fairly successful. And we would have situations, because it's so parcelized in that area, it's hard to develop land because it's not 40-acre or 100-acre parcels. They're all down to 2 acres, 5 acres, 10 acres. And we'd literally have an apartment complex zone across the street from people with 2.5-acre mini estates, which never made a very good blend. We used to go and try to scale back on the density, or actually layer it out to make it a better transition. So this is long overdue, particularly the transportation element, Veterans Boulevard, because it was almost like the old Sim City game where you'd start putting things out there. Then a couple of years later, you realize I'm getting calls, hey, there's too much traffic out here. You know, there's consequences down the road that nobody really thought out. And I think this hopefully will put out a plan that's workable and be better planned in the future, for your area of the city. So again, good job.
Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President and Councilmember Brandow. Well done. Good work. I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to join in with in the congratulations. I mean, obviously, this takes in a small area of my district, too. And just wanted to certainly commend Councilmember Brandow for this effort today. We chatted a little bit about it a bit ago, and this has been a big problem, really, in the city for quite some time. You really put in context with Terry, saying that she, 10 years ago they were contemplating this, thinking about this. Lee, further context with, a decade, a little 15 years ago, trying to put it in context, and even with me, just 3 or 4 years ago, with your predecessor. And Esmeralda's predecessor, trying to put it in context, and we sought a couple of grants to do this very work, but at the time we were unsuccessful to get the planning grants we want. So I am absolutely supportive of this. Land use planning is a very important element to a successful city and economic development. So I'm very supportive. Everything that you highlighted that this type of document will impact is very true. And sometimes it takes us, we don't always know that when we sign up for this job, how important land use planning is, but I think all of us have been well served by understanding that through the various processes we've gone through. So with that, I know we have a motion by Councilmember Brandow. We have a second by Councilmember Soria. And all those in favor? All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. Well done. All right, now we will hear our 3 o'clock item. There's a workshop presenting the report and recommendations of the Code Enforcement Task Force.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to kick off the presentation and then hand off to our Development and Resource Management Director, Jennifer Clark, and we also have, I believe, our co-chairs from the task force. I see Mr. Hardlicka, Mr. Gendian. Is Mr. Gendian here? He may have had to go to class, but we'll ask them to comment just at the end of the presentation as well. So first, let me begin by saying that it makes perfect sense to me that we would spend the last 6 months focusing in on code enforcement and the strategic priorities as a city that we need to embrace with code enforcement. It follows the 5-year process of developing our 2035 general plan that, as you all know, calls for roughly half of investment to happen within our existing city limits and roughly half in new growth areas outside the limits but within the sphere. We all know that many of the neighborhoods within our existing city limits are showing their wear and tear, are on the border of becoming distressed, or are extremely distressed. And it seems to reason that we can't exactly expect new investment to happen in places that are already terribly distressed unless there is substantial rehabilitation of the building stock that's already there. That's why, to me, it makes great sense that we as a community came together over the last 6 months through the Mayor Council Code Enforcement Task Force to really prioritize our resources and determine a go-forward path for taking better care of the neighborhoods within our existing city limits. Code enforcement, I predict, will become one of the most strategic and significant tools of city government over the next 20 years. While it's always played a vital role, it has not typically been a focus of this organization, since most of our focus has been on the new growth areas and how to most quickly expand the borders of the city. So, over the last 2 years, many of you on the council will recall, the administration has committed to doing a strategic committee on code enforcement since the 2013 budget debate, and I know that you all have exercised great patience with the administration, and we finally took up the matter through this task force. I want to thank and recognize our community, so many members of the community who really helped raise the issues of distress and blight in our neighborhoods, and thanks to them drawing more and more attention to this issue, it helped accelerate our progress and get us to the point where we have recommendations to make today. I also want to thank the members of the task force, starting, of course, with our council members, Council President Baines, Councilmember Olivier, and Councilmember Capriolio, who attended, provided terrific input, and also formed their own subcommittee on code enforcement in order to provide input into the report you're about to receive. I also want to thank the members of the committee from our historic neighborhoods, the investors, the realtors, the neighborhood advocates, our faith leaders, the academic sector, our public housing leaders, and the Chamber of Commerce. All of these interests were present at the task force, and as a result, it was a very diverse group, at times spirited, but at all times people with their hearts in the right place, trying to make the best recommendations possible. Our co-chairs, Matt Gendian, the American Humanics Program Director at Fresno State, and also Steve Hardlicka, who is active with the California Apartment Association. We thank them. And of course, I want to thank city staff, Jennifer Clark and Del Estabrook, for their above and beyond effort with the task force as well. What we have to present to you today, first and foremost, are the recommendations coming from the task force. The vacant building ordinance is also, as you know, on the agenda. We'll take that up separately, but we wanted to provide you the task force recommendations first as a backdrop. And then finally, let me mention that implementing the vacant building ordinance and the new blight team that's called for in the task force recommendations will all come before you in the form of budget proposals. So we have 3 different pieces of this work, the first being the task force report, the second being the new ordinance that we would like to present today, and then we'll take this up during the budget process as well. So with that, let me ask our director to lead us through the PowerPoint, which I know you all got 24 hours in advance because we hand walked it over to you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Clark, Development and Resource Management Director. This afternoon, I really wanted to start a little bit with the history of this committee and what we have talked about over the past 6 months. I think it's really important to understand all of the information that this group discussed, a very large amount of data that was reviewed and information that was presented. At our very first meeting, we really looked at the anatomy of code enforcement in our community. What was the history of types of cases, of volumes of cases, of locations of cases? What was it as a percentage of workload, efficiency of staff and programming? How did the different case types break down? What were they? And then provided the task force with some homework, some reading about code enforcement best practices, information from across the country. We also talked a little bit about the expectations of the community, of the customer. What is it that's expected? And we talked about how the customer, the consumer, the resident of the community expects that there's a complaint, there's action, and there's resolution. And for them, that's the process. Internally, we realized that there is spaghetti of processes, and we talked a lot about what those processes looked like, and that it was very the processes that we had currently to deal with code enforcement issues were not simple and straightforward as a complaint, an action, and a resolution. And it was really important to us to work through with the task force what the expectations were for code enforcement in general, and that helped us start kind of talk about priorities and specific case types. In our second meeting, we talked a lot about how do different kinds of notices work. So we looked at different kinds of citations, different kinds of notices of information, notices of violation, notices of abatement, and making sure that those processes were clear and provided really good information, not only to staff and to the community, but to our council as well. So what evolved out of this process? What kind of bubbled up to the top as being some of the big priority issues? As the mayor said, one of our major goals of the general plan was to protect established neighborhoods, to protect investments that had been made in our community, to preserve the character of our neighborhoods and how they relate, how properties relate to how we feel about our neighborhood, and then to promote reinvestment. And so one of the most basic issues that really rose to the top were vacant, blighted residential properties. We were provided quite a few case examples, notebooks full of photographs of boarded properties within neighborhoods, vandalized vacant properties within neighborhoods that impacted the daily life of the residents who lived around those vacant buildings, but also their property value. So if you live across the street from a property that's boarded or it's next door, what does that do to the value of your home and the quality of your life? Additional ideas and additional concerns also were discussed: substandard occupied residential properties, public nuisances, which include illegal dumping and yard cars and weeds and homelessness and recycling, zoning code issues such as illegal signs, illegal businesses and vendors, and then other issues including vacant and blighted commercial properties as well as substandard occupied commercial properties. So through our conversations and through discussions about what would have the greatest impact first, what is the first thing that we would like to tackle as a community, as an organization, vacant blighted residential properties really rose to the top. And that is where the remainder of most of our conversations as a task force were evolved. So why did we choose vacant blighted residential properties? It is the largest contributor to blight in our community. It impacts residents who live around vacant residential properties every day. Whether you walk by the property to take your child to school, you live next door, and you deal with the issues that come with a vacant residential property. They're a great impediment to protecting and improving property values in established neighborhoods. The documentation that was provided to the committee, as well as which are referenced in some of the reports, which were supplemental to your council packet, talk about how a blighted vacant residential property, especially a boarded property, impacts the surrounding property values. And there's actual evidence in terms of the devaluation of those properties. It's an attractive nuisance. It brings and attracts activities in a neighborhood that you don't necessarily want. So properties that are boarded in particular, or that have broken windows, open to vandalism, they attract individuals who aren't there to take care of the property. They're there to conduct illicit activities, and so it provides for higher costs for our law enforcement. Firefighting, as we've seen in the last year, we've had an increase in properties that have been have had fire incidents because of vagrancy and a blighted vacant residential property, and then obviously code enforcement activities. So attractive nuisances also include the issues that occur with insect and vermin that are attracted, as well as weeds, which again are a fire hazard. So the first priority really came up with what is the greatest impact, the highest impact on our surrounding neighborhoods and our surrounding properties that we can address, and it can have a very clear and simple path. So instead of the spaghetti that we talked about from the beginning of how do we address these property issues, let's have a very clean, clear path forward on how to correct it. So we spent a lot of time, as the mayor said. We had a very diverse, very engaged task force, really spent a lot of time thinking and considering each of the issues and then the subsequent potential impacts of taking action throughout the different recommendations of the task force. First and most important was that our current vacant building ordinance does not remove blight. It has been on the books for a number of years. We have been implementing it, but it has not resolved and removed the blight in our community that we expected it to. So the current vacant building ordinance is punitive in many ways. It does not allow property owners to try to resolve the issues in a positive way, and it results in a negative interaction with not only property owners but surrounding neighbors who can't get resolution, which is what they ultimately want, to the vacant building in their neighborhood. So we wanted to make it very clear. Vacant properties should be maintained in a way that enhances and improves the surrounding properties. So we had a series of recommendations as it related to how to maintain vacant properties, how to ensure that this property doesn't appear vacant from the outside. So really focusing and concentrating initially on those external property standards, ensuring that the landscaping and the yards are maintained, ensuring that there's no debris and trash, ensuring that the property owner is taking all reasonable efforts and necessary to prevent criminal activity, to secure and actively maintain and actively monitor that property. To make sure that the exterior looks as if a person could live there from the outside. And this includes windows and doors, not boarding of the property. It also requires that properties remove all graffiti as per our graffiti ordinance, and that the property remains free of fire hazards and attractive nuisances. So advertising that the property is vacant is really an advertisement to someone to come into the property and to say, this is somewhere where I can go to conduct illicit or illegal activities. So the first recommendation of the task force is to repeal and replace the vacant building ordinance. And it also identifies penalties for noncompliance. The second is to identify exactly where vacant, blighted residential properties exist across the city. So we have a lot of stories, a lot of information about specific neighborhoods, but across the city, how many vacant, blighted residential properties occur? A city our size with 191,000 housing units typically would see a 5 to 10% vacancy rate across the board. So on average, the properties are for sale, are for rent across the city, and that would include multifamily as well as single-family properties. But understanding how many of those are blighted and how they impact the surrounding neighborhoods is really critical. So it was important that we recommended an initial survey to understand exactly where and how, what magnitude those blighted properties existed throughout the community, so that we can start addressing and taking care of those properties. We have a really good track record of doing something very, very similar with our weed enforcement. As you recall, earlier this spring, we introduced an ordinance to the council, which was an annual action that we take, where we have already identified vacant pieces of land that need to be mowed and prepared for the fire season. We take action. We notify those property owners. April 15th, you're required to have your weeds mowed. We have 98% or higher compliance rate with that because we notify the property owners in advance. Here are the standards, here are the expectations, so that when we go out to check, they meet those expectations. And so this is a really great way to replicate this for vacant residential, blighted residential properties. Additionally, we recommended a strategic team of individuals, of property, housing, commercial compliance specialists who would be tasked with identifying vacant, blighted residential properties and enforcing the new vacant, blighted residential ordinance to resolve existing cases under our vacant building or our current vacant building ordinance, and to ensure that we are moving properties from blight into compliance. We are also recommending a voluntary contact list for property owners. Really, this is an opportunity for those individuals who have a property that might be vacant for a certain period of time, that instead of receiving a notice of citation would really like a phone call from a city employee to say, hey, we noticed that you have a broken window. We noticed that your lawn is getting a little bit tall and it's a fire hazard. And giving the property owner the opportunity to respond to a request to comply with the ordinance rather than to cite the property owner. Additionally, to ensure most effective use of resources, we wanted to make sure that the people in the field had good, accurate technology, were able to take their caseload, go out in the field, make all of their reports from the field to keep them out and working throughout the day rather than having to come back to City Hall to duplicate efforts and prior to notifying property owners. Importantly, performance measurement is really a key to identifying whether or not this effort is meeting the expectations of removing blight in our community. So it was really important to us to identify what those performance metrics would be, and to start with an annual windshield survey to establish a baseline and then to move forward. So looking at how these performance reports would occur, starting with a baseline this summer of vacant, blighted residential properties identified in our initial citywide survey, and then following up with quarterly reports, which would be made available to the public, identifying the number and type of vacant, blighted residential properties initially, and then how do they change and how does that change over time. Ones that become occupied, the amount of fines assessed and collected, the number of receiverships filed and settled, any criminal misdemeanor suits filed for those individuals who can't or won't comply, and calls for police and fire service among vacant, blighted residential properties. This will allow us to measure our performance and to determine whether or not this ordinance and these efforts are effective in reducing blight in our community. As always, changing the way you roll out and the way you implement city policy requires good training and good communications. Good communication internally with the policymakers and with the public so that we can get to the complaint, action, and resolution step in a much more efficient way, and that people in the community understand where a property is in the process. We also have a recommendation to establish a receivership program. As you know, this was a great desire of Ben Rash, who was on our property team for many years. So we are committed to making sure that we roll out a receivership program that makes sense and lives up to his legacy. So in the fall, we recommend coming back with an actual receivership program that we would be developing over the summer and late fall. We would like to encourage the formation of a landlord association for property owners who want to encourage each other to do the right thing, to hear about the latest trends in active monitoring and management of properties, and the most efficient technology in maintaining properties that may be vacant at any given time. We've had some good success, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. We had some landlords, some of whom were property owners who served on the committee, who formed a very targeted neighborhood-specific landlord association and tested out some of these recommendations as it related to weeds, trash, boarding, and painting with some really, really great results. And then the task force also recommended that we come back with a workshop on the California Health and Safety Standards for habitability for occupied structures. Again, this is solely targeted at vacant residential structures. So the next step would be to come back with a workshop on habitability standards for occupied properties to understand what those mean and how do we make that process simpler and clearer and better for our residents. Which would lead into the task force phase 2. So as we said, this really focused a lot on how do we simplify, how do we make it easy to do the right thing, to give people the tools to maintain their properties in a way that improves and supports surrounding neighborhood activity. So the next phase would be to look at potentially code cases, case data, and evaluate potential changes or enhancements regarding interior standards and occupancy readiness for our residential properties. So here are a couple of examples of our neighborhood revitalization team in collaboration with some of our landlords and the Landlords Association. They identified a couple of properties that they owned, and this is part of a larger presentation that was provided to the task force at our last meeting. But I pulled a couple of properties out because I thought they were good examples of how just removing the boards or just painting and cleaning a property really makes a huge impact on the surrounding neighborhood and the surrounding neighbors. So this was a removal of boards And this was not only a removal of boards, but repainting, new windows, and trash removal. So it really makes a huge impact when you look at how does a property look and how it impacts the surrounding neighbors. Additionally, during the Mayor Council Task Force on Code Enforcement, the City Council convened its own subcommittee regarding code enforcement and had additional code enforcement items and issues that they would like for us to continue to look at, continue to bring back solutions. And these included prioritizing additional resources for illegal dumping, which again impact property values, impact neighborhoods, ensuring a smooth and timely response for constituents who are concerned with homeless issues, homeless shelters, and homeless activities on private property. And then lastly, ensuring additional and effective enforcement of recycling center operations. So those were additional items that the City Council Ad Hoc Committee had asked that we include in the report. So in conclusion, this is just the first step of many steps that will improve and enhance property values and quality of life within our community. Removing vacant, blighted residential property issues from our neighborhoods will make a huge difference for those residents who currently live there, and will allow us then to focus on additional issues that arise within our community. Addressing this first also allows us to evaluate how well we have done and to see if this is the right direction or if there are additional or different steps that we should be taking. And I'd like to say that one of the big issues that has come to my attention and has been provided to our office regularly is that vacant, blighted residential properties have long plagued this community, and it's time to make a change and to make it very clear what our expectations are for properties to be maintained. And with that, I would turn it back over to the mayor.
I would like to thank you, Jennifer. I would like to ask one of our co-chairs, Steve Hardlicka, to come forward and just wrap us up. And while he's doing that, I want to also recognize Kelly Furtado from my office, who played an instrumental role in all of the work for this task force. And also thank you to Doug Sloan and Melissa White and the City Attorney's Office. Terrific job by everybody. Thank you. Mr. Hardlicka.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Steve Hardlicka, born and raised in Fresno, and have had a law practice here for a little over 30 years. As a member of the California Apartment Association Greater Fresno Division, very pleased to serve on this task force. And as Jennifer pointed out quite appropriately, we took on a lot of issues. We spent many hours with a very diverse group. One of my roles as a co-chair was somewhat organizing, running the meetings. It was sometimes like herding cats in that there was a very diverse group of ideas being shot back and forth. But we had a lot of help. And, I have to be honest, occasionally I hear that government is getting involved in something and I think, oh, here we go again, the city's going to screw this up. And at the conclusion of all of this, I found that the Code Enforcement Division in particular, very dedicated professional group of folks, helped us a lot. Everybody involved, and we had members from, the city attorney, the police department. By the way, we have a great police force. Everybody did a great job. And at the end of the day, we took a vote on the report and recommendation that's before you. And I was a little frightened, to be honest, because we had so many different opinions. But at the end of the day, we took a vote, and it was unanimous. We asked if there was anybody that opposed anything that was in the report and recommendation. And I'm glad to report to you that we unanimously agreed to recommend or endorse the report and recommendation. In a few minutes, you'll be taking up the ordinance. I will tell you in advance that similarly we took a vote and it was unanimous. And so we're submitting or approving, if you will, endorsing that ordinance as well. I do want to back up just a little bit. We took on a lot of ideas, recognizing that this is a huge city, very complex, a lot of challenges, and the group as a whole, again, very diverse, all the way from people that rent to the owners and everything in between. And we decided that basically the boarded up homes was the biggest issue. It was also one that could be taken on with limited resources, recognizing that the city doesn't have endless means to take these things on. And it was decided that if we focused on boarded up buildings, that this would be one of the best things that we can do. And to back up just one step further, it had unintentionally become the practice of Fresno to basically allow owners to board up a property and walk away and not do anything else. And we found that unintentionally, the unintended consequence is that we had many owners that would do just that. They get a few sheets of plywood, they board up the home, and that was it. And the city would back off and say, okay, you did what you could. And everyone recognized that wasn't the way to do things. So we came up with some solutions. In the ordinance, again, I don't mean to get too far into this, but there's some discussion about plexiglass or Lexan material over windows and whatnot. The idea there was that you shouldn't be able to drive down a street and immediately point to a home and say, well, clearly it's abandoned. It's boarded up. The lawn is 3 feet tall. There's an abandoned Chevy sitting in the driveway, etc. We've all seen this around Fresno. I won't dwell on it. You all know what I'm talking about. And so the idea was that if we could tackle these issues and try to come up with some recommendations as to specifically what are we talking about. And it's not just the building. It's the building and the surrounding yard. Everything has to be taken care of in a particular manner and to a point where you don't recognize it as abandoned or blighted. That was the whole thrust of this. We did conclude very early on that there would have to be a phase 2. That's been provided for. There are a lot of people with very different opinions on what will be accomplished there, but the idea is this is a start. We've given you hopefully something that everybody, as I said, unanimously agreed on with regard to the task force that you folks could run with, and hopefully we'll get this passed and we can start making some changes. I would like to comment just briefly on the landlord group that was formed. Several owners got together, formed their own group in advance of any ordinance being passed. You saw some of the photographs. They did an excellent job of taking everyone's advice, listening to everyone, and deciding on their own, okay, we're going to yank down the plywood. And in a given area, all of the homes, the plywood came off. The yards were mowed, etc. And the property's looking much better for it. So on the whole, let me just sum this up and say that I and the rest of the group were very pleased, spent hours and hours reviewing the issues, trying to come up with a recommendation that we could all get behind, and ultimately we did. Thank you very much. Unless there's any questions.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Jindian. Thank you for being here.
Matthew Jindian, professor at Fresno State, co-chair of the Mayor Council Task Force, and just briefly want to express my really strong appreciation for the idea of a task force. I think the beauty of this group was the diverse perspectives and opinions gathered around the same table, all with a similar goal in mind, and that was addressing this issue of blight in the city of Fresno. Committed to doing some studying together of the existing situation in our neighborhoods, as well as the possible solutions that are happening in other places, and coming up with generating ideas that not everybody was necessarily going to agree with, but to get out those ideas onto the table to be discussed and to present those before you. And yes, there's other groups that have formed in part in response to that. Some just kind of took up, as Steve referenced, this group of property owners really took into their own hands addressing about a 9-block area. And I don't think that would have happened had there not been a mayor council task force. And so that initiative on your end and with the mayor's office really then ends up stimulating that activity in our community to make an effort to improve it. We know that that's not the end all, that you're going to be addressing this and may look at the ordinance put before you with your own debate and we look forward to participating in that with you with public comment. And so thank you for your time.
All right. Well, thank you. Like I said, that was a workshop. We had that as a workshop? Or is this going to be considered a staff report? No. So we'll consider that a workshop, but we'll also consider that the staff report as well. So we don't have to redo a staff report. Can I do that, Doug?
You may do that.
Okay, very good. So now we will move to the action item. And to start this off, I'm going to allow some of our members of the Code Committee on the Council to kind of kick off a few of the comments, and then we're going to go out to the public and listen to the public feedback and then come back here. So Councilmember Capriolio, Councilmember Olivier, and I were the council members that served on the subcommittee, and we're going to let Councilmember Capriolio start off our comments.
Thank you very much, Council President. First and foremost, I want to thank each and every member of the task force. Wonderful, excellent effort. And more specifically, I want to thank the ad hoc committee, the subcommittee, my colleagues Oliver Baines and Clint Olivier and myself for coming up with some additional ideas, as well as the administration and their commitment to this project. And of course, to Dr. Jadian and Steve, I know you're an attorney, but you have a Juris Doctorate, so I feel comfortable calling you Dr. Hrdlicka. So Dr. Jadian, Dr. Hrdlicka, thank you for leading this particular committee. Next, I really would like to have all the committee members that are here, if they'd all please stand up. I see Terrence back there and Dr. Jadian. Would you all please stand up? And let's please, all of you stand up. Don't be shy. And let's all give them a big round of applause for the great work they've done for our committee. It's a pleasure again to work with everyone and work together to initiate phase one. There's many phases that are to come from this particular task force and committee. So phase one, we're well on our way. And thanks to everyone's input, I think we have a great document. I actually call it a living document, much like our Constitution, because as this evolves, it will be subject to amendments, modifications, changes, additions, deletions, and that will only make it a better product, which result in a better community for all of us in Fresno. And I say a living document because I just got this this morning, and I noticed that on page 3 we have some changes, and on page 4 likewise. So that just confirms the concept of a living document that we're all going to work together and work forward to make it better. And I really look forward to phase 2 of the task force, and thank you all. We should be really proud of this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio. Councilmember Olivier, I'll let you make a few comments.
Well, thank you, Council President and Council, and also I would especially like to thank my fellow committee members. For some of you who are at the forum on Monday night at the church on Belmont, this may be a little bit of a repeat for you. But when Mayor Swearingen asked me to be a part of this committee, I wasn't exactly thrilled about that. I wasn't, not because I didn't care, but just because I thought, what good could come out of more meetings and a committee? But I made a commitment that I would go to the meetings and that I would participate and I would be dialed in and I would offer as the input that I felt like I was worth sharing. And so at the end of this process, I can say that I'm very glad that I kept my commitment, and I'm very glad that I went to those committee meetings and was able to participate. And I really got a lot out of it. And I think that I think our neighborhoods will get a lot out of this. And I'm very happy with what this committee has produced. I think it's a great step forward when it comes to standing up for homeowners and renters in our neighborhoods that are demanding a cleaner, safer Fresno. And so I'm proud of this document. I'm happy to send it through to the council, and happy to give it a chance to work and see what we can do with it. So again, thanks for inviting me to be a part of the committee. Thank you to my fellow committee members, and let's go forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Olivier, and I'll kind of wrap up some of the, at least council subcommittee reports. And the very first thing I want to do is join in with Councilmember Capriolio's comments that this is, as many things are here, a process of evolution, and this is a living, breathing document, as evidenced by the actions I'm about to take right now to really get some of the changes into the record for the actual document that we're going to vote on. So, City Attorney, is it appropriate for me to, do I need to read each set of changes in, or how should we amend the document?
You can do that, or I can do it, and they've been provided to the clerk also.
Okay, you can go right ahead.
Okay. The changes that are in the latest draft include on page 2, on the line beginning implemented stage, the change is to say 2, 3, or 4 water shortage contingency rationing rather than 4 as it was previously. And then the next change is on page 3, the second line from the bottom, where it follows 30 days, it says shall instead of may. So that properties vacant for longer than 30 days shall be registered at no cost. And then the next change is on the bottom of page 4. Section 3A is added to say, vacant properties that are not registered on the city's vacant property registry shall be subject to an administrative citation of $250 per month, and then what follows. And then the final change is on page 9, near the bottom of the first paragraph, where it talks about the stage 4 water shortage contingency rationing. Again, it's changed to say stage 2, 3, or 4. Those are all of the changes.
All right, thank you. So some of those changes certainly reflect some conversations that we had in the past few days. One of the major ones is something that I thought, and I think that we all thought was important, and that was really capturing the vacant housing stock in the city of Fresno and making that a requirement instead of a voluntary piece of this document. So we changed that. We think we found a good compromise, but it also was evidence to me that we're really trying to turn the corner in what we're trying to do and maybe not just give lip service. This is far from over, and I want to, Councilmember Capriolio said it, Councilmember Olivier said it, our planning director said it, that this is really the beginning. The mayor said it as well. This is really the beginning. So I really want to make sure that all of us here in attendance today understand that this is not a perfect document. And I think all of us realize that, and none of us would attest to that. But it's good, and it's a step in the right direction. And some of you that have come to these meetings a lot, you'll know that sometimes there's a sentiment by those of us that are very passionate up here, like I am, about a lot of these issues, that we have to stop ourselves from sacrificing the perfect for the good. And it's happened in recent weeks on documents that weren't perfect, but we couldn't seem to recognize that we were moving in the right direction. So I want to say that we're moving in the right direction. It's far from over. I, too, am excited to move into some of the subject matter that's not covered in this particular ordinance that we need to have further exploration on, but I can assure you that we're going to get there. And I know that we have the commitment from our mayor and the administration, the DARM department, our very capable code staff, and as well as us as council members up here to move this conversation forward along with your help. So with that, I just wanted to offer some opening comments to this proceeding. And we're now going to take this item out to the public. And I have a few cards. I'm going to go through my cards first. If you did not put in a card, don't fear. You will have an opportunity to come down and make comments after I go through the cards, or you can put in cards while I'm calling them. So either way is fine. Our first card up is Barbara Fisk. And if you come down and state your name and address for the record, and you'll all have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Barbara Fisk. I live at 1112 East Franklin Avenue. Thank you, Council President Baines and Mayor Swearingen and the council for addressing this issue, and I thank you also to all of the members of the task force that are present. This is a very exciting day for the city of Fresno, and thank you for all of the different things that you've added to the proposed new ordinance. There's something that I have learned. I live in the Lowell neighborhood. I chair the Lowell Neighborhood Association, and we've had the pleasure of working closely now with city staff for the last several years. I've learned that there are rules that needed to be clarified so that folks who were property owners would understand what they're supposed to do, and as neighbors and advocates, what we could hold people accountable to, as well as maybe folks who were causing harm to those properties. And I would really encourage us as we go forward in this discussion that we do not make blanket comments regarding property owners, the good and the bad. There are both, and our neighborhood is very much blessed by very good property owners. As we may make references to tenants, that we do not lay the blame of properties that are damaged and such to those who rent. Over 55% of Fresno rents, and we have very good tenants. Of course, we have some troubled ones. But in that same vein, I would like us to be cautious of how we address those that are working in the field, the code enforcement officers and the staff here at City Hall. There are folks who I've walked side by side and have so much appreciated the advocacy that they do because they know the law and they know what they could say. But I also have been with folks who thought that law was really vague, and they seem to suggest what they can do was up to somebody above them. And so I'm not naming names, but there's definitely a confusion of frustration. So I'm very encouraged by the thought of laying down some clear rules so that everybody can understand what the bar is and what should be expected. So thank you so much.
Next we have Andrew Fail.
Thank you so much, guys. Andrew File, I'm at the Well Community Church, and I live at 1460 East Inglewood, which is Susan B. Tower kind of neighborhood. So grateful for this proposal, and just continue to urge you guys to press forward. I myself moved into a neighborhood and into a house that was boarded up. So as I moved in, my neighbors were ecstatic to see the boards come off, to see the homeless that were sleeping in my garage and popping into my house, who had taken down the boards. They were ecstatic to see the neighborhood come back to life. And as I continue to drive around my neighborhood and drive around, I see the continued remnants of that and hear that from my neighbors, and now I experience it myself. And so just thank you for you guys' hard work. Continue to press forward. Appreciate what you said, Oliver Baines. We have a lot of work to do, and this is a great first step. So let's push forward, and let's just create a society and a city that we all want to live in. So thank you.
All right. Next up, I had Pastor DJ Kreiner, but I see that he had to step out. So we have Esther. Well, normally we don't do that, but if we'll allow you to do that since you came down, and the next will be Esther Delahaye, probably is probably the.
Thank you. Pastor Kreiner asked me to convey what he wanted to. I'm Rabbi Rick Weiner, and I reside at 6555 North Dolores and live and work here in the city. On behalf of, first of all, on behalf of the many people who gathered at Pastor Daniel's church and people who have been involved in this, we absolutely thank the mayor and the city council for convening the task force and all the people who served on it. There are quite a few things that we want to express that we're really pleased are in there. We especially want to underline the importance of stopping the plywood boarding. changing the fine structure to be able to charge the $250 per day for violations, starting the receivership for long-standing violators. And again, a lot of this is about the bad actors. For the good actors, this is not an issue at all. Adding the new 5-person blight team to the city budget, canvassing and creating the technology to document how big this problem is. We know it's really hard to figure it out, so we want to do that. You've all received the minority report from members of the task force who had some shall we say, disagreement with the final product. And so a couple of the things that are in that, including not only a registration for the longer-term vacant properties, but a fee to go along with that, as is done in many other cities. The city-run inspection for basic health and safety standards to previously tagged blighted properties before a tenant comes in. We know that not only does that help the tenant, but it also helps the owner. Both then have a record of what it looked like before someone moved in and takes some of the onus off of the tenants who feel the pressure of not being able to feel comfortable asking for inspections. The private attorney clause, as is elsewhere in our municipal code in Chapter 10, we would love to have that here in this. And for Phase 2 to be quickly, as we've talked about, implemented so that we go forward with that, and especially have tenants on that part of the task force. Thank you so much for all the hard work in this area.
Next we have Esther Delahaye. I hope I said that right. Okay.
You got it right the second time. My name is Esther Delahaye, and I live at 1130 East Franklin Avenue. I am the Executive Director of the Lowell Community Development Corporation. And you have to excuse me for reading this today. I'm just a little bit nervous. First of all, I want to thank you, City Council, for considering this new blight ordinance, and specifically those who served on the task force. I know that there was a lot of hard work and time that was put into this. Our community has been one of the hardest hit by the epidemic of blight in our city, and I am excited about the focus of this ordinance. I am grateful for the concern and encouraged by your commitment to build a blight-free Fresno. I, too, like the comments earlier, am encouraged by some of the things that are in this ordinance that are already included. The fine structure, the receivership, the increase of a blight team with code enforcement, and really finding out the magnitude of the problem, being able to track that. My concern with looking over the current ordinance and comparing it with the proposed ordinance is the issue of enforcement. I believe that if our current code were enforced, we would not have the issues with blight that we have today. But the combination of vague language and the lack of enforcement has left us with a major problem of blight. I am here today to urge you to consider adding some of the much-needed teeth to the proposed ordinance. I encourage you to consider the 4 recommendations that are included in the minority report. Things like a registry for the long-term vacant properties. I see how that over and over and over could make a significant difference for folks who move into places that have been vacant for a long time and deal with horrid habitability issues. And if that one piece were in place, that would eliminate a lot of the problems that we will continue to work on in Phase 2. So number one, I'm encouraged, and I want to thank you and just encourage you to move forward with some of these other things as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Anna Wells.
Hi, my name is Anna Wells, and I live in the Lowell neighborhood. And
and I'm here with No More Slumlords. I would like to encourage you to implement the 4 recommendations that we've talked about before. I'll just go over them again. To implement and enforce a vacant building registration program for all buildings vacant for longer than 60 days. To require an internal inspection of all newly unblighted properties before they are rented to ensure properties are habitable under the California law. To allow nonprofit community groups to enforce the ordinance at no expense to the city by including a private attorney general clause in, and to implement the Phase 2 task force. I think what we need in Fresno is a functioning system to deal with blight. We obviously don't have a functioning system right now. And I think that this ordinance is a good place to start, but unless these amendments are made, it won't be as effective as it could be and should be. And I think this is what the people of Fresno deserve. Thank you.
All right. Those are all of the cards that I had, but you're welcome to come down and make comment, whomever. Come right on down and just state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, and happy birthday, Clint. My name is Carol Angstman Mall. I live at 305 West Bullard, number 103. And my husband and I own several apartments in the city. His family has been in the apartment business for over 50 years. In the last few weeks, we have had squatters next to us. The house is vacant. It's for sale. It is not boarded up. It has done damage to our property. Our fence has been knocked down. We can't put it back up because they'd knock it down again. They broke the wood. That's for when somebody calls the police, and the police come in the front door, and they go out the back, and as soon as the police leave, they're right back in there. We don't know how many are living there, but there are a lot. It is adversely affecting us and our tenants. Our tenants are afraid to be outside. It's not a good situation. So it isn't just the blight. The windows are not boarded up, but it's a situation where the police have been called so many times that I think our tenants are done calling the police because nothing is done. And I think that's one of the things, it is blight on our property, and they're dumping stuff in our place. They're going through our garbage cans to find whatever they can, and then they leave the mess right there. I don't know what the city can do about that, but that is blight that is adversely affecting our property. We just spent over $10,000 updating one of the units in our apartment, and we cannot afford to have this kind of activity constantly going on around our property. We're going to lose our tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down to the lectern if you'd like to make public comment. And I think you know all the rules, Marina, so.
I don't have to say all that stuff.
You know all the rules. Go right ahead.
Good. I'm real happy to see that, you're addressing the issue of blight. But my issue is with the city is the issue of follow-through and consistency and keeping on track. And I'll tell you a brief story. A few years back, about 8 or 9, not sure, maybe less, you guys passed an ordinance about the trash cans. Remember that? Can't leave them out after 5 o'clock on the day that your trash is being picked up. You enforced or you required people to put them behind fences, hide them. Well, you got rid of most of the folks that did the checking. code enforcement, or I'm not sure what group it was. And so now, if you drive around the city, which I drive around the city a lot, I see trash cans all over the place. They're not put away. I put my trash can away and I put it behind my fence. But I see all this kind of mess. People get into them. The homeless steal them sometimes. I know that the folks over in the community sanitation side will pick up, dozens of trash cans in any given day, hundreds in any given month. And so now the enforcement has gone away. People were being fined. You gave them a little note, and if they didn't, comply the second time around, there was a fine of something like $50, and then it would go up again. And so this is very nice and very wonderful, but if you don't follow through and you don't keep up with the enforcement, then people don't take you seriously, and then we have what we have today. We have trash cans all over the place. And go out and take a drive. I'm not exaggerating. I'm glad to take pictures for you while I'm out, and it's district-wide. It's every place. It's in my neighborhood. I live in District 1, and I live in a pretty good area. I know it's in your area, and I know it's in your area because I have a house in your area. And I see it everywhere. And, the dumping has become, outrageously, it's outrageous everywhere. And so I just urge you that if you're going to do something like this and you're going to make a commitment, you also have to do the follow through, and you have to continue on this and not forget about the old ordinances and the old rules that you have passed and get lax and just allow this to continue, because otherwise we're never going to get a hold of this. And, people have to be accountable. And if I go through and have an expense and do all of the right things, then I expect everyone else to keep it up, and I expect them to be held accountable for it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Come on up, Pastor. You're next.
Good afternoon, Council President. Appreciate you all very much. Happy birthday, Councilmember Olivier. It's awesome. Good. Well, I just wanted to, member of the task force, really enjoyed the process. So thankful to the administration, mayor, to all who participated in this process. Just a couple of quick comments. I think there's an opportunity here, and I really have appreciated, I think, your comments, Council President, about sacrificing the perfect for the good, and I understand that. I want to ask the council to seriously consider, and there's been language that's included in this draft that gives the city the right and the opportunity to pursue an internal inspection because the city determines that that's reasonable and appropriate, and I think that's good language. But I think this is an opportunity, as the city engages this issue, to put a serious stopgap, to ensure that there is not one more family that will choose to live in squalor in our city simply because they are trying to choose affordable shelter. And I know that we have discussed this as a phase 2 issue, moving to the interior, but I am concerned that if we miss this opportunity to strengthen that language, to incorporate something around enforcing state health and safety code in this draft of this ordinance, that we're missing an opportunity. And that opportunity is something that I take very seriously, and I think we all do. Because in the absence of pursuing this, we are compounding the problem that Phase 2 is now going to begin to address, which is occupied substandard housing. So if we don't take the opportunity now to stop people from moving into substandard housing, then we're just compounding our problem for Phase 2. And so I invite you to reconsider that, and very grateful. Now, excuse me as I return home to a flu-ridden child, and but I'll be following you online and look forward to hearing your comments. Thank you.
All right, come on down.
Good afternoon, Council. D. Barnes. I'm speaking as a citizen and as the president of the Fresno City Employees Association, address 2607 Fresno Street, Suite D. I just want to say I really support what's been done, and I hope that this committee will continue to, I think the fact that we drew so many different people and organizations in for this process, I believe was good. I think it was needed. Our association represents the employees that are going out and doing the inspections. Numerous things have been tried over the years that I believe have contributed to some of the problems we see, where there's been conflicting and changing policies and direction given to the staff. I believe there's been a lot of finger pointing, a lot of blame. I know 6 out of the 7 received anonymous emails last year with lots of information. So I'm excited that we have a director that's, Ms. Clark is meeting with labor, where some of the things that were said today about the technology and the training, I believe are very important, and I'm hoping that they're going to be able to find the funds and the means to do that, because it is needed. Improved communication, and it needs to be the same communication. So one supervisor, one manager is not giving conflicting information, because it makes it very, very difficult on the employees trying to do the job. And we've all seen the problems we have here in Fresno. So I'm excited about this. I do think that it's good that everyone recognizes that the ordinance is a living document, because I do believe there are other things that need to be addressed. As a citizen and as an employee here, I'm disappointed that some of the things that the city is having to spend funds on, we are not being reimbursed for. It's costing the city. When the police department has to respond out when code is not available, if we respond out on a weekend, a holiday, or an evening, we're having to pay to have the properties boarded up, and we're not getting reimbursed for that. So there's a lot of things that we need to tighten up in some of these ordinances, but I'm excited and we're very supportive of this. Thank you.
All right, come on down, state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Council. I think it was a need for me to have to come up and speak and follow up behind D. Barnes. Regarding the anonymous emails that came out over a year and a half ago, I think it stands to be on the record and corrected. Those emails that came out, that information wasn't true. And those emails specifically, one was speaking to me. I think I held the city accountable for their actions probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and that was done one time. We agreed to disagree, and there was a settlement made. So for those anonymous emails to come out, and then for the decision to be made a year and a half ago, and it's really ironic that we have this task force and this community here, when just a year and a half ago, I was standing right here giving you the facts, the exact facts that, Ms. Clark just presented here. And I could rattle them off the top of my head because I was working then. And I think that now that you're bringing, I am so happy that you have a committee and working. And I would have been here for 9.5 years. And by the way, Renee, I'm ready to come back to work. And there's 3 people on the list. I am the first one to come back. And it's 3 of us left. It's 3 of us left. And I'm number 1 to come back. And the other ones are either here or, because I've been walked around. You guys have skirted around me. Because I've been honest. I've probably been the only ones, and Councilman Baines, you know this. I've done the work in the community. You've seen my work. I've made a presence there. Those in West Fresno, they know I made a presence there. I made a clear presence there. So today, I definitely, and I wasn't going to say anything, but it have to be put on the record. If we're going to be truthful with the community, let's be truthful all the way around. I haven't received a call back, and you guys you stated that it wasn't personal. That layoff wasn't personal. That layoff was personal. It was very personal. You guys made it personal. So I'm anxious to hear from either you, Ashley, Renee, Bruce. I'm definitely, because I think I deserve an answer of why I've been skirted around for a year and a half about my position. There's people in budget that know my name that I don't even know their face, that they're speaking of me. I was right by this city. I did right by this city. And for me to leave the city and to say that I was a bad employee and I didn't do my job, I busted my butt in West Fresno. I was the only one in code enforcement that was willing really to take that position to work in West Fresno. And I did one hell of a job. And I will never play down the work that I did for West Fresno. And I think it should be acknowledged. And I would love to hear back from you guys. You have my number, Kiki Wilson. I would love to hear back from you.
We have any other for public comment? Come on down. Come on down, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Sergio Cortez. I'm coming here as a property owner. I'm sorry, not property owner, business owner. I wish to own property someday. But I live at 1612 Fulton Street in downtown Fresno. My wife and I made a cautious decision to move downtown Fresno to be part of the revitalization efforts that are happening. We are seeing a lot of positive work being done in downtown Fresno by developers, community leaders, faith-based leaders, city council, and the mayor. So we're really stoked. But something that we did notice as we moved to downtown Fresno is all the blight surrounding our core, our heart of our city. And we do see it as the heart of a city. And when our heart of a city is surrounded by this disease, it's going to bleed into your heart. And the heart won't pump properly how it should be. So if we could deal with this blight and be strong with it and create a healthy surrounding for our heart, I think that will come a long ways and it will make a difference. That's it. Thank you.
Come on down, sir. State your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council President Gerard Lozano, 1334 East Valley Forge. I want to thank you for allowing, one of our members, Sherry Poindexter, to be a part of the committee. I know she spent a lot of work, and one thing was unanimous from our association to put Sherry forward, and she gave the nod yes, so I know a lot of time and effort was put upon her to make that commitment, and we appreciate that. And want to encourage you to adopt what has been presented so far. And we are opposed to the minority report. I think that would most likely be for a different day, a different time, and back to the committee for much, much, much more discussion. I know the committee spent a lot of work on it, and I think that needs to be underlined because of the unanimous decision made. And perhaps if things need to be done further, it's going to be quite a lot more discussion and something that we probably can't decide upon today or get into at this time. But I appreciate your work and everything you do for the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Swearingen, President Baines, council members. Stephanie Babb with the California Apartment Association, 516 West Shaw. And as the realtor stated, we appreciate the opportunity that myself and Steve Herdlicka served on this committee. Steve is co-chair. And we represent about 500 members, about 40,000 rental housing units in the greater Fresno area. And we encourage you to adopt the ordinance as is, and we are in disagreement and oppose the minority report. It seems the minority report is trying to circumvent this public process that has been ongoing for the past 6 months. We were just aware of this minority report a few days ago. So, as Gerard mentioned, we would recommend that those items be discussed during a public process, a public committee, and a phase 2 at a later time, but not right now. And thank you very much, and we look forward to serving on phase 2 of the committee.
Hello, I'm Terrence Frazier. I live everywhere at all times. Anyway, first of all, I sat on the task force. I was very excited about the new ordinance that got put out there. I'm not that excited about the amendments, but I do get it and I understand it. I just wish that we sat there for 6 months trying to come up with an ordinance. And I think if you're going to amend something, I think it should have went back to that group first. Also, I sat on the task force with the, some people call them slumlord, and some people were actually good actors. And being one of the head guys of that group, I felt like, out of respect, before you amend this thing or whatever you're going to do, it should at least came back to us too, so those guys could have a voice. Because in the last 20-something years, these guys been here, and not one time have I seen them form a group and actually start getting things done. And they've been making things happen lately. Now I got to go back to this group and say, hey, today at the dais, something got amended. Whether it's right, whether it's wrong, I don't agree with it. Some parts being amended, but like I said, out of respect to that group, the task force that sat there for 6 months, I think it should have went back to that group, and also should have went back to the executive groups that was also there. The only one I had concerns with, and I'll tell you why I had concerns with it, whether it's right or wrong, but when we start talking about amending something at the last second, we got to go back to, there was something that was passed by Republic State Representative Steve Martin. He authored a bill, HB 2620, which would strip the city's rights to enforce vacant and abandoned property ordinances. Now, there was a reason for that, but I don't have enough time to go through it. But the ordinance pretty much stated that no city, town, municipality, or political subdivision shall enact or attempt to enforce through civil, criminal penalties any ordinance, rule, or regulation to require the registration of real property. No city, town, municipalities, whatever that word is, or political subdivision shall assess or charge any fee, own, or register real property, or for lease, rental, occupancy, or non-occupancy, lease, purchase, transfer, sign, bequest, or device of any part or parcel of real property. Regulation contrary to the provision of this section, whether declared null or void, unenforceable against every owner, purchaser, assignee, leasing, mortgagee, or beneficiary of interest of real property. This bill was passed and approved by Governor back 5/23/2014. So I'm saying there was a reason that that bill was passed, why they don't want these registered buildings. So there's a lot of things that we need to go back and look at. And I'm saying if this amendment is going to pass, or the way that is getting amended, I suggest that at least that group be a part of how we're going to amend it, so we all can figure out the best way to get it amended. That's fine. 2 cents.
Hello again, Stephen Herdlick at 1221 Van Ness. I want to talk as an advocate for a moment instead of on behalf of the group. With regard to the California Apartment Association, I sit on the board. We definitely oppose the minority report for several reasons. We believe that Phase 2 will include a discussion regarding those issues. Just taking a couple of the issues. With regard to inspections, the city already has the right, code enforcement already has the right to inspect. A tenant just has to pick up the phone and say, I've got a problem, and the city's going to run out there and do it. I don't think this is the time or place. I think that'll be taken up in Phase 2. With regard to private attorney's fees, it reminds me of the ADA problems, Americans with Disabilities Act, where there's an attorney's fees provision that allows private parties to come in. So what happens is a disabled individual and an attorney will go after owners of businesses, and in Fresno they've done it hundreds and hundreds of times. Those individuals have made hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's become a money-making machine. I would resist every effort and suggest that you do so as well. There are a lot of people that are looking at this ordinance and what the city of Fresno is going to do as to whether or not they want to continue investing in Fresno, and I think that this will put a chill on that. I think there are a lot of unintended consequences. With regard to the amendments that were proposed, with regarding landscaping and the drought, I think that's a good change. I think it's a necessary change. When the task force originally took this up some 6 months ago, the situation wasn't quite as drastic as it is now. We've all been talking about a living, breathing document. I think we need to adapt, and that's a very good change. With regard to mandatory registration, I believe that that is an appropriate way to go. I would liken it or compare it to the registration of alarms here in the city of Fresno. A lot of people don't know it, but if you have an alarm in your home, you're supposed to register it, and that way if the alarm goes off at 3 o'clock in the morning, the police department accesses their database. They can literally call you on the cell phone and find out what's going on. I will tell you that the task force took this issue up, and it was highly in favor of that type of process. In other words, if there's a database that only the city can access, where there's a name and a phone number that code enforcement can simply pick up the phone. It's a great use of resources rather than getting in the car, driving out there, citing somebody. We would oppose the $250 fine that's attached if you don't register. And then also, with regard to the intent of the task force, the idea was that we would be able to identify blighted buildings because of the plywood, whatever it may be. There could be some unintended consequences. By way of example, someone gets put in a rest home. I'm sorry, I didn't see the red light come on.
That's okay.
All right, I'll sit down. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Come on down.
Hi, I'm Don Scordino, and my address is 1013 East Omaha. I'm a property owner. I have 14 rental properties here, all of them in Fresno, and at least one or two in everybody's district. And I've done this for over 30 years. I would like to underscore my opposition to the point on the minority report about enforcement by a private attorney. That one scares the heck out of me. It makes the good guys big-time targets also. And yes, I've had problems with tenants before. Most of the problems that I've had have been when I'm presenting a 3-day notice to pay rent or quit. And all of them can be worked out. In all my years, I've probably only had to hire somebody like Steve Herlicka 3 or 4 times. So they can be worked out, and most of the landlords are good. In fact, I heard there's 191,000 homes in Fresno. I believe 55% are owner-occupied, 45% are rentals. That means the vast majority are working well, so please don't make the good people and the good landlords targets by private attorneys. The building industry had a really big problem with class action suits over issues that the owners didn't even know what the problems were, but out-of-town attorneys came in and made a lot of money off of that. And I believe that that's where we may go. That would be the unintended consequence of that. And as far as the internal inspections, it already applies. If they do pick up the phone and call, it's going to be done. But I also believe that we're still in America, and you cannot violate property rights by sending external people into the home. Thank you very much for listening. Appreciate it.
All right. We still are in public. Come on down.
Matthew Gendian, 1213 North Carolina, and then also employed at Fresno State, 5340 North Campus Drive. I was going to mention a few points, but they've been covered by other colleagues, so I won't go into those. I do want to express an objection to the word circumvention. The idea that the minority report is a circumventing of the task force process, I want to totally express my opposition to the use of that word. I think while there was unanimous agreement in the task force ordinance that's going forward, there were a group of people who felt that in some areas of the ordinance it didn't go far enough. And so we live in the United States of America. We have the right to express that opinion, and we took advantage of that liberty of freedom of expression to craft something to present. And we invite members of the public. I like the comments by Council Member Baines about this being a living document, and that's what public comment period is for. Ultimately, you're the group. The task force was simply making a recommendation. The mayor's office put forward the final form, and then we're here to comment in public. What I do want to say, moving from that comment, is in the area of I hope and I know that this process is not lost on you, that the decision of this ordinance is directly tied to your decision around budgeting in the coming weeks. And so as you're talking about that issue of budget, I hope we realize that that decision will render whatever is done to the existing ordinance or to a proposed ordinance, whether it will be successful or not in terms of implementation. As Dr. Martin Luther King said, budgets are moral documents. We believe this issue of safe, decent, affordable, and accessible housing is a moral issue as well as a social and economic issue. And the decisions around budgeting to ensure that code enforcement and that the city staff have the resources it needs in order to implement whatever is defined as the ordinance be taken into consideration in that phase of your decision making. Thank you for your time and attention.
All right. Well, seeing no further public comment, I'll bring it back to the dais. I have a few council members that want to make a few comments. We'll start with, Councilmember Olivier, did you have any further comment? You don't? Okay. Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to thank the administration and Jennifer and the council members in the task force that worked on putting this document together, and it's I feel it's long overdue. The recommendations that you made on the first priorities, there's a few things that I just wanted to add for your consideration, and I think one of the early comments, and I believe it was Mr. Hardlicka, was that it's human nature to mistrust government. Couldn't agree with you more. Because it just seems that a lot of the neighborhoods that I've walked in the past and that type of thing, it's especially the ones where you have a lot of rentals, certain amount of blight. It's like folks say, well, I'm trying to do my best, but what are you guys going to do for me? And that's part of our responsibility as a city. And I recall when times were better and we had a little bit more money, we had and we were able to do enforcement a lot better, simply because we had the bodies to do that for code enforcement. But some of the things that I know that worked in those neighborhoods in the past was that it seemed to me that it was up to us as government to show neighborhoods that, yeah, we're willing to hold up our end of it if you hold up your end of your neighborhood. And so what we would do is we would go into neighborhoods and just kind of take them as sections, a section of a neighborhood, squared off, and let the folks know that in 30 days we were coming in and going to do some code enforcement if their properties needed it, in terms of writing them up and that type of thing. And to us, it just seemed a little bit easier to clean up a neighborhood at a time. But what was effective on the part of the city was that we would go in and trim the trees on the park strips. That was part of our job. We went into the street lights that were in the neighborhoods, and folks seemed to think that we put in a stronger ballast. Actually, all we did was clean the globe and the ballast, and that filtered the light down a lot better through the trees. So that was the city's part in making a better neighborhood. The other thing that we did is that folks were more encouraged by that to start forming neighborhood watch groups. And really that, to some degree, the only cost to the city then is to help organize the neighborhood watch meetings, and that in turn helped the neighborhoods better monitor themselves in watching out for blighted properties, ensuring that property owners kept up their properties, even in areas where you had a lot of rentals. And so I believe that that one of the things that we need to look at and consider in our budget is maybe bringing back more of the code enforcement folks and working within those neighborhoods to help clean up the area, because we've got to do our part as well. But I just ask that maybe that be considered maybe in phase 2 as far as part of the recommendations, because it's amazing how much Neighborhood Watch can do and it's very cost effective for a city, especially when you have neighborhoods taking care of themselves and caring for them. And just informing folks that you're coming back in 30 days really kind of wakes them up a little bit, because then they're not pointing fingers and saying, well, why are you picking on me? What about the neighbor down the street? No, everybody got the same notice. So it's a little bit more effective in the past to do it that way. But if you can, just some thoughts and recommendations to add on to the list. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank all the committee members and my council colleagues who invested a lot of time on this issue. And I'm really familiar, because that's the business I'm in, is property management and real estate. And I can tell you on a personal level that when I buy homes or properties, if I see, or I have a vacant property or just a property that's not managed properly, the tenants are engaged in criminal activity, it has an impact on my investment, and I'm concerned, let alone the high concentration that we have in certain parts of the city. And I would agree that what we've tried in the past has not been successful. And really, the challenge in this type of ordinance is to try to focus and target the chronic offenders without having that big net and unintentionally bringing in really responsible property owners. And as Stephanie mentioned, there's 40,000 units here in the city of Fresno that are apartment association owners, and the people in the association, and I was a former director, over a 20-year member, promote responsible ownership. And the last thing you want to do is to not take care of your property. One of the issues I've seen, and I see it personally, is when a code enforcement notice goes out, it always goes to the owner of record. So the owner of record might be in New York or Louisiana, and there's a local property manager. So I would encourage the city to identify a list of property management companies that manage houses. That way you'll get a quicker response. And sometimes owners don't even send us copies of notices they get. Sometimes send them 2 weeks later, but it'd be a lot more effective to add to that list. One of the issues discussed was receivership, and the city attorney, if the city engages a receiver and the city over time accumulates fines and penalties, does the city as a public agency have the right to do a lien foreclosure?
Well, there are two separate issues. One is the receivership. Mm-hmm. That is a remedy that the court could impose for a property that is chronically neglected.
Right.
The other is the recovery of our abatement costs and legal costs. Those can be assessed first as a lien on the property, and if we were to go to court, then it can be assessed in a judgment that we can collect directly from the owner.
Okay, because a lot of these homes that are, and I'll get to the statistics, are homes that are free and clear. There's no lender on them, which means if there are liens on the property through code enforcement fines, then you're actually going to get paid, because during the foreclosure crisis, you'd have a home worth $50,000 with a loan on $100,000. So you could put all the fines you wanted, you'd never get anything, because the senior lien holder would always assume all the money or what money was left in it. So one of the issues then, if you have a receiver, is financing the receiver, because I've been a court-appointed receiver before, and typically the lender is involved, and the lender is funding the receiver. So if I'm making health and safety corrections, there's a funding source. But when you have no lender, there's no funding source. So that's something I think you have to work out, because nobody wants to be a receiver and not have the liability covered and the money covered to do whatever necessary action is needed in terms of health and safety corrections. I saw the list. I met with a group of the community leaders of the map of the city of Fresno depicting the location of these 2,000 plus homes, and it's clear that they are clustered primarily in southeast and southwest property areas, southeast and southwest Fresno. And one suggestion I might make is to maybe focus on certain census tracts and actually get a strike force team that actually, if you've got any census tract, let's say with more than 50% of the homes or whatever percentage is as far as the threshold, and focus on those, because if I have one home in a 3 or 4 block area, that has an impact. But if I have another area that's the same size and has 20 homes, that's a huge impact. That's causing major disruption on the neighbors. If I rent a house, I own a house, I have an apartment complex, it's a major problem trying to rent when there's probably criminal activity and blight and all the stuff associated with it. So I would recommend that in the future, as you go forward, to try to target census tracts that have a high percentage of these types of homes. And there's a big economic impact on blight. I mean, just taking, if there's 2,000, 3,000 homes, and the property's values are, say, $25,000 or $35,000 or $40,000, not only does that vacant property impact the owner of that property, if I've got 5 homes in, again, a 3 or 4 block area, every home in that area is being lowered by the blighted homes, particularly when they're concentrated. So you calculate, if you had these homes that were improved, that they got them at foreclosure, they spent $10,000 or $20,000 typically to renovate them, they were rented or they were resold, responsible renters, responsible owners. Just the 1% property value, 1% on a couple thousand homes would be over $1 million additional property tax revenue for the city, county, and the schools. There's also costs of police and fire. We have, I'm sure in these areas, overuse of police. I know the arson fires are primarily concentrated on these areas. That's the cost of the city. We have our firemen getting injured, serious injuries on these deals. And of course, we've got DARM, Public Works. There's a huge cost to this that people just really don't see, that is impacting not only the neighborhood, but the entire city is paying the price one way or another, because if we've got fire trucks putting out vacant homes someplace, that's one less person or one less truck or crew that's available for an emergency someplace else. Just a few questions. Of the roughly 2,000 plus homes identified and estimated, how many of those are one owner? One owner.
Again, Councilmember Brand, the estimation was based on national statistics, so these are not actual numbers of where they are concentrated or who owns them. So based on 191,000 total housing units,
right.
We estimate anywhere from 5 to 10% are vacant, and of those, anywhere from 5 to 10% are blighted. So we have not done the windshield survey yet, but that is an excellent piece of information that can help us determine really good metrics for measurement as to how many of those properties are owned by a small handful of property owners.
Okay, well, City Attorney, let me rephrase the question. How many of your cases on vacant, blighted houses are primarily one owner? Percentage-wise, roughly.
I don't know.
Okay.
I just don't know.
Well, you get my point. Okay, so let's focus on the offenders. Second question, I'm reading through the ordinance. It talks about vacant homes. Now, if a home's being listed and being sold by a realtor, it's vacant, it doesn't fall within this category. Is that correct?
Again, the focus of the ordinance is vacant, blighted residential properties.
Mm-hmm.
So if a property is being actively maintained, whether it's for sale or for rent, and is being maintained properly, then the ordinance does not apply. So the intent is to apply only to properties. So if your grandmother goes in a rest home, if you spend 9 months abroad teaching at another university, if you go to Florida for the winter, if you're listing your home for sale, those and it's being maintained, you have someone who comes and does the yard, someone who keeps active watch, then those properties are not the ones that we are looking at. We are focused on blighted residential properties.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. just a few comments on the minority report. And I read it, and I understand the motivation, but just on a personal level, on the private attorney clause, about 20 years ago, the state passed, or 25 passed Prop 65, which was essentially a public health disclosure. A sign that was intended originally for industrial type of properties that would say this within this facility may contain carcinogens and all these unhealthy things. And they attached a private attorney clause that basically gave a license to attorneys that started with the intended target. It migrated into restaurants. And then what they did, they would start noticing all the restaurants around the state in every city and basically, okay, let's do a class action lawsuit or pony up and we'll do a settlement. It went from restaurants to hotels, and eventually it went to apartment buildings. And I know Steve was involved back then, and we had collectively all of our properties. We had to get together, do a settlement, and it was strictly a legal shakedown, just like some of the ADA lawsuits. And I know Ken Carroll Mall know what I'm talking about. And there were millions and millions of dollars that we had to round up, had nothing to do with the real health issues. It was simply a means for attorneys to misuse, like ADA has misused the law. And that's the danger of this private attorney. I understand what the intention, but one of the unintended consequences are getting people a license to go after responsible property owners and simply do a shakedown, financial shakedown. Finally, just to the Apartment Association and to the Fresno Board of Realtors, do both of your groups support this document as it is right now with the amendments? Stephanie and Don, if you want to come up. Or Gerard.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We oppose it as it is because of that $250 amount that was added. We weren't even aware of that until a few minutes ago when it was read. We didn't even get any notice of the updates or anything. We would have liked to be included in that.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not used to the mechanics of the dais. So let me just clarify what that is. So originally, folks had proposed that there would be a $250 charge a month to stay on the registry. Okay. We took that out, took the registry out, and had the voluntary emergency contact list. Okay. Councilmember Baines suggested adding the registry, but no cost to be on the registry. Okay, so just like Mr. Hrdlicka said, today if you have an alarm at your home, you're supposed to be, there's a registry you have to sign up for just so the police department knows who's got alarms. So the same kind of concept here. So there's no charge. We're going to have to come up with an easy way for people to enter their information and indicate that they've got a property that's going to be vacant for beyond 30 days. If they don't register, it, like the other 9 things listed in the ordinance, would become subject of a citation, okay? So if you don't register, let's say code goes out, they see you've got plywood up, they start going, okay, now we've got to check for all the other things in the ordinance. Let's see if this property's on the registry. Nope, it's not on the registry. That, like all the other things, would be the subject of a $250 citation. But we wanted to call out that that item is not a daily. You're not going to rack up the bills for daily offenses. It's just $250 per month. So we were clarifying the other items in the ordinance as it reads is $250 per citation per day. And we thought that the registration, since it's a monthly thing, that it should just be $250 per month of violation, if that makes sense. So it's actually a lesser impact than other citations, but it's only if you violate it. If you're a good actor and you keep your properties recorded as the ordinance requires, there's not a charge for that. Does that make sense?
Are these property owners going to have ample notice that they need to register it? Because I think that's where I'm not clear. How do they know that it's supposed to be registered?
Well, like all of the other, so we have 10 things that are required for minimum standards. All right, and it's the things listed. The grass has to be trimmed, the house has to be painted, no plywood on the front, secure. So it's the things listed, including, and you have to have your property registered if you know it's going to be vacant for longer than 30 days. So we've allowed for a 60-day grace period after the completion of the adoption of this ordinance. So there's a 60-day grace period. During that period of time, our blight team will be doing their citywide canvass and documenting all of the properties who are obviously vacant and blighted. Everybody's going to get notices. You've got to get these properties. This is the new code, etc. And at that point, after the grace period, then we would send people back out to begin to cite for violations. So we certainly will need help with notifying people of the new standards. And I'm guessing for something like the registry, there'd be, staff would certainly support a courtesy notice, hey, you may not have known, but you now have to register. I mean, our goal is to implement successfully, not to be, punitive about that. So
no, I understand that. I think my concern is that I don't want to hinder the process. It's a good ordinance, and we sent that out to our members and our board as it was. We didn't get a revised copy from anybody at the city to send it out again saying it's going to be revised, because what they voted on and what they asked me to speak about was the old ordinance. We didn't realize there was an updated one as of today. So I don't know that I'm comfortable because they haven't seen the new ordinance with those new changes.
As mayor, I can certainly accept the fact, Councilmember Brand is asking you, does the California Apartment Association endorse this? You have not had a chance to consider that very modest edit. I, as mayor, completely appreciate and am not looking for the Apartment Association to say, oh yes, with the edit, we're okay with this. You haven't had a chance to do that. But the council is deliberating what the task force recommends. There were some very minor additional thoughts about how to make sure we really can implement this well. I can go along with this edit and recommend to the council that they adopt this today, because I think it's just a matter of having another tool to kind of constantly know what the universe is that we need to be working with to make sure these properties don't become blighted. So.
Well, I have one board member here, so we'll see what Steve has.
Well,
if I could address it for just 1 second.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm sorry.
I don't want this hearing to get.
I'd like to have Steve speak.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Councilman. I have had an opportunity to talk to several of the members. As Jennifer pointed out, the intent was to go after only the blighted properties, and one of the unintended consequences that they've brought up to me is that when you put that fine in there, somebody goes in a rest home, they're on sabbatical, whatever it is, it's one thing for the city to say this is what our intent is. It's another thing for the ordinance to say something a little different. And that's the fear, is that the intent is good, and the Apartment Association supports the ordinance. There's no doubt about it. That amendment we didn't know about, but the members that were contacted, very briefly, that was the concern, was that it would be punitive and that shouldn't be in there without further reflection and review and the unintended consequences.
Thank you, Steve. I have a suggestion to the motion maker that, let me make a suggestion then. I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance as drafted and delivered today, with the exception of item 3A, which we could come back in a week or a couple of weeks, I guess, and when we give the stakeholders more time to evaluate this clause or make minor changes. So my motion would be approve this document as written, with the exception of item 3A, which I would put in the motion that would come back at, is it the 14th, the next meeting? Is that sufficient time, 2 weeks? In 2 weeks to reconsider adding that amendment.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
I too, along with my other colleagues, just want to thank everyone that was part of the task force. It was a very diverse group, and I want to thank my council colleagues that served on this task force for all their work. And I know that this is long overdue in really trying to address the blight issue within our community. So I do believe that today's proposed ordinance is a tremendous victory for our community. It's the first step in trying to address the issue that impacts a lot of our neighborhoods, I know that many neighborhoods in District 1 are impacted by blight. And so I do appreciate everyone's work. I know that there's been other recommendations that were proposed, and so I appreciate Councilmember Baines making some changes to the ordinance to give it a little bit more teeth. I do just want to respond to what the suggestion made by my council colleague Brand regarding the $250 fee, or I guess fee, or fine. What was it? Fine. Oh, sorry, fine. So, if I'm not mistaken, when we have these code fines, there's an opportunity to appeal, right? So, for an instance where someone is their concern is that if they're gone for 60 days in a rest home or a situation similar to that, they could potentially actually challenge that fine, right? And
actually, there are several levels of discretion here. One, discretion in writing the citation to begin with. Two, yes, all citations can be appealed to the administrative hearing officer. And then three, even if there is a fine, the city manager has authority to compromise up to $100,000.
So I would encourage us to consider actually voting as proposed by Councilmember Oliver Baines, because I do believe that there's an avenue for anyone that feels that the fine was inappropriate to actually challenge that fine. So I would just encourage that. The other thing that I wanted to ask, I don't know if this question would go to Jennifer or Dell, but in terms of implementation, I echo some of the concerns that were shared by Councilmember Sal Quintero in terms of resources. So it's great that we're going to have this ordinance, and I think that we really have to see a commitment, I think, once the budget gets put out, to put enough resources to actually implement what we have in front of us. Because, again, we know that over the last few years, the staffing in the Code Enforcement Department has gone down, and so really having the resources to implement this effectively and actually make a difference is going to be very key. So I would like to ask maybe what would be a reasonable time to ask for a report in terms of the implementation? Folks, changing up the boards on the homes and so forth. So 6 months, 9 months?
Actually, there will be produced a quarterly report on our progress. Okay. So we have a countdown calendar to July 1 to the new budget year, to implement the recommendations of the task force. So assuming going forward that the council adopts the recommended budget regarding the positions that have been recommended by the task force, as well as the operational goals of our implementation team. So initially, very first report would be after the first quarter of the new fiscal year, which would identify what is that baseline and how many properties have we gone out and assessed, how many properties have been cleared, how many properties do we have left, how many have been rented. So to give you those statistics and to continue monitoring those statistics to see what's working, and to have the opportunity to come back and say, hey, we found a better way to do this, or we've identified some challenges in making it work, and we would like to make changes. So absolutely, it'll be a quarterly report based on the matrix or the metrics that were presented earlier, and that will be a publicly available report.
And do you feel confident enough that in the next budget cycle we will see the resources necessary to implement this ordinance effectively?
We worked very hard to ensure that we had the right ask, we had the right information. What was the cost of the technology to implement, the cost and the right personnel to make sure that we could effectively review and evaluate the properties, what percentage of properties we felt would roll over into a subsequent cycle if they didn't address those issues. So yes, we are very confident with our budget proposal that our property enforcement team will be the right tool and will be able to address and start making a dent in the blight.
How many employees would be charged with the property enforcement?
So the task force recommendation was a 4-person team for in the field, as well as additional resources in the office for assignment, for metrics evaluation, for clerical responsibilities. So the team would include internal staff, and as well as 4 people out in the field actively monitoring the properties.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So again, I just want to echo, that I'm very grateful for the work that has been done. And again, this is only the beginning. So I am encouraged by the fact that it was recommended that we continue with the second phase. And I would definitely be interested in serving on the task force. I know I didn't have the opportunity to volunteer myself previously because I am new to the council, but if any of my council members would like to volunteer their spot for me, I would happily take it. And with that, I guess I'll wait to see what the end motion is, but I am generally supportive of what Councilmember Baines proposed.
Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to, just very briefly, because I know everyone wants to go home, I wanted to make good on a promise I made to our friends that hosted the Faith and Community Blight to Light Forum on Monday. They did ask a number of yes-no questions. It was difficult for me to stand in front of everyone and say no to most of them, but they did kind of give me an out, and they asked me if I would at least let my colleagues on the council know how important these items contained in their letter are. So I'm letting you know that our friends with Faith and Community and PICO, the Lowell Community Development Program, it's important, as they've already indicated from the comments that they've made from the lectern, that they're interested, of course, in the vacant property registry, the release by the city with the internal inspections. They want a private attorney general, attorney clause, and public reporting. So they also want the second phase of the task force, which I'm sure you were all able to get from the speakers this evening. So I've made good on my promise. The other issue I have is talking about the boards and the board ban that exists. I've kind of had a I'm very conflicted on this one, and that's because with the push of a button, we are going to require the plexiglass to go on areas that are visible from the street. And I do understand that this is an important tool when you're talking about eliminating that boarded up home look and eliminating that blight from the street. However, I also think that it's important to recognize that with the push of a button, we are going to require landowners and landlords in our community to shell out tens of thousands of dollars altogether for the purchase of plexiglass or like a like product to eliminate the boards. I do want to cite as an example, I have 2 elderly ladies who live in a convalescent home that to say they're on a fixed income would be an understatement. They own together about 4 homes that can be seen from the street. And they had an income-producing property that had a fire, and so their family members have to pay for them to live in this convalescent home. When we push this button today, these 2 elderly ladies in a convalescent home will have to cough up the money to put plexiglass over those boards and take down those boards. So I just wanted to speak on their behalf this evening. They haven't contacted me. They haven't asked for me to change this ordinance, but I think it's important to remember that when this ordinance is adopted, that there will be good actors and there will be people in our community who are just trying to make it, who do have boards up, who will have to come up with the money to change the boards over to the plexiglass. So in light of that, I would like to ask and I mean, on this committee, this was probably one of the biggest topics of conversation, as we had representative landlords, we had people who actually owned property chiming in. They wanted to see maybe perhaps painted boards. They wanted to see boards that were painted to look like windows. They wanted to see boards that were painted to match the color of the house. just in the interest of time, I want to ask the maker of the motion if we can get a report from the administration in 6 months, a list of complaints. It would include a list of complaints and how this part of the ordinance is working. If it's working, if it's not, if the plexiglass, I mean, I personally watched this product fail in a public display. Mr. Frazier. And so if these fail, and I hope they don't, but if they fail, most people don't have a 60-mile-an-hour fastball. Right. But if they fail, I would like that to be contained in the report and have that returned to the council 6 months from the time of adoption, simply because I want to see if this is a good decision and if this is something that is actually working to eliminate blight and if it's a hardship on some of our good actors out in our community. So if that's okay, and at that time the council can decide whether to repeal it or keep it going or double it or whatever the council sees fit to do. But that would be my motion to add on or to add a 6-month review period to the board ban, and at that time I'll be more than happy to support this.
Yes.
Are those your comments, Councilmember Olivier? Thank you. You're done? Okay. Because I have respect and admiration for my colleague, he's asked for a 5-minute recess. Councilmember Brand has asked for a 5-minute recess to talk to members of the Apartment Association regarding some of the proposed amended changes. And I'm going to allow that because maybe there can be some understanding. I'm hoping our mayor would join that discussion as well. So 5-minute recess. Thank you. All right, we'll call our meeting back to order. Council members, can I have you return to the dais, please? Thank you.
Yes.
If I might, I have a couple of council members left to talk, but I'm gonna ask you all to indulge the outcome of the recess, if that's okay, Councilmember Brandow. Okay, thank you. During the recess, prior to our recess, Councilmember Brand had asked if he could talk to members of the Apartment Association regarding one of the specific amendments, 3A to be sure, that imposed a mandatory registry with a fine attached. They had not had an opportunity to review that particular amendment, and they had some concerns. We caucused for a few moments, and I think that we have worked out a reasonable understanding of the intent of what we are attempting to do with that amendment, but also with consideration for how it's implemented. So I think we worked out some language, and because Councilmember Brand has a motion on the floor, Councilmember Brand, I'll allow you to amend your motion to reflect the additional language that we came up with.
Thank you, Council President and Mayor and members of the Apartment Association, Board of Realtors for the indulgence. Let me briefly say the issue here is that we're trying to solve a legitimate issue of blight and bad actors, but as I mentioned earlier, there's always unintended consequences. So one of the items on this registry is you have people that are legitimate, responsible property owners who may get these notices because they have vacant properties. If I have a house for rent, it may sit there 30 days or 60 days or 90 days or longer to get rented. Well, it's not blighted. I'm not intending to, hurt the neighborhood, but it could take that long. So to solve that issue and to work in that direction, I've added a item 3B, which on page 4, that would read a courtesy notification program for the vacant property registry shall be developed and administered and implemented by the administration. I'll repeat that. A courtesy notification program for the vacant property registry shall be developed and implemented by the administration. So the intent is to figure a way to separate out the responsible property owners from those we're trying to target as far as blighted properties, chronic offenders. So my second holder, and this is agreed for by the realtors and the California Apartment Association representatives.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I think one other thing has to happen is we need to, your initial motion removed item 3A. We need to.
Yeah, this amends the, so item 3A remains.
Right.
And item 3B is added.
Okay.
As well as Clint's amendment on the plexiglass.
6-month board ban review.
Is that clear, City Attorney?
Yes, it is. And if we need to, we can refine the language before the next meeting.
Okay, yeah, exactly. But again, 3A remains, 3B is added, and that's the change. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, what is the Councilmember Olivier's amendment?
It's in 6 months, the administration will return to this body with a report of the progress in our city as it relates to the ban on boards, to let us know if there's been, we'd like a detailed list of the complaints that are received and how it's working out in the community.
Understood.
Thank you.
With that, Councilmember Brandow, did you need to make any remarks?
Clarify. So, Councilman Brand, what are we voting on today in relationship to the recommendations that were published last week?
Well, on the document that we were handed today, that we have right now, I've added on page 4, again, I've added that item 3B, which, in my opinion, and based on my conversations with the property management people and the realtors, provides the protection and the for responsible property owners going about their business.
Well, specifically, are you talking about the stuff that's in blue that was on
item
copy?
3A, which I originally asked to be removed, will remain, and item B will be added.
Council, if I can clarify, it's the version that was handed out today with the red line, adding 3B, which Councilmember Brand just discussed concerning the 30-day notice, and the 6-month report on what's gone on.
As it relates to the board ban.
Right.
Yeah, and that is just clear as mud.
Can I just clarify? So the 6-month review is not a part of the ordinance. It's a programmatic update that the council member is asking for, and he's asking that we would be sure to calendar and come back and document how the clear materials have been working on the fronts of properties. That's all. So it's different than that's not going to be in the ordinance. Does that make sense?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to probably make everybody mad because I don't know if there's a winning situation here, but I'm not going to support it today. So, and I'm going to do it for a policy reason. I was just talking with a buddy of mine, Andy Levin, and they had talked to me, and I had agreed to what the policy recommendations of the committee were last week. I talked with several people about that and felt like that was a good compromise after a lot of hard work, both sides give and take, and not willing to support today's additions. So I'm not going to vote.
Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna vote
Thank
no.
you. I have no other council members that wish to speak. And let me just say this in finality while this was a very long process, and I always remind my colleagues that as with staff reports, as with subcommittee reports, they are only recommendations to this body. We, in fact, are the final decision makers and the final policy making body that exists in this city. And so I have no problem with the amendment. I appreciate the work that we just did with Councilmember Brand. Thank you, Councilmember Brand, and to the Apartment Association for understanding. But I would always remind my colleagues that we are the policy making body, and everyone else only makes recommendations to this body. So while I was very clear with the committee that in a very real way the document could change when it came to the city council, as many documents do every Thursday. We change documents all the time right here from the dais, and I'm not exactly sure that this is any different. So with that, I'll call for an electronic vote because I'm not sure how this is going to fall. So as this stands right now, we have the council members have the most current version of the document that was passed out by the city attorney this afternoon. There is one addition to the ordinance that Councilmember Brand read into the record that will provide for a program that has a courtesy notice for property owners that are discovered to not be on the registry. And then Councilmember Olivier asked for an update with 6 months. So with that, we should vote. So yes is supporting the amended motion, and no is against. Item passes 5-2 with Councilmember Brandow and Quintero voting no. All right, I will now go out to the public for unscheduled communication. If there is any item on the agenda that was not covered in today's meeting and you'd like to talk to the council about it, now would be your opportunity. All right, seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session. City Attorney?
Yes. We have conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation on the Reyes versus City of Fresno matter. We have Citizens for Restoration of L Street versus City of Fresno, Ochenero versus City of Fresno, City of Fresno versus Ochenero potential litigation, and conference with real property negotiator concerning the listed APNs. I would not expect any announcement after the closed session.